listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And go your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon or evening or morning or whatever time it is in your time zone. Today is Wednesday, October 16th, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeforge streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell? In this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight abyss to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on YouTube TV... on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. It is a big hump day indeed. I mean, I don't know. Hump day's weird, right? When I was a little kid, I thought it was like, you know, a camel's hump. I like that you're climbing on a I don't know, like hump. Why is it hump day? And then when I was a little bit older, like in middle school, I was like, hump day. Very funny, very funny, very funny stuff, right? You just said hump. Yeah, that's basically the maturity level in my middle school. Was like, you just said hump. Get it? Because hump, I don't know. I don't know. Do people have more sex on Wednesday? Is that a thing? It's a suggestion for Discord. We should have like a movie hangout night or something. Does chat like that idea? I think that could be really cool. I mean, it's all about getting our shit together, right? Getting it all together to be a real community. That's time to make the donuts. Yeah. Oh, speaking of donuts, or speaking of like late night activities, I complained yesterday on stream. I got a little jealous of other streamers who had Metaphor Refantasio, and I need to be careful when I do that. Be careful what you wish for, because somebody might just give you a humble Steam code. And that's exactly what happened. And I feel embarrassed, because like now it feels like I was like entitled, and I was all like, I deserve to have this game. And it's like, I'm not really like that. I'm not really like that. I'm not an actual bitch. I just play one on stream sometimes. But nonetheless, I am very thankful to have access to the new game from Atlas. Anybody? Yeah, be careful what you wish for. You might get humbled. I got humbled. I got straight up humbled. So thank you to Aglith for that gift code for the Metaphor Refantasio. We might get into some of that tonight. We've got a lot to cover. We got so much going on. And we got some good bonus content as well, right? AOC. This is the battle that we've longed to witness, right? AOC versus Fetterman. I don't know, Chad. I hope this isn't a letdown. I've had a few too many letdowns with this campaign season. But yeah, no, I'm very thankful to have the new game from Atlas, right? You know, my two favorite gaming companies, you know, some people are like, what, Activision is a big one, and like what I don't even know other gaming companies. Epic Games, that's a gaming company, right? I don't even know. But my two favorite growing up were Atlas and Square Enix, right? Because I'm a big like RPG nerd. And I kind of went back and forth. At first, you know, I was like all about Squaresoft. And then I started to find Atlas games, and they were strange and they were spooky and a little bit dark. I don't know, but I started to get into them. And this one seems really interesting. It's Atlas, which normally you think, okay, so you're going to high school, and no, not this one. You're not going to high school. You are in a fantasy kingdom. It is a true high fantasy type thing, where I think so far what I've noticed is that, you know how like most fantasy stuff is like, you know, there's humans, and then like, oh my gosh, you've got pointed ears. You're an elf. How weird, right? This one's like the opposite. This one, you're weird if you don't have horns or ears. You're the weirdo. You're the odd one out. And you're not a human, you're an Elda, so... Echo the Dolphin was a good game? That's old school. Right? That's a Sega. Sega! Sega. Like, Sega's pretty cool, right? Wait, but just Sega used to be a game console back in the day, right? It was like you could have like you'd have a PlayStation, you'd have a Sega, right? And now it just does software, I guess. Praise Odin, happy Odin's Day. Is it Odin's Day? Wotan Day? Dreamcast. That sounds so cool. That sounds like the kind of console that I would play if I was in a dream. You know, I would have a Dreamcast. But yeah, I mean, if you've watched my stream enough, you know that what I really like is Atlas's music, right? And Metaphor has got some really interesting music, some really weird stuff too. What's up, Link Retro? What's up, MaGoggles? What's up, Philip Blair? You know, I really need to get this set up so that it's 5 o'clock Pacific time. What's up, Moino Ape? Thank you for the resubscribe on twitch.tv. And getting us started, right? If you're around, let me know which of these topics that I've got today tickle your fancy. AOC versus Fetterman, Hasanabi on Pod Save America, Crisis of Masculinity. That's the Andy Pants Gaming. I guess, do people know what that is, right? Because people are voting for it. I don't have to explain it. I thought I would have to explain it. I thought chat would just be like, what? What is Andy Pants Gaming? Andy Pants Gaming is like you know how like there's like What If Alt Hist and there's Critical Drinker? There's always like a conservative, the quartering that people just like love to dunk on. Andy Pants Gaming is the new version of that. I actually suspect that Asmongold might be the new version of that, but he's gonna have to get unbanned first. Yeah, we're gonna be talking a little bit about Asmongold too. We've been doing that the past few days. I didn't want to make my thumbnail on Asmongold because I think people are getting a little sick of his shit, but apparently Destiny, you didn't think anyone was gonna defend him. You didn't think anyone was gonna pop up to defend him, but no, we got Destiny. We've got Destiny, who basically, it sounds like, agrees with Asmongold's weird pro-genocidal statement. Surprise, surprise. That is what he got departnered from Twitch for, was a statement, a callous statement, you know, endorsing, like, violence against protesters, right? Oh my god, chat. If his dudes hear what, they're gonna clip that and they're gonna bring it back to him. They're like, she said that you got departnered for this, but actually, technically, it was that. Oh my god, I'm sorry, DGG. I'm sorry. I'll try to do right by DGG. DGG for life, right? I'm a DGGer too. Yeah, no, I'm up in that. I'm gnomish. I'm gonna gnome you, right? You just got gnomed, and that's a good thing. That's what I say to GGG. But yeah, Destiny's back on his bullshit, fucking hates Palestinians, and agrees with Asmon's take, which is funny, because guess who does not agree with that take anymore? Guess who has gone back on that take? That's right, Asmongold himself, the one true king. He no longer agrees with that statement, and I don't know if it's that self-preservation, or if that is, you know, that he saw the light. Do you think he saw the light, chat? Do you think it's like an Ebenezer Scrooge kind of situation? Do you think that the ghost of, I don't know, what would it be, like the ghost of foreign policy past comes to him and it's like Henry Kissinger? Oh my god, chat, that's too weird. Agla says Master System, that is, Sega Mega Drive and Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast are the home consoles. They had Game Gear. Wait, is it Game Gear like a DS, but for Sega? Nomad handhelds? I've never heard of Nomad. I feel like Game Gear sounds familiar. Sega, like, all I've ever heard of it is that it's got, like, all this stuff. Irene not knowing Sega makes... I know Sega! I played Bayonetta! I know, like, right? Sega's like a partner with Atlas. Like, Sega's all up in some games that I love. Jean Baudrillard, Simulation. Well, wait, why am I speaking in German French? Simulation et simulacrum. I almost said und. Simulation und. I'm sorry, chat. I gotta stop mixing up my Romance and Germanic languages. Something bad could happen. Oh no, something bad did happen. The Ghost of Rush Limbaugh? What? Is that on Sega? Can you fight the Ghost of Rush Limbaugh? Wait, it's not working! Why is it not working yet? Oh, okay, let me fix this, chat. I thought that I was bringing you up on stream when I talked with you, but it turns out... Wait, why is it not working? Huh? Oh, I got it. Is it... No? Boing! There we go, perfect. I don't know what was going on, chat. But yeah, what I do know is Kissinger still alive? Wait, do you not know? Are you joking? I know Sega. I mean, like, I know that Sega is a gaming company. I don't know it as a console company. That's the whole thing. Is that really what Sega is? Is Sega still intrinsically a console to people? Why are you talking about the agent of global communism, Heinrich von Kissinger? Yeah. Dr. Strangelove himself. He knew what he said. He reacted because people got mad at him. That's what Zosas says. That is... Yeah, I don't blame you for being skeptical about Asmongold. The dude does not exactly strike me as having a heart of gold. But we'll keep on searching nonetheless. Golden Sun 1 and 2 were good games? Is that on... Not the James Bond one, right? That's different. Okay, chat, I am dehydrated as all get out. Let me have some tea here. But yeah, I'm feeling like very chill today. Very chill. Might game later. I don't know. What should we try to do some of this? We've just got so much to cover. But I'm gonna try to, like, I feel so bad for yesterday, chat. One in chat if you were here yesterday. I feel like I just stuck on the Trump dancing story way too long. I wanted it to be cooler than it was. Because I like it when Trump is a goofball. And, you know, he was a goofball, but I don't know. Some things work on stream, some things work on video, and I think that the Trump dance party, it would have worked way better as a video, right? Because then I can take out the best moments and cut them together and just give you a little Trump dancing avatar or something like that. I don't know. I feel like that's what you really needed, right? Not just like sitting there forever waiting for Trump to do something, because... And like everything was awkward. Like Kristi Noem was there. And she's like, at first she's like dancing along with Trump. She's like, yeah, that's right. And then she realizes how goofy she looks. And you can tell she gets self-conscious. But yeah, Golden Sun was a handheld Nintendo? Wait, what? Wait, what is the Asmongold Rare W? Oh, that he apologized? They infested the video game, the VG stream today? Wait, who did? Are you talking about Asmongold fans? The VG stream. Wait, I'm trying to think what VG is. But yeah, I just feel bad about that. I want to make sure that we're visited by Edward Said. Yes, there we go. Yeah, getting back to the ghost of like the idea that wait, is it Asmongold that would be visited by? Yeah, I'm like asking if it's an Ebenezer Screech. Yeah, my good friend, the late great Ebenezer Screech. The late great Ebenezer Scrooge is what I'm trying to talk about, like kind of situation with Asmongold, where he has a change of heart, where he has a near-death experience through some kind of supernatural intervention, and it changes his whole perspective. But I mean, if you take him at his word, if you take him seriously in his response, that's what's going on. He's going to get out of the house. He's going to clean part of it. He said, I'm going to clean part of my house. He's going to clean part. I bet it's going to be the bedroom, the lair, the Asmongold lair. That's what he's going to clean up. I would bet. My goggles says my girlfriend and I were counting the days and we were excited. Wait, until what? Metaphor? Oh, until Kissinger died? Sam Cedar unalived him. Hey, do you know who did get unalived, though? By somebody else? We got this from Midas Touch. Maybe we should start off on this. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Should we start off on this? All right, I got a conspiracy theory, right? That what actually killed Dianne Feinstein, who hung on forever for a great long time, right? I think it was Trump's fart. We've got video of Trump farting on Dianne Feinstein and then she dies. I don't think that these two things are unrelated. I feel like, look, I don't believe in coincidences, chat. I believe in farts. And I believe that much like in a Samir Bhavnani sketch, farts can kill people. They can be, you know, there's a reason they call it silent but deadly, right? In the right circumstances, a fart can end somebody's life. And I think that's what happened with Dianne Feinstein. But apparently Trump is farting up a storm again. Thank you, Midas Touch, for keeping track of this, right? This is great. I love that we got like the true, like, look, I like TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. It gets thrown around a lot. But if anybody had it, it would be Midas Touch. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing because they A-log Trump for us. They cover everything. They cover every time he farts. And they keep track of it so that we don't have to constantly have Trump's flatulence on our mind. It can be on Midas Touch's mind instead. We can just dip in for a little bit of that. But yeah, he's been farting up a storm lately. And he does this weird thing where he makes noises to try to cover up. But it doesn't really work. He's just like, that's the kind of guy he is. He's a gassy sort of guy. I don't know. Loud and deadly. Yeah, with Trump's, they're kind of loud. And they're also like very wet sounding. That's the other thing that's really disturbing about Trump's farting habit. I believe that farts are our future. I do too. I believe that farts can be... I believe that farts can tell the future, right? Farts can be predictive. They can be prophetic, right? A prophetic fart. Isn't that in the Bible somewhere? Somebody farts and it predicts what will happen next. I don't know. What does that even mean? It would have made the Bible better, though. More farts would have made the Bible way better. The Bible gets dry at places. It's very dry sometimes, right? There's some good parts in the Bible too, right? But the Bible is very dry, and I feel... Oh, God, no, chat. I feel like with some nice wet farts, like, going on, the Bible would be a lot more readable. I read the Bible twice, and it didn't help. I read, let's see, the Old Testament, minus Numbers, because who's got time for that shit? Numbers? Really? You're gonna read Numbers? And so-and-so begot so-and-so, and so-and-so begot so-and-so. But why are we only talking about the dudes? I guess we're only talking about the dudes, right? In Numbers, right? They begat. But yeah, the rest of the Old Testament is actually pretty good. But then you get to the New Testament, I just could not get into it. I couldn't not, there's a new meta in the New Testament, right? There's all these disciples and they're going around, preaching at people. I don't know. It's weird. The New Testament it's got a different, I mean, maybe it's good. Maybe you just got to get into it, right? The New Testament sucks. And all the red text. Oh yeah. The red text is what Jesus says, right? That's good tea, chat. Oh my God, wait, I gotta make it better. Look, I'm gonna show you the perfect tea, okay? You get green tea, you combine it with ginger, and I got fresh ginger here. Probably would work with dried ginger too, although it's a different taste, right? Don't you think? Dried ginger versus fresh ginger? Like, fresh ginger's got like a coolness to it, and dried ginger has like a hotness to it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about like temperature. I'm talking about like the feels of dry ginger versus wet ginger. Why does everything have to be wet? Everything is wet today, okay? Because we're in the rain. That's what we're doing. It's not really raining where I am, but it feels like it would rain. It feels rainy. That's who visited Asmongold. But yeah, I'm trying to get hydrated too. Oh yeah, wait. I was saying the best tea. God damn it. I'm doing the weave, chat. We do the weave. We do the weave. No, I'm not doing it on purpose. I keep on, it's legitimately with me, it's ADHD. It's not what Trump's dealing with, right? Trump's problems are entirely different. But chat, you got your green tea, you make it with ginger, and then you take this. And you squeeze a little bit of lemon. Perfect. You squeeze a little bit of lemon into your tea, and that makes it perfect. That makes it the perfect flavor, right? You got your ginger, you got your green tea, and you got your lemon. Ginger kind of reminds me of tardigrade. Wait, what is tardigrade? We are together disorganized? I'm so disorganized. I feel like in a way, like, worse than Asmongold, but I don't mean that in a serious way. Singing in the rain. Yeah, that's right. Thou who smelt it hath dealt it. Thus saith the word of the Lord. Such and such has not been faithful to the Lord, so his bowels exploded and he died. There is a dude that masturbates in the Bible, right? And he gets punished for it. He didn't realize he was in the Bible, though. I feel like that's the... I don't think that God, like, punishes everybody who masturbates, because, honestly, like, that's too much work, right? If God knows people... If God made people, he knows that people are always masturbating. That's one thing that's you can count on, like the rain. Is people masturbating. And like, but I think the problem with Onan is he didn't realize he was in the Bible. You know what I mean? That would suck to be in the Bible and not realize that you're in the Bible. Because it's like, if I'm on the Bible, if the Bible's going to talk about me, if the Bible's like watching me, you know, narrating my life, then I'm going to be really careful, like what I do. It's like being on stream, right? If you realize you're on stream, then you're probably not going to masturbate. Unless you are doing a very different kind of stream, which I don't presently do. There's not an NC-17 version of NCC, so that's not a thing. But for Onan, it was very much a thing. And it, you know, he got stream sniped masturbating in the Bible. And it's like just forever in there. Like, can you imagine that? His name is, chat, Onan's name is synonymous with whacking it. Like, right, his name, that's what, like, if you say Onan, right, this next person somebody says is masturbated, right? It's so weird to be reduced to just that one act. He's kind of like Jeffrey Toobin in a way. Jeffrey Toobin, famous CNN host who thought that he had turned off his Zoom meeting, but he didn't. And, you know, he does multiple things in front of the computer screen. And, you know, one of those was on display for all of his coworkers. Can you imagine anybody in chat ever experienced that? Somebody going full Onan in your like Zoom call for work, right? Or for school. Has anybody ever experienced that? Because that would change things. I can't imagine it would go back to normal about that. The Bible really jumped to the shark after they spent the entire arc building up Jesus' sacrifice, only to bring him back a mere 3 days after. It's kind of like Goku, isn't it? Like, right there, you want there to be stakes, you want there to be consequences. I feel like the mangaka, I've heard about this, right? Because remember they killed Goku off, and they've got Gohan. And I think what the mangaka was thinking was like, yeah, we'll just like pass the torch. Pass the torch to Gohan. Not the best idea. Because Gohan's he doesn't really like to fight. He's not that interesting. He's a family man. He's a family guy. Gohan just wanted to do flashbacks and like cultural references, a la Family Guy. And instead, and also some Saiyaman cosplay. But he didn't want to like fight the big bad, so they had to bring Goku back for that. My God. Okay, that's a little bit too much lemon, but other than that, that's the perfect cup of tea. Let me see if I can balance it out. I gotta balance out my tea here, right? I'm adding tea to the tea, and to try to dilute the lemon slightly, because like it was a perfect cup of tea, but the lemon was too heavy. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Wait, is that Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young? My family is all about that band for some reason, which is kind of cool. It's a good band for a family to be about. Ginger kind of reminds me of, yeah, tardigrade. I never found out what that is. Wait, do we ever get an explanation for tardigrade? What's up, Natalie? Oh my god, Natalie. Wait, there you are. Can we not talk about Bible masturbation? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a choice, isn't it? I probably shouldn't be talking about master anything on youtube.com. The wasted sperm. Yeah, was that what they were mad at Onan about? The first book of the New Testament is good? Really? Wait, which one? Matthew, right? After the begats is the begats? No, the Beatitudes, right? Jemus's. I can't get anybody's name right. I would love to write a new version of the Bible with Jemus. Jemus! Save me, Jemus. Save me, Jemus. Seriously, Jemus's Sermon on the Mount, which is helpful to know if you're somewhere surrounded by evangelical Christians for self-defense. A little tiny guy looks like Mu Ding is a tardigrade? What? Tardigrades are adorable? Oh, it's a water bear. Oh, okay, I knew I recognized that from somewhere. Wait, it tastes like a tardigrade? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're not saying that Ginger tastes like a tardigrade. You're saying that Ginger looks like a tardigrade, which is a teeny tiny water bear, as BCatK reminds us. And I forgot about this. I have heard of tardigrades. I couldn't place it. I was thinking it was something from JoJo, but I think that's something else. This music is vibe, and this tea is vibe. Let me see if we got it to the perfect. It's a little bit too sour. I just went ham on that lemon, didn't I? I need to become somebody who, like, respects taste, right? Who, like, you know what I mean? I'm like somebody who's like, ooh, a lemon, let me... And I squeeze it too far. Did I say fart? Why do I have fart on my mind? Because God... Yeah, it's God's fault. Life begins at ejaculation, according to Soul Life. But Natalie, you're reminding me, we do have TYT content as well that I just have not been on. The problem is it's like it's a short segment. It's a short TYT segment. Zoom Tubin. Is that like Go-Go Power Rangers? The mangaka of the Bible? Wait, I know the mangakas. There's several, right? There's the Yahwist. There's the Elohist. There's the priestly dude. The priestly dude. Right, there are mangaka. It's a collaborative effort though. And sometimes they like take over from each other, right? Just in the middle of Genesis, you'll be like, wait, I thought we were listening to the Yahwist. Where did the Elohist come from? The Elohist is like, he just pops up. It's like one of those television depictions of multiple personality where the dude's literally got separate people in his head. And they come in and, like, take over. What is that show called, chat? Can anybody remember? Is it Somebody's Head or something? I had to server mute someone who was doing Onan on camera in Discord VC on my second day as a mod on a different server. Were they doing that on purpose or did they accidentally? Oh, that's the problem, though, is that people can say that they did it accidentally, but maybe they did it on purpose. Maybe they're into that. Gohan is the beta, Goku is the alpha, Vegeta is the sigma. He's a sigma! Sigma Vegeta, hell yeah. The future android arc is bad writing. Sour is power. I mean, sometimes. Ginger looks like a tardigrade. Yeah, Oh, we're so close, chat. We're so close. I want to get it perfect. It's slightly too sour. But yeah, I do think that stuff like ginger and lemon has a power. I do believe in that. That's my Bible. It's the Bible of herbs and spices. Oh, we're getting so close. We're getting so close. We're getting so damn close. Come on. Wait, so you're telling me, Philip Blair, that the Sermon on the Mount is like a flashback, sort of? Yeah, the Beatitudes are the Sermon on the Mount. With the Jesus from Madness combat, because he's got a sword and a cyborg eye. But yeah, we got to get into the TYT tent too. Don't let me forget that one. I think we should just go cover it. I've been assuming that Anna Kasparian's going to do something. Well, I guess she has. She's written some blog entries on Substack. But yeah, we got a little somebody prank called Jink. And I just have not covered it yet. Homer's Odyssey was heavily borrowed from in the New Testament. Really? That would be cool. Wait a minute. Do they have that? Does Jesus ever get on the boat with the disciples and warn them about the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time? TYT tits up, basically. Someone on MR today said they were watching TYT and Anna had a moment specifically to clarify she does not support Trump. Viewers were asking. I bet about a bunch of those viewers, like those new viewers, probably want her to. They're expecting it. Homer's Odyssey, yeah, heavily borrowed from the New Testament, or borrowed from in the New Testament. Not that the New Testament borrowed from it, but that tells me the fact that we got an ad break coming up here, which you can get out of for free if you use a Twitch Prime. You can get it out of for $6 if you use $6, or you could possibly be gifted a sub to get out of if you are lucky and if you are active in the chat. Since that's coming up, that reminds me that we are an hour in. It doesn't feel like I've talked to you for an hour. Remember when Jesus learned to surf? Oh yeah, he gets off the boat, right? They do go on a boat, right? There's a boat ride. There's a what would Joseph Campbell call this? Like a night sea journey? There's like a night sea journey in the Bible. Are we there yet though? No, wait, now I feel like it needs like one more drop of lemon. We can get this to like perfect tea. Oh no, that was like 3 drops of lemon. What did I do? What did I do, Chad? I said 1 drop of lemon and then I immediately dropped 3 lemon drops into the drink. Wait, no, this is perfect. I think this is good. I think this is the perfect tea. Crotchy's screen name is so cursed, I laugh every single time. You want Buddy Christ? Wait, what is Buddy Christ? The future is waiting for all of us, yeah. What is Buddy Christ? Wait, why have I heard of that before? Asmongold will clean his place and then it will not lead to his future? He will be so upset. Oh, he won't like it like that. You're saying he might die from being in a clean place. I'm gonna be honest here. To streamer and mods, I love this channel. Oh, I see. It's the whole thing where you're drunk in chat and you're like, I don't want to get banned. I'm trying to be nice. No, I can relate to that. Okay, I can relate to that. Like, right. So here's the thing about being a chatter, right? You are chatting in stream and then people are reading that, including the streamer and the mods, and they are sort of discerning your vibe, right? And you can say the same thing and mean it in 2 different ways, right? And you can have like an attitude where you're being kind of silly and stuff, and that could be misinterpreted. That's happened to me before. It's happened to me. I literally got banned off of a stream that I liked because when the streamer asked chatters to clip it, to clip you know, what they had just done, the streamer didn't realize that their audio was terrible. So I said something like, what part of that incomprehensible ear noise or ear, like I probably didn't say ear arsler, ear torture, yeah, incomprehensible ear torture would you like me to clip? And this streamer did not like that. And they didn't know that I was just kidding. So yeah. Be careful. Be careful what you say on stream, I guess. But we also, like on Twitch, it's easy to ask to appeal. Right? You can appeal on Twitch, right? That's we need to get something like that on YouTube. Because I've banned a shitload of people on YouTube. And the last time that I tried to just randomly give somebody who was banned another chance, they immediately did the thing that they'd gotten banned for. They immediately redid, and it's like, okay, what is the point? No, but there is a point. There is a point. You just put too much lemon in, and that's a good thing. I mean, it's probably a good thing for the cold or whatever I'm getting over. I don't even know what this is. Jesus got on a boat and he dropped a storm. Dropped a storm? That's it. Wait, he dropped... Yeah, I'm starting to feel better now. There's 7 dwarfs, Dopey, Sneezy, Grumpy. Oh wait, are there 7 disciples? No, there's like 12 of them, right? I feel like you could rewrite the Bible to be more like Snow White. Anyway, we got to figure out what we're doing today, all right? Because like I said, we got 4 bonus topics. We got a lot to go over in the main stream, though. Look at this, like, right? Trump. Unable to answer questions. Unable to stay on topic. Gets asked about Google. Goes on to talk about the state of Virginia and the Department of Justice. Weird stuff from Trump, right? We got Crystal and Sagar debating about Trump. I watched this on the Vanguard today, and I had to go over it myself, right? I missed this segment. We need to cover it. We got Biden. Does Biden even want Kamala to win? That's what I want to know. Find out. Stick around. What's going on with Biden? Why is Biden sabotaging the Harris campaign now? We'll find out about these things and more. And then, if we have time, I'll go over Kamala Harris got a medical report specifically to trigger Trump. And it worked. It worked. She got Trump to talk about how he is in the greatest health of anyone in the history of the presidential office by just getting a basic medical report. Who cares about Biden? I wish I didn't have to, but you're talking about the guy that actually has the power to, I don't know, stop arms to Israel. He has the power if he wants to do it. So far, the main difference between Biden and Obama on foreign policy has been that Obama sometimes had a little bit of a spine to stand up to Israel, and Biden so far hasn't had much of a spine at all. And even when he gets involved like he does today, we're about to see Biden get involved and at least say something, at least make some mention of the possibility of the United States putting an embargo on arms to Israel. It's in the worst way possible. It's in the worst way possible. Yeah, he's still, I had to remind you he's still president. It's okay, we all forgot. It doesn't feel like he's president. Like, who cares about Biden is actually a really good question. I don't know if Biden cares about Biden. Very few churches ordain agnostic clergy, so very few churches following the example from Jesus. Wait, Thomas was agnostic? Oh, because he's doubting Thomas, right? Oh, okay. So wait. So Beatitudes is in the Sermon on the Mount. So not all of the Sermon on the Mount is the Beatitudes, but all of the Beatitudes is in the Sermon on the Mount. Anyway, we got to get going here. So like that's what we're covering today. Maybe more, maybe less. We'll find out. We also got Medhi Hasan debating the IDF. Yeah, that's right. IDF spokesman that you might recognize. I think he's now retired from that role, and he's on Piers Morgan to debate Medhi Hasan. So we're going to take a look at that too. We've also got the possibility of some bonus content. We didn't quite get there yesterday, but we're already 6% of the way towards bonus content today. We got AOC taking on Josh Fetterman. We'll see what that's about. AOC has been a little disappointing as of late. Maybe that's going to change. We got Hasan on the Pod Save America podcast. I feel like I should have replaced that with something by now, but it's interesting. It's interesting, so it's still on there. We got a crisis when it comes to masculinity, right? That's Andy Pants Gaming, who you have never seen before. You have never watched before. But I'm offering that as bonus content to see if people are interested in it. It's a gamer dude that's just super cringe and funny to dunk. He's kind of like Synthetic Man, right? Remember Synthetic Man? It's kind of like that. And then we got Ted Cruz getting out debate broed in the Texas Senate race by a candidate who's a little disappointing in his own way. But we'll get into that if you end up choosing that. Right now, it seems like you're choosing AOC versus Fetterman. Most of you, 25% of you, choosing Hasan versus Pod Save America. 20% of you choosing the crisis in masculinity, and 10% of you choosing Ted Cruz and how he might lose in Texas. Remember, you still got time to vote. 40 of you have voted so far in this poll. That determines what we end up doing as far as bonus content. Also, when you donate, you can let me know in the comments which of these topics you would like to see as your bonus content, just like Omega Star is showing us right now. So Omega Star has put 2% towards the crisis in masculinity, right? It gets a buff. It gets a buff. And so does anything when you donate and then tell me in chat which of these topics you are feeling currently. I give it a little bit of a buff. You know, you basically, your donation becomes a percentage. That percentage gets added to the topic of your choice and potentially helps it win the poll. Also drives forward the dono goal, which is now at 8%. It's like, it's got to power up. And if it powers up all the way by the end of the stream, if it gets all the way to 100% from the 8% that it's on right now, then we get bonus content. What bonus content we get depends on what you vote for on the poll on YouTube. And it also depends on what you say when you donate. Because whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to others, whether you're signing up for Patreon or donating to Throne, or on Twitch, you're getting out of the ad break that happens at the top of every hour for 3 minutes at a time for free with a Prime sub, for $6 with a regular sub, or even gifting subs to others will get you the ability to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Driving forward the donus goal, the dono goal, the bonus goal, whatever you want to call it. Getting us closer to hitting that, and you know, directing the poll towards the topic of your choice. So that's where we're at now. You just watched a couple of videos on him on Andy Pants Gaming. Thomas was a science-minded, show me the evidence for the whole Jesus ministry. Jesus knew this and was so cool with this. He made Thomas one of only 12 disciples. Sassy says, if I ever see Biden, we are fighting. Wait, MAGA's still obsessed with Biden? Oh, yeah. That's what you're talking about. I got it. Actually, no, they always try to pin whatever Biden does on Harris. And that's what makes this latest Biden story so frustrating. Because it's almost like Biden doesn't want Harris to win. And this is a conspiracy theory that was issued forth by some MAGA people, including in my own chat. And I gave it no credence, right when Biden put on the MAGA hat. I was like, nah, he's just fucking around. He's just being a weirdo. Thomas fingered the resurrected Jesus. Oh, yeah, that's true. That was one of the saucier scenes in the Bible. Yeah, he wants Joe Biden to come back. He misses him. He misses Biden. Oh my God. Why is nothing working right now? Okay, so I guess the first thing for me... Oh my gosh. Let's fix that. Boom. The first thing for me is to figure out... what topic are we going to start with? We got so many today. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the rumors, and there are rumors about bad blood between Biden and Kamala Harris, and whether, like I wanted to think it was just bullshit. I wanted to think that Biden was like, you know, he was over this shit, right? I wanted to think that, you know, like obviously he tried to stay in even when everyone knew that he shouldn't, and he had to be strong-armed by Nancy Pelosi to get out. But you know, he's sort of played nice with Kamala since then, and it would take a very vindictive Biden to... What is today? Wednesday, October... Oh yeah, I was wondering about, like, I was noticing yesterday that it was October 15th, and recognizing that meant something, but I couldn't remember what it meant. And now I remember what it means. On the 15th of October, YouTube has opened up shorts to being as long as 3 minutes, which you may recognize if you are a fan of TikTok. I don't know why I said it like that. That is, it's supposed to be called TikTok, but nobody calls it TikTok. I feel like, is that boomer to call it TikTok? Or is it just weird? I don't even know. I don't even know, chat. It's your nephew's birthday? What, today or yesterday? Because, yeah, yesterday is the day that... Like, so they basically changed the nature of shorts. Shorts used to max out at 60 seconds. now they're going to max out as at 3 minutes. And that makes me think that I should be doing some shorts as well. Right? Especially on days like today where it seems impossible to get everybody gathered here in chat. That's why I'm waiting so long, chat. That's why I'm edging you for a little longer than usual, is that I'm just waiting for those numbers to reach a certain threshold before because I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to get into it before people arrive, but I don't know what's going on today. TikTok has 3-minute videos now. TikTok has actually, TikTok, I think, depending on, I think you can make, you know, fairly long videos on TikTok. Like, TikTok has branched into YouTube length content, and now YouTube is branching into TikTok. TikTok on the clock. DJ, turn those speakers up. Wait, is that? Boomer says Tiki Talk. Yeah, HS Tiki Talkie. Anybody know about HS Tiki Talkie? Just giving it a little bit longer than usual to help people, to give people a chance to get into chat before we get into our content proper. What am I trying to do? This music is a jam. And so am I. There we go. We're about ready to get going here. We're about to get ready to start the stream for real, for real. For real, for real. We got to start the stream. Okay, so making sure that everything that's pinned, everything that needs to be pinned is pinned. Gotta put that there. I should probably... Oh, Twitch people, I gotta ask you. Do you want me to, like, does it help you out if I, right, there's different ways to do, like, a YouTube, like a title for Twitch. Should I try to put, like, everything in... should I try to put, like, every topic that I'm going over in here? Or should I try changing, I don't know, like, there's two ways of doing, like, Twitch titles, right? One is where you, change the title as you go along. And the other way is to just put, like, just a really long title. I'm gonna try the really long title thing. That's what I'm going with for now. Yeah. Oh my god, the numbers are not going in the right direction. Wait. I mean, we could turn the stream around. That's another option as well. Omega Star, thank you for the gift subscription to Link Retro. Link Retro, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Bringing us up to 14%. No, I'm actually not even like I'm not holding off for donos or anything like that, although I do appreciate them. I'm holding off for people finding their way to the stream, and it makes me a little bit nervous, right? That, you know, because YouTube is the kind of thing where if you say the wrong word, like if you put the wrong word in your stream, it'll kind of make it so it doesn't do numbers. And I'm just kind of trying to figure out if did I mess up somehow? I'm just trying to put the right words in the stream and everything. Okay, I feel like we're almost ready to make it happen. Now we just gotta hit this button so that we're live and alive on all of the platforms. And I feel like we're about ready to go. But use TikTok, not Tiki-Talkie, or not TikTok. I was posting on TikTok the other day. It just sounds like a boomer way to say it, or like. But I don't know why boomers would say TikTok, right? It's like they would just know it. TikTok is like, right, just the way for. All right, so let's get into what we're doing today. But I gotta press this button, I gotta press this button, and then go back here for this button. Let's hope that it works. All right, so we're gonna try this one more time. I feel like I could have spent a little more time on my hair today. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Maybe I should have just come to stream later. I don't know. Let's get going. Let's try that again. All right, here we go. Okay, so I feel like we got to start off with breaking points. Oh my god, I gotta go find this. I gotta go find this. So, yeah, we're talking about something that Biden did recently. that could have been very helpful to Kamala Harris's campaign. But because of the way that he did it,
the reporter who's been
is actually senselessly harmful. Immensely harmful, because the worst thing that you can do to people who have been waiting for the Biden administration to do something, or the Harris administration to say something about what's going on in Gaza, about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the worst thing that you can do is give like a symbol, a sign that sounds like you care, that sounds like you're going to do something, that sounds like something's going to change, and then it doesn't fucking change, right? And that is exactly what Biden has done. He has threatened an arms embargo. Sounds good. Sounds good. That's what we want. That's what we want. In 30 days. In other words, after the fucking election, right? Supposedly, his line in the sand now is that if Israel does not allow humanitarian aid into Gaza within the next 30 days, so by like the 15th of October, right after, sorry, November, after the election is over, then he is going to maybe think about doing an arms embargo, supposedly, right? He's drawn red lines in the sand before. Israel's walked all over them. He's done nothing. He's done nothing. So yeah, this is a really strange thing for him to do. Now, obviously, on the other side, you know, you don't want this like weird like calculus where it seems like he's only doing it like for the election, where it seems like, you know, that it's specifically, you know, to, you know, aid in the election of Kamala Harris. But it's just, it's so weird that he would do it in such a specific way that basically enables Netanyahu to keep doing what it seems like he's doing, which is trying to get Trump elected, right? And I just don't understand why Biden would do it this way unless he really is still mad about people pushing him out of the nomination. So it lends credence to that weird Trump conspiracy theory that when Biden put on the Trump hat, he was trying to say something. I was like, yeah, dream on. But I don't know. I don't know now. Let's see what Ryan Grimm has got to say about it.
Been breaking basically all of the news from either the White House or out of the Knesset or out of Netanyahu's camp, Barak Ravid over at Axios, is the receptacle for all the leaks from both sides, has a news story that is kind of reshaping the politics of Palestine. We put his piece up here. So basically what happened is over the weekend, the U.S. finally sent a sternly worded letter to Israel, which then it appears quite clearly that Israel then leaked to Barak Ravid. I want to read some of this just so people can get a flavor for it.
So do you see how this is working? The Biden administration sends this letter. It says 30 days to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, or face consequences of military aid. That's a typo, obviously. Military aid to Israel being embargoed. And it's such a weak. It's too little, too late, right? This should have happened a long time ago. Because apparently, for like a month now, Israel has not allowed any aid into northern Gaza.
Right, the humanitarian situation for over 2 million civilians in Gaza is increasingly dire. This is supposed to be a private letter. Despite the July transition.
But yeah, so obviously Israel releases this to try to, I mean, in their mind, they're thinking, oh yeah, this is going to hurt Kamala's campaign. We'll be like, oh yeah, look at this. Biden said that he stands with Israel, but he's threatening a military embargo. Oh no, Mr. Biden, you would let us go without military aid to allow the evil terrorists to harm Israel? And what they don't seem to get is that the majority of American voters are actually on board with exactly that. They're on board with cutting off aid contingent actually on something like a ceasefire. Even Republican voters want this, you know, want this to be over with, right? Even Republican voters want this to be over with. So I don't know what, you know, they think they're doing. They think they're like, you know, hurting hurting the Harris campaign by releasing this. If anything, this would be a positive thing, except for the fact that it is 30 days. So here's the deal, right? If this was a real thing of like, hey, Israel's in line to get their aid cut off if they don't do XYZ, that would actually be a positive story for the Democrats. That would maybe possibly change some people's minds, even though, like I said, it's too little too late. And, you know, what we really want is a ceasefire. And it's questionable if at this point, like the Biden administration even has the leverage on Israel to demand that kind of a ceasefire. But it's something. And if it weren't contention on, if it didn't give this like 30-day grace period, it would mean something. But because that's how it is, it's a story that's like, and this is the classic problem with Democrats. They've got one foot on one side, one foot on the other side, and they don't realize that if they want to succeed, they need to make a choice. And generally that choice that's going to be positive for them is standing up to the Republicans. But instead they want to kind of be like, well, you know, we're kind of, we care about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, but not really that much. So it's just
from combat operations to
it's more of the same.
Counterterrorism operations in the Gaza Strip. Multiple evacuation orders have forced 1.7 million people into a narrow coastal zone from Muwasi to Deir el-Balah. Extreme overcrowding has put these civilians at high risk of lethal contagion. Humanitarian implementers report they are unable to meet essential survival needs of aid-dependent civilians. Trucks carrying humanitarian commodities, including perishable goods funded by the United States, are delayed at crossing platforms. I would encourage people to go and read this entire letter. It reads like some type of left-wing screed that you would find me penning somewhere. But it is just fact after fact after fact that says that, and it says that September was the worst month.
They're a little slow talking, right? Let's go to 1.5.
A year ago for humanitarian aid getting in. And we also know.
Is everybody good with that?
Worse than September. Like the situation is completely out of control. And they highlight the plight of 400,000 people. So you're talking 1.7 million people tucked into this little tiny enclave. They highlight the plight of 400,000 people in North Gaza that the IDF is ordering to leave North Gaza or be considered combatants, and has completely cut off from water and humanitarian aid, and starving them to death. And the U.S. is saying, you can't do this. Like, there is no military justification for this. And these 400,000 people, most of them are refusing to leave. First of all, we have some reporting on this.
If it's facts, why is he calling it a screed? Good question, actually, Sassy. Let me try to offer an answer. Ryan Grimm is a lefty on one of these shows where their formula is bring on a right winger, bring on a lefty. So there's like a little bit of self-hate in this. I with Ryan Grimm, I'm assuming it's, you know, not serious, but it's a way to kind of be like, well, you know, that's like a lefty screed, like what I would write, like, you know, oh wow, he's sounding like me here. But you're at the same time, you're sort of marginalizing your own viewpoint. You're sort of reinforcing the fact that lefty politics are not taken seriously, are like thought of as a pipe dream. And, you know, when it's something like, I don't know, getting humanitarian aid to people who are starving, that shouldn't be a marginal viewpoint. And it's not a marginal viewpoint. Like I said before, it's something where actually all sides agree, right? This Israel thing is not actually the way that the Democrats are handling it is like they're disarming a bomb or something. And it's not really that complicated. Like they're living with a mentality of that being seen as supporting Israel is like a prerequisite to being taken seriously as a political actor, right? And that's not how things are anymore. Things have changed, and the Democrats are so slow, so incredibly slow to recognize that there is actually a benefit for them in standing up to Israel, in standing up particularly to Netanyahu. Like, right, if I was advising a Democrat, if I was advising the Harris campaign, understanding that they're not going to take the principled stand that I would like to see them take, I would advise them to separate Netanyahu and Israel, right? To use Netanyahu as the boogeyman and to get confrontational with him. But then, you know, if you want to do your whole thing where you're like, oh, but we support Israel, you'd be like, yeah, we support Israel, the country. We don't support the ultra right-wing government that is driving, you know, the Middle East and the world into an ever escalating conflict. We don't support that, right? That would be a perfectly pragmatic place to come down. But yeah, they're not even there yet. They're not even there yet. They're not even really riding the fence. They're still, you know, yeah. But so that's why you get this thing from Ryan Grimm was like, wow, that's sounding pretty left wing there, right? Because that is something that you don't get except for from the far left on maybe, you know, a show like Majority Report and the far left, like they're not actually that far left, right? Trump is calling people like Sam Cedar and Ryan Grimm leftists, threatening to use the military against the leftists and Marxists. And I'm looking at people that are, yeah, I mean, you're progressive, you're on the left. I don't know, you know, you haven't really planted your flag in anti-capitalism or anything like that, and you're not exactly, you know, talking Marxism.
This drop site people who do try to leave are then shot at, many of them killed. But many others are saying we're not leaving because we have been through this rodeo. We do not believe that there is anywhere else in Gaza to go that is safe. So we're stuck here. This is part of, and we can put up this next tweet, which is kind of a summary from the Israeli perspective of what's been going on lately. So this letter comes at the same time, and so if you're listening to this, this is somebody who's doing a rundown. It says a rundown of kind of the international pressure Israel is under. One, Italian Prime Minister. It says that they're no longer supplying Israel with any weapons. You know, Germany is refusing to supply weapons since March 2024.
That is so fucked up. That is so fucked up. We're talking about Maloney there with Italy, right? That is a right-wing government.
Some of this is like slightly exaggeration, but this is the way it feels from the Israeli perspective. You know, United Kingdom canceled around 30 licenses to supply weapons. 4, France and Spain advocate for full weapon embargo. 5, Canada suspended 30 permits for arms sales. And then 6 is this latest USA threatens to halt weapon supply amid its fight with Hezbollah. And then they quote, allies with ironclad support, unquote, Israel. So
what he's showing us is that Israel has indeed become the same kind of international pariah that South Africa used to be. South Africa, when it got to this state, there wasn't long on the clock before dismantling apartheid in South Africa. Right now, obviously, the political appetite in Israel from Israeli citizens for dismantling Israeli apartheid is just non-existent. But the international pressure is starting to mount. And it's not just international pressure, it's actually United States public opinion that is in support of, at the very least, something like a weapons embargo, or at least like drawing a line in the sand and threatening one.
Will prevail with or without you. So on the one hand, from the left, we see this letter going to Israel as, what took you so long? Is a year in, you're not serious, you're not actually going to do any of this. From Israel's perspective, they see themselves completely isolated. The left-wing perspective, or not it's not the left-wing, it's my perspective. The question of what took you so long made up most of the press briefing.
Well, that's the question, is how real is this? And also, if you put a month deadline, that's after the election, right? Because we're 20-some days to the election. Yes. So reality is you're not doing anything until after the election. It seems to be key.
Right, and what that thing is, I think is starting to become clear. But your question is the one that everybody who read this letter immediately asked, which is, what took you so long? And this was also asked of Matt Miller. We can roll this from the State Department.
The Foreign Assistance Act says, when it's made known to the president that the government of such country...
And my question is, why 30 days?
...or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport of delivery of United States humanitarian assistance. It does not have arbitrarily. So given you are already saying humanitarian assistance is very low and putting in front of Israel a bunch of concrete measures on how to improve it, why are you waiting for another 30 days to implement the law?
Because we believe it's appropriate to give them a chance to cure the problem. And international humanitarian law does make it...
Then why didn't you do this earlier? Why didn't you do this way the fuck earlier? Like, as soon as you recognized that aid wasn't being allowed into northern Gaza, why didn't you do that then?
I'll give you an example. Dual-use items is a good example. If there are dual-use items that legitimately could be used as a military purpose, of course, governments aren't required to let those dual-use items in, which is not to say that they can use that exception as a blanket.
So remember, dual-use came up in the Destiny debate on Breaking Points, where they were talking about cookies and sugar and stuff like that, right? But no, he's talking about...
restriction on anything that can be used as a dual-use item.
So there was a lot of talking around in circles at the press briefing, which combined like some
dual-use item is an item that is, you know, necessary for human life, but could be used put to like a weapons purpose.
Stern words like, yes, like right now, Israel, we do believe in violation of 620I, this thing that says you can't send military aid to a country that is blocking U.S. humanitarian aid. But they say, wait, we want to give them a moment to cure this. The context for this, like you said, is okay. 30 days is after the election. What's going to happen after the election?
Yep.
And I think we're starting to see that. So, control room, sorry, we'll skip me for now. I had a couple questions that I think are interesting, but are not exactly on this particular topic. Let's finish this topic first. If we could jump.
And chat, let me know if I'm going too fast. I just like they're slow talkers, and we got a lot to get to. So
Senator Lindsey Graham talking about a quote unquote day after plan that is starting to be developed, kind of absent the Palestinians, between the U.S., the Israelis, and some of their Gulf partners over there. And I think you're going to start to see this come into focus. Go ahead.
Now's the time, if you're ever going to do it, to start a dialogue with Saudi Arabia about the day after.
Right, but the Saudis have also been very clear that what they want in return, that there needs to be a viable...
It sounds like what Lindsey Graham's talking about is a reinvigorated attempt at the Abraham Accords. What that ignores is the fact that the Abraham Accords is what brought us to the place that we're in now, along with some other Trump policies regarding Israel, including allowing the annexation of the Golan Heights, including allowing the movement of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. There's, it's more bad policy, and that's what he's chomping at the bit for, is like, as soon as this is over, right, which, it seems like the strategy is legit, like, to starve the Palestinians out, to achieve some sort of a surrender, terms in order for Netanyahu to be able to kind of wave this in the face of the Israeli voters. And, he's got an election coming up in 2026. Even if he does not step down, as many people did want him to do before October 7th, and actually, after October 7th, a lot of people blame him for the attacks on October 7th, for the fact that there wasn't a meaningful response from the Israeli defense forces in the beginning, right? There was no the fact that that October 7th proceeded kind of unopposed, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty, there was a lot of uncertainty in the Netanyahu administration based on that. Now, after the perceived success of the pager attacks, the assassination of multiple Hezbollah figures, and what they're trying to do in Gaza, which is achieve some sort of surrender, right? That sort of translates into a higher approval rating for Netanyahu and the possibility of him staying in office, right? He's also, wanting to make it as likely as possible that Trump will win in the United States. So, keeping things chaotic, keeping at least the threat, if not the active of war against Iran on the table is beneficial. But, ostensibly, now he could, declare victory in Gaza and in maybe continue the incursion into Lebanon. And these policies are popular as long as Israel's doing well, as long as Israel is perceived to be winning among the Israeli population.
Independent Palestinian state, which the Israelis recognize.
They want two things. For them to recognize the state of Israel, they want a defense agreement with the United States. Saudi Arabia and the United States would have a mutual defense agreement like we have with Japan and Australia. In other words, the United States would go to war for Saudi Arabia. That requires 67 votes in the U.S. Senate. Senator Blumenthal is a Democrat trying to get the votes. I told MBS a year and a half ago, that will be a heavy lift, but I will try.
But the Israelis also have to want to recognize an independent Palestinian state. They're not going to do that.
An independent sovereign nation called Palestine, with security guarantees for Israel to make sure there's no future October 7th. It will be more like an emirate than it will be a democracy. MBS and MBZ at the UAE will come in and rebuild Gaza. They will reform the PA. They will create an enclave in the Palestine that can live in peace and harmony with Israel. They will stop teaching their children to kill the Jews. A de-radicalized, a demilitarized.
Is that actually true? Is that how they teach it?
Yes, literally.
So what's going on there?
Yes.
Yeah, no, they're talking about the Saudification of, I don't know, at least Gaza, if not, Palestine, writ large.
The key phrase there is from Graham, if you pick this up, was, quote, called Palestine. So this morning, Barack Ravid had another piece, and this goes into the context of what we're talking about here. Basically, Ron Dermer.
Yeah. So, look, this is not something that would be, this would be a puppet state, right? What they're proposing right now sounds a lot like a puppet state. It's not a popular choice for, people in Palestine to have their government Saudified, or really to have this government imposed upon them. So it's a puppet government that they're talking about here.
Who is Netanyahu's top aide, and some top officials over at the UAE met with Antony Blinken and presented him with the proposal that you basically just heard Lindsey Graham lay out. Lindsey Graham was about a week ago. But this is putting it down in paper form. And what they asked Blinken to do was perhaps after the election to present it as a U.S. plan, that the U.S. has decided that this is the way to go forward. And the plan sidesteps the idea of Palestinian statehood because, as the report lays out, Netanyahu is stridently opposed to any mention of a two-state solution. That any idea that Palestinians would get any version of statehood in this plan is something that Netanyahu rejects. Yet he is still working with the UAE on moving forward with this plan. And so that's where it goes back.
Invix is mentioning that you've heard that Biden was mad at Netanyahu. He does like release. There are like leaks released where Biden's like fuming at Netanyahu, but it doesn't seem to have translated into anything. It may just be PR, right? It may just be bullshit.
Back to Lindsey Graham's idea of quote unquote called Palestine. So what that means basically, as he said, it would be an emirate. So it would be something
under the UAE. Is that
so? Yeah. So basically, the U.S., the UAE, Saudi Arabia, who knows who else would get in, and they'd say, okay, we're getting rid of Abbas. And we're getting rid of because Israel doesn't even approve of the Palestinian Authority being involved in this, and they will create some other mechanism that they will call independent. They will call Palestine, and the UAE and Saudi Arabia will offer the security guarantees, and then they'll offer the funding. The U.S. will fund it as well, and Israel will then have to withdraw, but it will not be remotely sovereign. And it will
who will be the sovereign? UAE.
Well, the whole thing's fake.
Yeah, exactly. That's I think right. What I'm just trying to get at.
So basically the way for Israel to agree to it would have to have no real sovereignty, but it would have to be called sovereignty.
Look, this is nation building at its
This is bullshit. What are you talking about? This is nation building. I mean, wait, does he mean in a let me run him for a little longer. Maybe he means in a pejorative sense.
Trying to impose, first of all,
okay.
And notice what we haven't talked about here. Palestine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I've lived in the Gulf. The Gulf, they don't care about Palestine. Okay, the people, but the leaders themselves, they don't care at all.
So, but if you want to understand this, right? There's two sides in the Middle East, right? I'm oversimplifying it, right? There's the Saudi-Israeli axis, and then there's the Iranian axis. And because they're being attacked by the Saudi-Israeli axis, the Palestinians have are more amenable to the other side of things, right? So what you're doing is you're imposing a puppet government run by a side that the Palestinians are going to perceive, and rightly so, as their enemy, right? This isn't not a, I don't know what this is like. It's going to be an extremely unpopular puppet government.
Period. They gave up a long time ago. They wouldn't even open their mouths.
They hate that they have to deal with it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. The actual people there who live, they definitely do. But the actual leadership, they care less. They just want to be rich, live in London. That's all they care about. But so this is like a thorny problem for them. For them to, if you have to consider this, to impose like the rule from the UAE onto people of whom they have like no relation to, both, they may speak the same language. That's about it. Who they frankly like disdain and already look down upon. That's a recipe for disaster. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to have massive insurgency. You're going to have like the funding for it. It will be like Afghanistan 2.0 in terms of trying to impose this like fake form of government with allies and partners and all of this other and if you were Hamas, like why would you even accept that? You would just fight against now this new insurgency. The only thing they would do is bail out Israel because they're the ones who don't want to be the occupied.
And Israel won't even accept this,
right?
Which is wild.
Yeah.
And what's so delusional about it is that they still have this idea that it's the textbooks that's creating like the hostility and the conflict. Every school in Gaza has been destroyed by Israel's assault on Gaza. Like you're talking about textbooks? They're blowing up all of the schools. If you talk to Palestinians who live in Gaza and ask them about the textbooks, some will say, yeah, there actually is some like cringeworthy stuff in there that should be like edited out. But the idea that the resentment of Jewish Israelis comes from the textbooks ignores the fact that they've been getting bombed for a year and starved to death, and pushed into an enclave where like infectious disease is like spreading out of control. Like the material conditions are creating the resentment. And if you print a new textbook that is filled with propaganda about the virtues of the Israeli state, you don't even have a school left standing where you can hand that textbook out to students. Like it's so utterly divorced from the reality on the ground that you wonder, when is this going to actually clash?
Yeah.
Like, and we let alone.
It's funny. I haven't heard Ryan Grimm or really anybody in the media use the term material conditions. If you're not familiar, that's a Marxian term. And the one political pundit who I do hear using the term material condition is Hasan Piker. I'm wondering if we're seeing the influence of Hasan. If people are picking up on, seeing Hasan's clips and being like, oh, material conditions. Yeah, that's a great way to put it, without even realizing this is Marxism.
The fact that, you know, so many bombs have been dropped on Gaza that the unexploded ordnance itself will take decades to remove before you can even do the reconstruction.
What this just reeks of me is like imperial, you know, agenda, right? Like imposing rule, drawing state line, all these things we supposedly
And my guess,
are
this
against.
is some,
and they might actually even be worse because
yeah.
it doesn't even involve any of the people who supposedly would rule over.
And my guess is we will see something like this.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you. This is the most likely outcome. But the point is that in the 21st century, it's not going to last. As in the power, the amount of force it would take to enforce something like this is not, I mean, it is within the realm of possibility for the U.S. It shouldn't be. We have no interest in doing this. Doesn't mean, I guess, that we wouldn't get locked into it. But it would turn into a multi-decade quagmire. It would just be completely unsustainable.
Yeah, and they basically would just have to shrink the population down to, which is what they're ultimately trying to do, shrink the population down to a quote-unquote manageable size. I think we can, if people want to see my exchanges with the states right now, we can see it tomorrow. It's like we're running low on time. People can check out the drop site later.
All right, so I want to, speaking of Hasan, I want to show you his take on this, his explanation for...
Is a direct activation of the Leahy Law. America is supposed to, we know that America is a fucking a consistent violator of international law. We know that already, right? But this stuff is in the books, and there's a reason why they play this song and dance where they're like, oh, well, we don't recognize that Israel's violating human rights law, even though our own internal fucking data shows that they are. Like, oops, USAID gave me an internal memo, and I just kind of ripped it apart and lied to Congress. I'm Anthony Blinken. They do that kind of song and dance because there is obviously supposed to be some kind of like something that keeps liberals together, something that makes liberals believe that there is like rules around this sort of thing, right? You can't go too far ahead. You have to play the song and dance. So it's worse than I heard. Kamala camp and Biden camp are bitter for many reasons. Kamala doesn't take advice from the Biden advisors. Remember, don't say weird. That was them. Fired several. Biden is bitter. He got kicked out. And Harrison is a Biden guy.
Wait, let me get this. Harrison is a Biden guy, so the DNC also dislikes Kamala. Remember, DNC fail with Gaza. Speaker, that was Harrison. We gotta figure out who Harrison is.
So the DNC also dislikes Kamala. Remember, DNC failed with Gaza Speaker Harrison. So he's probably fired if she wins. Yeah, I think that there is obviously internal division here. Both parties don't necessarily care about like the humanitarian needs of Gazans. They don't really think that Palestinians are human beings worthy of dignity and freedom. Like that part is obvious, because if they did, they would be fucking screaming. At least one party would be like, what the fuck is going on here? This is completely unacceptable. But they are losers all the way down. Democrats might come out of an immediate embargo now because this fucks them completely. If they want to win, they should do it like they should have before. Yes, for months and months, I have said this. And if this happened one day, you would obviously, immediately, you would see every single fucking commentator on CNN and MSNBC speaking like they literally have been locked in and tuned into the Hasan broadcast for the past fucking 12 months. Oh, we knew it. Oh, how gracious, how beautiful, how bold. It came too late, but it still happened, blah, blah, blah. The only way that Kamala gets out of this fucking polling hole that she's currently found herself in is if she, somehow, with some stroke of luck, with a Hail Mary campaign, gets the Brandon camp to like actually force Israel to do a ceasefire. That's it. Why is Biden talking about 30 days when he won't be president either way? Why didn't they make Kamala promise? No, he'd be lame duck. He is still the president. He's still the president until January 20th. So why is this bad for Kamala? I missed that part. What do you mean, why is this bad for Kamala? There is one thing that could potentially... Okay, let's dial this back for a second, okay? Boom. I have the DC wonk hat on, okay? Forget everything. I am now a bloodless sociopathic monster who only cares about woke liberalism. I love the Democratic Party, okay? Imagine me as someone totally different. I'm Jamie Harrison. Now listen, as Jamie Harrison, I'm looking at the fucking polls, okay? I'm a Jamie Harrison type. I'm looking at the polls. I'm seeing that over the past month, undecideds have started swinging in Trump's direction. And what has happened in that past month? Donald Trump has done the fucking media campaign. He's been going after all of these other avenues where he could possibly pick up a lot of low propensity, mid propensity voters in the podcast circuit, yada, yada, yada. But all of a sudden, the momentum from the...
I don't know how fucking nerdy Hasan's chat is. The feeling that I get from them is that, like, yeah, Jamie Harrison, of course, right? If you're like me, you don't know who the fuck this is, but let me give you the background. Jamie Harrison is the chair of the Democratic National Committee from South Carolina. Has been was elected in 2021 following Joe Biden's victory in 2020. Harrison was nominated by Biden to be the chair of the DNC, succeeding Tom Perez. Challenged Lindsey Graham in 2020. Lost the election to Graham. So that's Jamie Harrison, right? So we're talking about, the person kind of in control of the DNC, right? That's the interaction between, or the influence of Harrison on the Kamala campaign, like Hasan mentioned, on the DNC, where there was scheduled to be a speaker from Palestine who was going to speak about Palestine and then proceed to endorse Kamala Harris. You didn't see that speech because they canceled it. They didn't want to have anyone from Palestine on that stage.
Kamala camp has completely been cut short, and now the momentum is swinging in Trump's direction. Momentum is now swinging in Trump's direction. I look at the avenues of communication. What do I have in front of me? I can't say anything about immigration because I'm locked the fuck in. I've spent tens of millions of dollars talking about how I am going to be the one that annihilates the migrants with my border wall, and Trump is silly and goofy and hypocritical, yada, yada, yada. So I can't make a massive communications change on that front. I've already destroyed that. I can't do that. I'm seeing Black and Hispanic men under a certain age slipping dramatically to the Trump camp. I'm looking at Donald Trump beating my campaign on low and mid propensity voters by 9 points. I'm, on the other hand, beating Donald Trump with high propensity voters by 4 to 5 points. That's not great. There are far more mid to low propensity voters out there by numbers, and the percentages are higher. So it's not a good situation for me at all. All signs point to alarm bells ringing. The campaign is on fire. We have a massive war chest. We have pumped tens of millions of dollars specifically into Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and many of these other important states. And yet the needle hasn't moved in my direction. It's moved in the opposite direction. That means the message that I'm putting out there is not working. It's not working. Now, there's one thing that I have in my power that I could do. There is one weapon that I can wield here. Because like the abortion stuff, it's working, but it's clearly not enough to swing the polls. There's one thing I do have, though. Americans broadly want this Israel thing to be wrapped up. That's it. It could be.
You get what he's saying? So he's saying that there's a lot of money being pumped out. There's a huge war chest. Like there's a lot of money that's been raised. It's being used for ads putting out Kamala's message, which is, we stand with Israel. We're against immigration. We hate immigration. Trump. Why won't Trump sign this immigration bill so we can curtail immigration, right? But with like a little edge of like, eventually it would be really nice to have a path to citizenship. But so this message, right? This having like one foot on either side of the fence thing, it's not working, right? It's not working. It's not winning. Instead of your numbers increasing, your numbers are going down. And I don't know if he's exaggerating slightly, but the basic gist of the election is that it is close as fuck. It has been close as fuck, and it shows no signs of moving away from being close as fuck either. Is that, momentum for Trump? Possibly, but it's definitely not momentum for Harris. And if Harris wants to secure the election, given the fact that you have seen multiple elections where Democrats were ahead by a lot and either won by only a little or did not end up winning despite being ahead in the polls, if you want that breathing room, if you want to be in a situation where you're a little bit more comfortable on election day, you need to see those numbers go up. They're not going up. So Hasan's saying, what do you do? What do you do? The message is off. Something needs to change. Can you change immigration? You kind of can't. You already fucked that bag, right? If you wanted to stand up against Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric, that boat has already left, right? That's you've already given up on that, right? Like it's bad enough that the Democrats, throw their own constituency under the bus and completely cave to Trump on immigration. It would be even worse if they tried to be like, psych, you can't do that, right? So like Hasan's looking at all the different things. How could you change the message? What could you change? What position is not working, right? And the one that makes sense, the one that is possible to change at this point in the election, actually in this case happens to be the one that the people have the biggest moral qualm with the Harris administration about. Or the Harris administration, the Harris campaign, the Biden administration. You get what I'm saying? And that is Palestine.
Be for a multitude of different reasons, but the overwhelming majority of Americans want a ceasefire. That's it. The majority of Republicans want a ceasefire. Okay, that is a massively consequential and.
So let's take a look at these stats. Now, I want you to remember something, right? In any sort of polling, the numbers that you get in support, as opposition, etc., are very dependent on your ability to on the way that you ask the question, right? So in this case, do you support or oppose the U.S. calling for a permanent ceasefire and de-escalation of violence in Gaza, right? That's the question that's being asked. We're not asking, contingent, we're not asking to make arms contingent on this or anything like that. We're just asking, like, do you think the U.S. should be strongly pushing Israel towards a ceasefire and de-escalation of violence in Gaza? All voters, 67% support, 22 oppose. Democrats, 77% support, 13% oppose. Independent, 69% support, 19 oppose. Republican, 56%. So even within the Republican Party, you've got a majority. You've got a clear majority, right? Pushing for a ceasefire and getting a ceasefire is extremely popular with the American voters.
Massively popular thing that I could do. And if I do it now, there isn't enough time or money that these big moneyed interests can fucking attack me on, right? Because right now.
So some of you were thinking AIPAC. What about AIPAC, right? You wanna put out this messaging. You wanna what's up, Brady? Thank you for joining up. Thank you for becoming a member. So yeah, like the obvious question is, what about AIPAC? What about lobbyists? What about PACs and stuff like that, right? If you're gonna do this, the worry is that you're gonna get a bunch of negative ads on you because of this. But as Hasan is pointing out, it's kind of too late for them to cut new ads, right? So this is a time where they could, in a consequence-free way, finally do the right thing, or at least signal towards that. And Biden is standing in the way of that. But Biden has done this in the worst possible way.
Now, if she did that, how much money could AIPAC spend against fucking Kamala Harris on the general election? How important could that be for Americans when obviously Americans don't give a fuck and they actually like a ceasefire in Israel, right? There is not enough time and not enough money to counter this objectively popular thing that she could do. So the only weapon that they have in their hands to change this trajectory is not even a communication, a difference in communicating, like the humanity of the Palestinians or the humanity of the Lebanese people. Like that is too far gone. It's done. You've lost. You have to make actionable change and immediately do a full-throated media campaign to be like, we did that shit. You wanted it, we did that shit. We are the ones who did that. That's it. Surely AIPAC money wouldn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because this is a fucking general election. It's an objectively popular policy that like tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of Americans are on board with. And last but not least, there isn't enough time for AIPAC to cut anti-Kamala ads, especially when Kamala could counter that with positive messaging surrounding this issue. It's not necessarily about separating herself from Biden. It's far too late for that. It's about forcing Biden's hand to push for a ceasefire, and it seems like Biden is not interested in doing that. Common sense gun control popular. Common sense no genociding popular. Yeah, except common sense no genociding is more popular than common sense gun control right now. It is the 5th priority amongst Americans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th one is Israel, Palestine, according to the NBC poll we looked at. Kamala Harris is losing to Trump by fucking 15 to 18 points on that issue. They think Americans, for some reason, possibly because Trump is not currently in charge overseeing this genocide, think that Trump would be better on Israel. And that's not because they think that Donald Trump is saying that he's going to continue the genocide, and that's why. Because that is inconsistent when you look at the actual fucking polling numbers on the issue of the ceasefire, where majority Republicans want a ceasefire as well. Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris on handling Israel-Ukraine wars, Wall Street Journal poll shows.
And what we have seen over the past few months is that the level of humanitarian assistance has not been sustained. In fact, it has fallen by over 50% from where it was at its peak. So the Secretary, along with Secretary Austin, thought it was appropriate to make clear to the government of Israel that there are changes that they need to make again to see that the level of assistance making it into Gaza comes back up from the very, very low levels that it is at today.
And the consequence, if they don't do that, is what?
So I'm not going to speak to that today. Obviously, we made clear when we released our report that was mandated under National Security Memorandum 20 that there are provisions under U.S. law that require us to make certain certifications, and to make those certifications, we have to see that Israel is not arbitrarily denying humanitarian assistance, making it into Gaza. When the Secretary made his conclusions under that report in April, he did so based on the changes that we had seen them put into place and the increased levels of humanitarian assistance. But of course, those levels of humanitarian assistance have to be sustained.
Yeah, but what's the consequence?
There are implications under U.S. law, under policy, that I'm not going to speak to here, largely because we hope that Israel makes the changes that the Secretary outlined in the letter.
I mean, you say that there are implications to it. Obviously, under U.S. law, that's assistance. Is there specific assistance that come under scrutiny?
So I don't want to deal with any hypotheticals. You are right that it's just a plain reading of U.S. law. If you look at the provisions of U.S. law, that we are required to conduct assessments and find that recipients.
Damn, where was that earlier, bro? What the fuck? That's crazy. Turns out there is a fucking law, huh? This is my Turkish goat who made up Pamuk. Friend of the show, pushing the state spokesperson on the humanitarian aid to Gaza. Why are you waiting another 30 days to implement the law, she says. Miller says, we believe it is appropriate to give them a chance to cure the problem. It has been over a year now. Officials from this department have addressed that Israel is persistently and arbitrarily impeding aid into Gaza. If it's already doing it, why is the U.S. waiting? There are people inside this building who reach the opposite conclusion, he says. Good shit. Have you ever heard that when companies are about to fail, they assign a woman CEO and then say, see, she messed up? Yeah, like Twitter. I always thought that was just for corporations. I didn't know they could do this for an election. Yeah, they're doing it to the Democratic Party. That's such a funny, that is a funny take. I agree with that. They literally are just like, yeah, see, the woman fucked it up. It's the same shit, dude. What was it? Linda Yaccarino or whatever, becoming the CEO of Twitter to fucking throw the goddamn, to throw the goddamn platform in a fucking wastebasket. Yeah, that's great.
Recipients of U.S. military assistance do not arbitrarily deny or impede.
Fucking throw the goddamn to throw the goddamn platform in a fucking wastebasket. Yeah, that's great.
Recipients of U.S. military assistance do not arbitrarily deny or impede the provisioning of U.S. humanitarian assistance. That's just the law, and we of course will follow the law. But our hope is that Israel will make the changes that we have outlined and that we have recommended, and that the result of those changes will be a dramatic.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Of course they're not going to do that. They've never done that for 12 months. You haven't done that.
Dramatic increase in humanitarian assistance. Ultimately, we are focused on the bottom line here. It's just it. Humanitarian assistance had been low. The changes that we had recommended had gotten it up, and those levels have not been sustained. And so we need to see further changes by the government of Israel.
I mean, obviously the timing of this. I know you don't explicitly do politics, but there's an election coming up here. To what extent is that a factor? I mean, 30 days from now would be after the U.S. election. It's been a year since the conflict has been ongoing. The president has repeatedly warned Israel about assistance, about civilian casualties, with at best mixed results sometimes. This happened in just 30 days before the election. I mean, to what extent was the election a factor?
This is not a factor at all. The bottom line is we felt it was appropriate if we are making clear to the government of Israel that there are these changes that need to be implemented, that we give them an appropriate period of time to implement them. We didn't think it was appropriate to send a letter and just say this has to happen overnight. We give them make clear there's a short window in which we want to see changes because the humanitarian situation is so dire on the ground, but it is appropriate to give them some time to work through the different issues and find ways to get the level of trucks, get the level of food, water, medicine back up to acceptable levels. Yeah, Mayor.
Hi, Matt. So the 620I Foreign Assistance Act, actually doesn't have the word arbitrarily. You say it's the law, but the NSM 20, which is a memorandum, has the word arbitrarily.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
The Foreign Assistance Act says, when it's made known to the president that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport of delivery of
super
United
chatted
States humanitarian.
$10. NCC, you've been muted.
You've been muted.
Minutes now.
For how many minutes? A few minutes. God damn.
Assistance. It does not have arbitrarily. So given you are already saying humanitarian assistance is very low and putting in front of Israel a bunch of concrete measures.
Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature.
How to improve it. Why are you waiting for another 30 days to implement the law?
Because we believe it's appropriate to give them a chance to cure the problem. And international humanitarian law does make exceptions for certain, I'll give you an example. Dual use items is a good example. If there are dual use items that legitimately could be used as a military purpose, of course governments aren't required to let those dual use items in, which is not to say that they can use that exception as a blanket restriction on anything that could be used as a dual use item. For example, if there are military movements happening in a certain period of time, governments can restrict the provision of humanitarian aid during that period, because obviously you wouldn't want to put humanitarian workers at jeopardy. So it is not accurate to say that there can be no restrictions. It's that those restrictions ultimately can't block civilians from getting the humanitarian access that they need. And that is what we're focused on doing. And so we think it's appropriate. Ultimately, what we want to see here is results. This isn't about making a
Bro, you don't understand. There is dual use for the fucking flour, okay? Dual use goods, baby. Scissors. Dual use. Could be used for terrorism. Could also be used to cut medical gauze, but guess what? There's dual use for medical gauze, too. I feel like this community's gotten so doomer-pilled.
Wait, was that a Zen? Can anybody tell me, is that a Zen that he just put in his mouth?
Watch y'all at this point. Man, something about, like, directly looking at a ongoing genocide for 12 fucking months on end with seemingly no improvements to the living conditions of the Palestinian people as it gets worse and worse every fucking day, kind of has a doomer slant to it, don't you think? Like, my bad, bro. My bad if we're fucking up the vibes for you. Brad Summer. What do you mean, dude? The fuck? It's not only just like doomer pilled or whatever, okay? I try to do my very best in the midst of the ongoing coverage of the fucking genocide that we are funding and facilitating. I try to do my very best to just have like a cheery approach to see the fucking silver lining. But beyond that, like, I give liberals what they want. I give liberals the electoral calculus as well to all of this. Like, if that makes you feel bad, if that makes you feel shitty, I don't know what to tell you, you know? Smile and dial, dude. Saying you guys are doomer pilled is...
Zen, it's ZYN. It's a pouch of, like a nicotine pouch that, if you look behind Hasan, there's like a stack of tins, I guess you'd call them, right? Little, like, tins, little discs. And they've got Zen, right? It's pouch not tobacco, right? It's not tobacco, but it is nicotine. And I think that's what he just had in his mouth.
It's pretty funny. Do you actually think
I don't know anything about this stuff, right? For me, tobacco has always been probably a good thing, probably really lucky for me, right? That nicotine only makes my head spin, it makes me nauseous, it makes me dizzy, it doesn't make me anything good, right? So I've never despite having tried to pick up smoking when I was very young, I never really liked it.
Implement arms embargo? Fuck no, dude. What? No, they should have done it a million times over.
But yeah, this is like next level stuff. Like, understand, right? The sort of like social change that's gone on in the U.S., right? You get like 2010s, you're like phasing out tobacco, you're phasing out cigarettes. People are quitting cigarettes. Sometime in 2010, I guess they come up with the emergence of Oh my God. Are we good, chat? Are we good? Now you have the emergence of yeah, all kinds of issues today. I might have just hiccuped on screen for you, but hopefully we're back now. But then you get the emergence of more of like the chewable sort of products, including this, which is like it's like, or the gums. Yeah, people start chewing gums. People start chewing gums to, you know, because they know that the vaping is bad for them. They know that smoking is bad for them. So they start chewing like nicotine gum. I mean, it's meant to sort of get you off nicotine, but some people just, you know, chew it to get their dosage of nicotine. And then the Zen is kind of like it's just like a little packet, I guess, that people put under their gums.
Here's a good take, by the way, from the Trillbillies. Terrace Ray says, when I say the Palestinian issue is preeminent for me, I don't mean that it comes before every other issue. I mean that it is the primary contradiction around which everything else unravels. This is it, guys. This is what slavery was in the 19th century. It's the check coming due. Absolutely correct take. No, I'm not going to do his accent. Shut the fuck up. But it's correct. It is the most like obvious, glaringly obvious inconsistency that you can imagine. It goes against every single fucking moment that America has stood tall and proud atop the fucking mountain of empire and said, we are the preeminent defenders of the rule-based international order. It just showcases in full display that we are a bloodthirsty, genocidal empire that has no issues eviscerating children, no issues eviscerating teenagers inside of a tent in a fucking hospital, lighting them on fire. It is a wake-up call, in my opinion, for a lot of people in the Western world too. Like they see it. They see how America's response to this is to try to pummel anyone and everyone that says, hey, this is fucked up. It's so clear. The inconsistencies are so obvious. The inhumanity is so obvious. It is the issue. It is the issue. They're directly in the hands of our allies, utilizing some of the bounty that we have afforded them in terms of security contracts. The issue here, however, is that is still like at least 2 ticks removed from direct American intervention, whereas America and Israel are like this. America and Israel are like this. It's very obvious. It's like when Israel kills a Palestinian child, most people recognize that it's America killing that child. So what is this guy saying here? Israel should let the aid get in and then bomb them? Yes. And Israel's saying, nah, we're not even going to do that.
Rhetorical statement. It's not about making any kind of threats. It's about seeing the situation reversed. And so that the civilians in Gaza who are not getting adequate access to food and medicine and other humanitarian goods today actually see, as a result of our efforts, a change in their daily lives. And that's what we're focused on achieving, and that's what we are trying to achieve through this letter.
Sure, but guess what?
Not a good change. Like not peace, not a ceasefire. But they're not going to starve to death, or they're going to starve more slowly, right? God damn.
I'm trying to get at, and I'll ask you again, is like, we've been at this for over a year now. You have made these warnings dozens of times, if not more, from this podium. Secretary has done it.
Oh my God, chat.
And yet we're here. Other outlets have reported, that Reuters has reported all the way back in April, that officials from this department have assessed in internal memos that Israel, quote, is persistently and arbitrarily impeding
Matt Miller, the baby killer,
aid in Gaza. So if the law is already being, like, I mean, if it's already doing it, why is the United States waiting?
So
there is weird buffering. Make sure to hit refresh.
First of all, that is not, so we've been over this before, I know, from this podium. There are people that reach that conclusion, and there are people inside this building who reach the opposite conclusion. So I think it's...
Oh, shit, dude. There's people have reached the opposite conclusion. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They're just lying, okay? That's it. They're just lying. And it's pretty obvious that they're just lying, because virtually not even virtually, every single humanitarian aid organization, international institutions of justice have come to the same exact conclusion after stepping foot inside of Gaza. Israel is not rendering aid to the civilian population of Gaza as they endlessly bomb them, as they move them around the Gaza Strip, tens of thousands of people at a time, and fucking kill them in the process, and blow up the fucking safer zones, which is a new distinction. It's not a safe zone, because safe zones come with, you know, legal qualifiers of what you can and can't do. So they're calling it safer zones, and then they bomb those safer zones as well. That's it. Every single institution knows exactly what the fuck is going on, and including, but not limited to, the American State Department. Their own internal memos show this reality. You read all of that, you see all of that, and you go, I don't give a fuck. That's it. And the American government under the Trump administration would have done the exact same fucking incompetent bullshit. It's just that the expectation from liberals is that they are supposed to be the adults in the room. You know, they're not.
It's important to state that for the record, that when you have a difficult situations, it's not uncommon for people to reach different assessments. Ultimately, if you look at the last year and our record of working to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza, what you've seen is the U.S. intervening at critical moments. Going back to October 12th, let's not forget that it wasn't October, it was October 16th. So just a few days after October 7th, that the secretary was negotiating with the government of Israel until 2 in the morning in Tel Aviv to get the first trucks.
Aw, dude, it was so hard for him. It was so hard for him. He was trying his besties to fucking get like a truck of flour that has been sitting outside of the fucking boundary. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck are we talking about? Without the United States of America, Israel does not exist. Every single thing that the Biden administration...
Look, chat, without you, I don't exist. So I want to thank my Patreons. I usually forget to do this until later in the stream, but yeah, my Patreon is open. You can get the videos when they come out at a unedited and uncensored sort of way. So you get to hear me say the F word a lot more, and you also get to, you know, the videos are longer, they're uncut, right? That's the base weasel tier, and you know, you get you get those videos that to you with that level of Patreon. At the $5 level of Patreon, you get a fancy shout out every time I stream. So I'm going to give shouts out to my fancy weasels right now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Moino. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Fancy shout outs out to both Zerazerix and Omega Star. My fancy Weagles? Wow. What, I'm thinking of Dave Weagle or something. I don't know. But no, that is... So yeah, thanks. And remember, if you're donating, to let me know in the chat which of these topics, AOC versus Fetterman, Hasanabi on Pod Save America, Crisis of Masculinity, Ted Cruz might lose the Texas Senate, you want to see as far as bonus content. We are 27% of the way there. So well within striking distance of getting some bonus content on this very stream. Also, Patreon counts for that as well.
Has done in terms of their bear hug Netanyahu strategy should be viewed from that lens. Without the $20 billion of weapons that we shipped willingly and happily in direct contravention of American laws and international humanitarian laws to a serial violator of human rights, a genocidal apartheid nation state that is conducting a litany of war crimes, including the worst crime of all, genocide. Every single aspect of this conversation it should be read with Biden is directly responsible for it. Like, we literally have, as of yesterday, actual boots on the ground. 100 American troops have been deployed into Israel to beef up Israel's anti-ballistic missile systems, okay? Missile defenses. Why are they doing that? Because they want to defend Israel when Israel inevitably does not listen to Joseph Robinette Brandon and fucking blows up nuclear silos or whatever the fuck, and Iran rains down missiles. Will that be successful? Will the 100 American troops be...
The real reason when countries put in small amounts of troops, it's usually not for a military goal. It's usually what's called a tripwire, and that tripwire means that if Iran goes ham on Israel and some of those U.S. troops end up dead, then the U.S. has got a perfect pretext to strike back at Iran, right? And what that's there for is to disincentivize Iran from, you know, doing that, right? It's a way to, you know, it's just a...
able to defend against a barrage, a salvo of Iranian hypersonic missiles.
But it is the U.S. ratcheting things up and letting Iran know that if it defends itself, right, that it's there's a possibility of the U.S. Intervening.
I do not know. Probably not. But it doesn't even fucking matter. These guys have dropped the ball so spectacularly that at this point, they don't even give a fuck about not only the hostages in Gaza, that much is obviously clear, but they don't even give a fuck about the civilians living inside of Israel. They do not give a fuck about the potential devastation to the global economy. They just are so one-track minded, so short-sighted on this matter that they are just trying to give Israel as much territorial acquisition as possible before time runs out. It is desperation. I've repeated this when talking about Nazi Germany. I'm sure that there were Nazi generals that were like, well, I mean, I know for a fact that there were Nazi generals that were like, hey, dog, what the fuck are you doing? We're going to assassinate you to Adolf Hitler. There was a plot even internally. There were probably plenty of people that were like, dude, don't invade Russia. What the fuck? And he was like,
I'm not sure what he's talking about with Hitler.
I'm going to do that anyway. You can't stop me. We then turn around and look at that and go, how did they go?
Like, yeah, there were assassination plots against Hitler. That's true. I'm not sure, like, if they were to a goal of stopping Operation Barbarossa, which was the German invasion of the Soviet Union.
So wrong. Empires die. Empires die. Countries make mistakes. Countries are not these infallible like overseers that are always making the right tactical that are always taking the right tactical approach. Even invading Poland was a hard line for a general to secretly turn against Hitler.
Into Gaza. I know you were there. And over the coming months have intervened on multiple occasions when we thought the levels of assistance getting in weren't sufficient, when there were policies that needed to be changed, when there are new gates that needed to be opened. We have intervened to get that to happen. And you've seen those results. You've seen us go from 1 crossing being open to 4 crossings being open. And that is the result of U.S. intervention. Now, to answer your question, we have always said that this is an ongoing process, and our assessments are ongoing. They're not static, they're dynamic. And so when the situation changes, our assessments will change and we'll act accordingly. And that's what we're doing.
Oh, shut the f up. I can't deal with this any longer. Okay.
How did Asmongold get banned? Jeez.
Okay, so that's coming up later, right? That's Destiny giving his take on Asmongold getting banned. And as you can imagine, I don't think he has a problem with what Asmongold said. We'll get into that in a second. We're going to finish up some politics here. I wanted to take a look at this debate. I saw a little bit of the Vanguard going over it, and it looked interesting, so...
All right, well, speaking of interviews given by Trump, Maria Bartiromo, and again, credit to her, asked him some challenging questions in his recent interview with her, and Trump's probably most eyebrow-raising comments came when he was asked about, Election Day. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Let's remember, you've got 50,000 Chinese nationals in this country in the last couple of years. Yeah. You have people on the terrorist watch list, 350 in the last couple of years. You got, like you said, 13,000 murderers and 15,000 rapists. Right. What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful Election Day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country, the towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of Election Day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
The radical left enemy from within should be handled by the National Guard, or if necessary, the military. I mean, I want to say that before the last election, I downplayed the possibility of like what ended up unfolding with January 6th and how far they went with fake elector slates, et cetera. And I always kind of like cringe to talk about concerns about democracy, but like, this is outrageous.
Remember what I was saying earlier about Ryan Grimm and this kind of like progressive self-hate, this lefty self-hate? Let's just hear what she had to say again.
I downplayed the possibility of like what ended up unfolding with January 6th and how far they went with fake elector slates, et cetera. And I always kind of like cringe to talk about concerns about democracy, but like, this is outrageous.
I cringe to talk about concerns about democracy. You ever notice how many people on the left are like, oh yeah, that was part of that whole Russiagate hoax and shit. And it's kind of like, there's this weird self-hating strain on the left, right? Where Ryan Grimm is like, oh, that was like a lefty screed. Don't want to do that. Crystal's talking about, I almost cringe about expressing concerns about democracy. Now, I sort of understand where this comes from, right? Because the people that you hear going the hardest on Trump as a threat to our democracy are institutional Democrats. And there's a lot of pressure on insurgent progressives to differentiate themselves from that. But it shouldn't be the kind of logic that works like, well, if I hear Hillary Clinton saying it, if I hear Kamala Harris saying it, if I hear Joseph Biden saying it, I'm not going to say it. It should be a question of like, is this a real concern? Like if it was about just Republicans being rude or Trump being rude or something like that, if it really is that kind of stuff, yeah, that's silly. But obviously, January 6th was not just, oh yeah, they were kind of rude. They smeared their shit all over the Capitol building, right? There were a little bit, there's a little bit more at stake than the sanctity of the fucking halls of Congress. when it comes to January 6th. And I feel like there's there's this weird like knee-jerk reaction that people like Crystal Ball, who are trying to make sure that that she's not Hillary Clinton, that she's not Kamala Harris, that she's not like one of the, like, I don't know. I just, that's actually kind of cringe to me. As much as I detest the forces of the institutional Democratic Party, right? I just like this shit's starting to get on my nerves.
Thing for him to say.
You don't have to apologize. Right? Trump is a threat. I don't have a problem saying it. I don't think that makes me Hillary Clinton to say that Trump is a fucking threat.
And it is scary, although this time, he's not in control of the federal government, so he doesn't have control of the military, so that's a good thing. But, you and I both think that the most likely outcome is that this election is very, very close. And when I hear comments like this from him, I find it deeply unsettling at what the country could be in for if it is another, once again, razor-thin election. And we all know he's not going to just, like, nicely concede.
Look, I get it. I guess I would put myself in this camp. Let's put the New York Times piece up on the screen, because I actually think this is a good psychological analysis. It's the Trump voters who don't believe Trump. It says, when the former president endorses violence and proposes using government to attack his enemies, many supporters assume it's just an act. The former president has talked about weaponizing the Justice Department. What we just talked about with with everything. There is, of course, evidence to the contrary, they say, for the people who don't believe him. But one of the ways that voters think another term might go, it's how they rationalize his rhetoric by affording him a reverse benefit of the doubt. They doubt and he benefits. So last Thursday, this reporter from the New York Times, Sean McCreesh, who, by the way, is a very good reporter, he just went through and he talked to several of these people. And a lot of them were like, look, I think that the media blows this stuff out of proportion for sensationalism. They're like, I don't believe that he would actually do it. Sipped his iced tea, says, I don't. So what? And then they're like, well, why is he saying he wants to do it? It could just be for publicity. He's just riling up the news. I do think there's probably some element to this. But, I recently was asked on a podcast, like, are you really worried about the aftermath of the election? I actually think things are more likely to go better this time than last time. A lot of the uncertainty is gone. So, for example, the Electoral Count Act now does not even allow for whatever that whole vice president situation to happen for certification. In terms of everyone was worried about the fall.
Okay, no, like, I mean, I will blame Crystal a little bit here, right? Because she's focusing on the disputation of the election. She's focusing on a scenario where Kamala Harris wins and then Trump tries to pull some shit to deny it, or to, he tries to instigate some kind of, right? And Sagar's pointing out that there have been laws passed and clarified since January 6th that don't allow that particular mechanism to be used. Now, it doesn't matter, right? Because remember, that mechanism was, dependent on the vice president. The vice president intervening to throw us into a constitutional crisis and allow the election to be thrown to the House of Representatives, right? That the fake slates of electors, right? I mean, I guess they could still, draft fake slates of electors, but as far as actually, getting, they wouldn't have the vice president this time, because the vice president is literally the Democratic candidate for president. So, but yeah, in addition, a lot of the laws have changed. That's what Sagar is saying. So yeah, I mean, is he right on that point? Yeah, like the same scenario that we had on January 6th of 2021. Sorry, yeah, 2021 is not going to happen again, right? That is, that is not going to be a problem. But the idea that that's the only possible problem, and like my biggest concern isn't if Trump loses the election, although, there could be something, there could be a threat from that, from him refusing to acknowledge the results, or him using his legal team to try to, finagle his way into office despite losing or something. There is a threat there, but the bigger threat is like once he gets in, and especially with what we're talking about, which is him talking about the enemy within, by which he means, I think, anyone on the left. He is saying Marxist and leftist and communist and Antifa and yada, yada, yada. But I from what I can tell, what he means is like the media, or what he perceives to be liberal media. What he means is actually people that are very like mainstream Democratic Party, right? That's the enemy within. He is talking about fucking using the army to go after, anybody in his way. That is fucking dangerous, and there's no way to spin that. But here we go with Sagar. He's going to try to spin it anyway.
Also elector scheme. Now, the Electoral Count Act has it so that the governors of those states are the ones who declare for certification. 5 out of the 7 swing states have Democratic governors. One of them, who's a Republican, is Brian Kemp, who stood up to Trump on. So, like, all of the processes through which you would see
and has gotten very friendly with Trump since.
some sort of like January 6th style thing, it can't really happen again. Now, that doesn't mean like violence and rallying, all that couldn't happen. But the actual.
No, you know what could happen again, though? Don't think 2021, think 2020. Sorry, think 2000. Think 2000, right? Something more like the Brooks Brothers riot could happen, right? There are states that have purposefully like delayed their count of mail-in ballots. There are states which are like Mississippi right now is trying to there's Republican action trying to make sure that they don't count any mail-in votes that arrive after Election Day. So in other words, anything that arrives, what they do right now is if something is postmarked by Election Day, it counts, right? So they keep counting until they've got everything that's postmarked by Election Day, right? The Mississippi court action is seeking to stop anything from being counted that arrives after Election Day.
Actual like stuff that you want to hang on to, it's not there. Same if you.
But yeah, there are a lot of shenanigans in progress currently by state level Republicans.
Power of the government. I mean, last time around, Trump's own Attorney General, Bill Barr, said that it was bullshit. He literally said, I'm just quoting him. He said, this is bullshit, and wrote a whole book about it. We talked about how he wouldn't execute his orders. Trump is not in power this time around. Like, a lot of the levers that they tried to grasp for, look, they can go to the legal system again.
Sagar's completely missing the fact that Bill Barr being there, Mike Pence being there, the generals that were in the office that refused Trump's orders to shoot American citizens in the fucking legs to stop like protests, right? None of these people are there now. Trump's got a whole thing where he's gonna purity test everybody that goes into his cabinet, everybody that goes into his administration, everybody, and even try to like eliminate some of the civil service servants that might get in his way and replace them with loyalists. Like everything about what Trump's doing is going to circumvent the Bill Barrs of the world, the Mike Pences of the world, right?
Again, go for it. I mean, you got shot down on every single case last time around. I guess I'm just not as worried. Another thing is how can you be a Trump supporter and have you watch these January 6 people all locked up in prison for years or held in the DC County Jail with the feds crawling so far in their lives that they're like bankrupt from legal fees and think that you would want to participate in this again? Or how would you want to be one of his lawyers to try and help execute this when every single one of those people ends up pleading guilty in a court of law? Like all of the incentive structure for a J6 2.0, I don't see it as existing. And look, that's just cope, maybe on my behalf, but I'm just like, I don't see how it can happen again.
I mean, in certain respects, yes, because like I said, he doesn't control the federal government.
He literally is
That's
not the president.
main difference. That doesn't mean there isn't a lot of trouble that he could cause. And, I understand too why people, the people they interviewed at the New York Times say, I don't really take him seriously. Like he chanted lock her up and then he didn't lock her up and all of that. But he did incite January 6th, and he did go to great lengths to actually overturn the results of the election. I mean, that's just a fact. The fake elector slates that his own people referring to as fake being offered in different states, pressuring Mike Pence with everything he could to not certify the election, picking J.D. Vance, I think, as his vice president, primarily because J.D. Vance said I would have done what Mike Pence wouldn't do last time around. And so, you have a man that his supporters really don't trust anyone but him. If he says this was rigged and stolen and, they're doing it again and take your country back and whatever, I don't want to underestimate, especially when he's out making comments like this, sort of setting things up for that. I don't want to underestimate what that could look like and what it could do for the country. I mean, I think you even acknowledged like, oh yeah, the possibility of violence is real. I'm not saying there's any guarantees here, but I do think because we are heading for such a razor-thin election, if he loses, I do think it could be another extraordinarily difficult and ugly time in American politics. So that's all I'd say about that is like, yeah, he didn't follow through on all of his talk, but you can't underestimate him when January 6th and the fake electors and all of that stuff really did happen. And of course, we also know how much of a freak out there would be if like Kamala Harris said something similar about calling out the National Guard and the U.S. military to deal with her political opponents, which is what he said. And by the way, they are seizing on these comments on the trail and talking about.
Oh yeah, they're definitely. Look, yeah. By the way, do I think it helps Trump? No. I mean, dude, it's like, yeah, let's talk about this whenever a bunch of people specifically rejected you and your style of stop the steal candidates all across all the swing states. So maybe that's a little bit of a problem. I wouldn't be talking this way. I don't see JD talking this way. He doesn't even bring up the election unless he's pressed on it 5 times.
You don't see JD talking this way. I'm sorry. Like, lest we forget,
for most of America's political and media wise, but my real disagreement is with Kamala Harris, with the way that she's led the country, with some of her views and some.
In the debate, you were asked to clarify if you believe Trump lost the 2020 election. Do you believe he lost the 2020 election?
I think that
So Sagar just said that JD Vance doesn't talk that way. And indeed, he's not going to use the same words that Donald Trump does. He is more intelligent than Donald Trump, right? He's a better speaker than Donald Trump. So he's not going to go about it in the same way. But does JD Vance kind of say the same thing? I mean, he definitely won't contradict Trump on this issue. Watch him twist himself into all kinds of pretzels to avoid saying the obvious thing that Trump lost the fucking 2020 election.
Donald Trump and I have.
And there's a reason that Sagar is, going to be sweeping for JD Vance. That the two of them are friends, apparently. This is his celebrity friend.
Both raised a number of issues with the 2020 election, but we're focused on the future. I think there's an obsession here with focusing on 2020. I'm much more worried about what happened after 2020, which is a wide open border, groceries that are unaffordable. And look,
Senator,
Lulu,
yes or no?
Okay.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Let me ask you a question. Is it okay?
I'm not going to address the question. Let me ask you a question instead. Is it okay if I deflect?
Technology companies censored the Hunter Biden laptop story, which independent analysis have said it cost Donald Trump millions of votes.
Senator Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did big technology companies censor a story that independent studies have suggested would have cost Trump millions of votes?
Can you imagine any other candidate like John Kerry, right, lost the election to George W. Bush in 2004? Can you imagine John Kerry coping about the fucking Swift boat thing? Right? Complaining, blaming his loss, which actually there's probably a better case to be made that if you don't know, Swift boats were, John Kerry was in Vietnam. His big, sort of claim to fame as far as a presidential candidate to go against George W. Bush is that he was an actual Vietnam veteran. George Bush was never deployed and was in a special unit that would not be deployed to Vietnam. John Kerry actually fought in Vietnam. So, they sort of bring out John Kerry as like, hey, here's a guy that is a veteran. You can trust him as a military president, as a war president, but he understands what it's like to be a soldier, and he's not going to throw our soldiers' lives away like maybe George W. Bush is, right? That was the whole appeal of John Kerry. And then they brought out there was a documentary that interviewed a bunch of people that had served in Vietnam and didn't like the fact that John Kerry had gone more liberal after the war and made up a bunch of stories about him, calling him a coward and all this other stuff and disputing his military record, right? So that Swift Boat Veterans for Truth, right? That was actually a PAC. That was actually a political action commission. John Kerry could legitimately say that might have lost him that might have lost him the election. JD Vance answering the question of, do you think that Donald Trump do you agree with Donald Trump that he won the election, right? Him answering with well, he's basically saying, yes, I do agree. And here's how I think it was. I think that it's unfair that they didn't do the Hunter Biden New York Post story. I think it's unfair that we didn't see Hunter's penis plastered all over all media, because that would have totally changed the vote, right? That would have, there was never any connection to Biden with Hunter. There was never anything that really implicated Biden in corruption, to the point where the Republicans started to impeach Biden and they stopped because the evidence just wasn't there, right? But JD Vance is trying to cope that this Hunter Biden story would have changed the outcome of the election. And even though it ended up being a nothing burger, that if it was just introduced to the American people with a possibility, with a spin on it, that maybe this indicates there's some corruption by Joe Biden by means of his drug addict son, right? That would be, this is the worst kind of cope.
Senator Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020
election? And I've answered
election?
your question with another question. You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I have asked this question repeatedly.
He thinks he's smart.
It is something that is very important for the American people to know. There is no proof, legal or otherwise, that Donald Trump did not lose the 2020 election.
You're repeating a slogan rather than engaging with what I'm saying, which is that when our own technology firms engage in industrial scale censorship, by the way, backed up by the federal government, in a way that independent studies suggest.
JD Vance, you don't get to say anything about you're doing something rather than answering the question, because you're not answering the question. You were asked a question first. You've been asked a question by multiple people. You refuse to answer that question. But if you actually read the tea leaves in what he's saying, he is giving an answer. He just doesn't want to say it in a clippable way. He's never going to say, yes, I think that Donald Trump would have been the rightful winner of the 2020 election, and he was right to dispute it, and he was right to tell Mike Pence to steal the election for him, and that was all. And if I was Mike Pence, I would have fucking done it, right? He's not going to say that, but what he is going to say is that he's pointing to what he thinks was a theft of the election. So whereas nothing that the Trump administration brought to court was taken seriously, was any sort of a serious, like, you know, allegation of electoral impropriety, whereas none of that like panned out at all. He's now moving the goalpost again to say, well, what about the Hunter Biden thing? The Hunter Biden thing, many independent firms say that if the Hunter Biden thing was introduced into the media cycle and not debunked and not fact-checked in any way, that maybe Americans would have voted against Biden. And, you know, so yeah, Donald Trump did win it because we didn't get that Hunter Biden story. That's what he's saying. But he's saying it in such a fucking convoluted way that there's no way to clip it down into like a 5-second, 10-second, 15-second thing to be able to kind of spread that, right? And this is why I say that JD Vance is smarter than Trump, and he's a better speaker than Trump, because he knows that that thing cannot be said, whereas Donald Trump will straight up say, they stole the election, we had the most votes of anyone ever, and they took the election, it was unfair.
Just affect the votes. I'm worried about Americans who feel like there were problems in 2020. I'm not worried about this slogan that people throw. Well, every court case went this way. I'm talking about something very discreet. A
slogan everybody throws at me. Well, there's actually no fucking facts on your side. And in fact, this shit was analyzed in a court of law and thrown the fuck out time after time. But no, that's just a slogan. I'm sorry. I'm just sloganeering. I'll shut up.
Censorship in this country that I do think affected things in 2020, and more importantly, that led to Kamala Harris's governance, which has screwed this country up in a big way.
Senator, would you have certified the election in 2020? Yes or no?
I've said that I would have voted against certification because of the concern that I just raised. I think that when you have technology companies...
The answer is no.
When you have technology companies censoring Americans at a mass scale in a way that, again, independent studies have suggested affect the vote, I think that it's right to protest against that, to criticize that, and that's a totally reasonable thing.
So the answer is no. And the last question, will you support the election results this time and commit to a peaceful transfer of power?
Well, first of all, of course we commit to a peaceful transfer of power. We are going to have a peaceful transfer.
You don't have the choice now. You don't have the choice, right? You don't have the ability, like, I mean, unless he's just going to straight up, like, march on the White House and try to, you know, insert Trump or something like that. Like, right, it's not the situation that it was before, where Trump was, you know, and this is why the first point that Crystal brought up was kind of boneheaded, right? It's not really the gist of what she's trying to get at. The idea that Donald Trump is going to do what he did in 2021, because again, he does not have power. So this whole peaceful transfer of power thing is less of an issue. What's more of an issue is Trump trying to provoke civil unrest via refusing to accept the results of the election.
I, of course, believe that peaceful transfer of power is going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. But if there are problems, of course, in the same way that Democrats protested in 2004 and Donald Trump raised issues in 2020, we're going to make sure...
Democrats didn't protest in 2004. John Kerry conceded the election, I believe, the night of.
That this election counts, that every legal ballot is counted. We've filed almost...
What he's talking about is that there were some stories about, I don't know, voting machines, right? Where people were talking about like voting machine irregularities, but that's not a story of Democrats trying to overturn the result of the election, right? The Democratic establishment, the Democratic candidates accepted their loss to George W. Bush.
100 lawsuits at the RNC to try to ensure that every legal ballot has counted. I think you would maybe criticize that. We see that as an important effort to ensure election integrity, but certainly we're going to respect the results in 2024, and I feel very confident they're going to make Donald Trump the next president. Pushing back a little bit more aggressive.
Okay, so this is a whole ass interview The New York Times decided not to list the name of the fucking, I'm trying to remember her name. Lulu, oh my god, I can't remember her name. Regardless, let's get back to Crystal and Sagar. And that's Sagar's friend, and that's why he's talking about him in that way. That's why he's pretending that JD Vance is not every bit the fucking ass clown that Donald Trump is, only maybe wrapped in better words.
Interview maybe sounds smart to me, but look, it's Trump and he can decide what he wants to do. I just look, first of all, if he wins, it's not an issue, right? So there you go. He'll take power, he's 2-termed out, and then it's over. In terms of the loss, all of the stuff that they could have that they tried to do last time is now either illegal, has been prosecuted, or the policy has changed. Can he try and incite, I won't even say incite violence. Can he try and have rallies and all that? Yes, certainly. But again, if you are so dumb it's to go to a Trump rally protesting the election and then break into the Capitol, honestly, then you deserve to go to jail again because you literally watched what happened to the first time around. So there seems to be a lot of incentives in play here where, again, maybe I'm Pollyanna. People can roll this clip back on January 6th next year around, but I'm optimistic. I don't think it's going to be that bad.
So we also have Mike Flynn, who of course was a member of Trump's previous administration, forced out, resigned under some scandals, basically like caught being a foreign agent. He was asked a question about potentially not just draining the swamp, but executing the swamp to great applause from the supporters in the room. Let's take a listen to how that went.
Is there any chance that should the election go in a positive result, you would get your rank reinstated and sit at the head of a military tribunal to not only drain the swamp, but imprison the swamp, and on a few occasions, execute the swamp?
Your sentiment is like a lot of people that I speak to around this country, and for years now, for the last 4 years of my life, I've been around this country, all over the country. I've been to over 100 cities, just, doing my thing, which is basically telling the American people, you better wake up here, folks. There's no more, well, we're going to go through just another election. All these elections are the same. But what your sentiment is about is accountability, okay? Accountability. And these people are already up to no good. So we got to win first. We win, and then Katie barred the door.
You hear what he's saying? He's saying, I'm not going to speak to what you're talking about as far as executing the swamp. The first thing we need to do is win. And when we win, and he's just winking. He's just winking. This is a QAnon guy. This was a guy that was in Trump's administration early on and actually went to jail, I believe, because of a conflict of interest with him being like a foreign agent for Turkey or something. And then I think he was I believe he was pardoned by Trump. Right? So Sagar's going to say like Michael Flynn, that's got nothing to do with the Trump administration. But this is the exact kind of guy that was like, for Trump's initial impulse was dudes like Flynn. When they got in trouble, Trump distanced himself. But then, when he got disenchanted with the adults in the room that were part of his cabinet, he's been more and more about guys like this. And yeah, Michael Flynn being a QAnon guy is going to be loyal to a fault.
Okay.
So no, this is the exact kind of guy that you would expect to find in a 2.0 version of the Trump administration.
Believe me, the gates of hell, my hell, will be unleashed.
Look,
Your
again,
thoughts on that,
I think
Sagar?
people seize on this stuff. Mike Flynn has no connection to the campaign. He was fired after 33 days or whatever as a national security advisor. I believe I need to make sure exactly what happened here, but he either pled guilty or he had some situation with the foreign agent stuff that happened at that time. Yeah, it was. I covered it so much at the time. It was something like Gulen and Erdogan. He basically has made a career of like QAnon style adjacent like events and like bankrolling himself since then. So I'm not worried about this. I don't think that Mike Flynn speaks with any authority whatsoever.
But is what he's saying that different from what Trump has been saying? Because Trump is saying, like, I will be your retribution and calling out the National Guard.
Okay, let's get this since Breaking Point can't seem to get this together. In July 2016, Flynn spoke to a meeting of Act for America when the 2016 Turkish coup d'etat attempt against Turkish President Erdogan was underway. He spoke favorably of the coup participants, saying so it wasn't of Erdogan, it was of the coup, which I think was an American-backed coup, if I have that correctly. He's the national security advisor. Oh wait, no, was his scandal with the Russian government departure on February 9th, 2017? Washington Post broke the story that Flynn had discussed U.S. Sanctions with Kislyak, that's the Russian official, contrary to public denials made by the Trump administration, citing 9 current or former officials. The New York Times confirmed the story by the Washington Post, stating that a transcript of the Flynn-Kislyak conversation existed. The Washington Post was also reported that on February 8th, Flynn had given them flat denials about such discussions. Flynn gave denials despite the Washington Post journalist Karen D. Young informing him that officials had had a list of listened to intercepts of his conversation with Kislyak. On February 13th, Flynn resigned as National Security Advisor, writing that he had given incomplete information on the conversations with Kislyak. Investigation after leaving the Trump administration. He made a plea on December 1, 2017. Flynn and Special Counselor Robert Mueller agreed to a plea bargain in the District of Columbia's U.S. District Court. In the agreement, Flynn pleaded guilty to willfully and knowingly making false, fictitious, and fraudulent statements to the FBI regarding conversations with Russia's ambassador, that's Kislyak. Flynn agreed that in the statement of offense that he had falsely denied that on December 29th of 2016, he had asked Russia's ambassador to the United States, Kislyak, to refrain from escalating in response to sanctions that the United States had imposed on Russia on the same day. Flynn's guilty plea acknowledged that he was cooperating with the Mueller investigation. Right, so he's cooperating with Mueller. Flynn's sentencing had been deferred several times. So the sentencing gets delayed. Yeah, presidential pardon. Presidential pardon. Right, Flynn's in all this kind of trouble. He's talking to Mueller. He's made a plea deal, right? Trump gives him a pardon.
And the military. I mean, it seems pretty consistent with the sentiments that Trump himself is expressing.
I mean, in terms of I will be your retribution, he said that last time around. And what did it look like? Mostly like firing people like Mike Flynn and it not working out so well. To the extent that it would be nice is if, hey, we actually did fire a bunch of people on the side of the CIA.
I hate how assholes like Sagar can memory hole the fucking terror of the Trump administration. I hate how they can do that. I hate how they can act like, hey, nothing bad happened. What do you mean nothing bad happened? The planet wasn't blown up? Is that what you fucking mean? What is your standard for nothing fucking happened? The United States lost a huge amount of status in the world as far as being taken seriously. The Trump administration was a huge step backwards. Important pieces of diplomatic work like the nuclear agreement with Iran were blown up, were rescinded, right? What do you mean nothing bad happened?
And the FBI, I don't think that's so bad. I guess it's,
like an American citizen was extrajudicially assassinated in, I believe, Washington State. What do you mean nothing bad happened?
It's about degrees, and it's about which and how you interpret like what that looks like and what's extreme or whatever's not. Like,
you had federal law enforcement abducting American protesters. What the fuck do you mean nothing happened?
I think Schedule F is a great idea. I think more than half of these people should be fired. Is that what Mike Flynn is talking about? No. And that's another thing.
He's talking about 2025, right? When he says Schedule F, that's what he means, right? The part of Project 2025 that addresses getting rid of civil servants and replacing them with Trump sycophants to make sure that there's no one who gets in the way of Trump's dictator on day one bullshit.
thing too, where if you have to point to his track record.
When you say the gates of hell are going to be unleashed, or I'll be arrested,
but he's not,
I'll call out the
campaign.
I'll call out the National Guard or the like the military should deal with my political opponents. That's not about Schedule F.
No, but he says this shit all the time. How much of it actually happened? I was there when Trump was like, I'm going to take military funding and build the border.
That makes it better that he says it all the time?
And then shut down the government for 3
That makes it better?
And then caved to Nancy Pelosi. And
If he only said it once or twice, it'd be... If anyone else said this, end of political career. They're done. They're cooked. If anyone else said this. But because Trump's got the ability to be treated with kid gloves by the media, because Trump's given so much, you know, grace, so much benefit of the doubt, he's judged by such a lower bar. It's okay. It's okay. He says it. It's okay. He says this kind of thing all the time.
Schumer. In practice, how does this shit actually work? Like, most of the time, it doesn't usually work out to his benefit. It turns out that...
Yeah, that's right, Snacksina. The bad things didn't happen, so it's all gravy.
There are decent checks and balances.
It's all gravy.
System. I mean, look, we could play the next part here, and this is probably more consequential. From J.D. Vance, when he was asked about who the most consequential part of the government will be, he said the Attorney General. Let's take a listen.
On the Attorney General, you said on Friday that the most important person in government in a Trump-Vance administration, other than the president, is not you. It would be the Attorney General. Why do you consider that the most important spot, the second most important spot?
Well, one reason, Martha, is just public opinion. And what I mean here is that we really want the American people to believe that we have a fair and equitable administration of justice. If not, the entire sort of system falls apart. You need people to believe that if the Attorney General prosecutes somebody, it's motivated by justice and law and not by politics. And unfortunately,
would Donald Trump go after his political opponents? Would Donald Trump go after his political opponents? He suggested that in the past.
Martha, he was president for 4 years, and he didn't go after his political opponents. You know who did go after her political opponents? Kamala Harris, who has tried to arrest everything from pro-life activists to her political opponents.
He said those people who cheated will be prosecuted
as a weapon against people. Well, he said that people who violate...
Yeah, Donald Trump only extrajudicially assassinated people, right? He didn't go after his political enemies.
Our election laws will be prosecuted. I think that's the
Yeah, go tell Reality Winner that.
Administration of law. He didn't say people are going to go to jail because they disagree with me. That has, in fact, been the administration and the policy of Kamala Harris, Martha.
I mean, you know, a lot of people looked at...
He literally did. He started the fucking lock her up thing, but whatever.
Said he was going to prosecute. I think it's, look, this is much more bureaucratic. It's about having somebody who, you know, rules that a certain program or whatever can be legal, because a lot of that comes back to like how you interpret certain bureaucratic actions. The shutdown thing I just talked about was a good example. Trump used some legal maneuvers to make sure that he had executive authority to try and divert fundings toward a border wall. That's the way that I looked at it, especially with the whole Merrick Garland thing. I understand this whole prosecute political opponents and stuff, but I mean, Trump is the one who was indicted by the Biden administration. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know why it's supposed to be so scary to watch this clip. It seems entirely consistent with the view of what went wrong with the previous Trump administration.
Well,
this feels like gaslighting.
I think it's because of the things that Trump's been saying, which is, you know, he posted on Truth Social, when I win, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences so that the depravity of justice does not happen again. He added those involved in unscrupulous behavior will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels unfortunately never seen before in our country. So, you know, it's very...
And remember, this is the guy that went out after election workers in Georgia.
To just like sort of dismiss anything that he says that goes too far. But I don't think that you can fairly do that at this point, given what we saw after the last election. And so that's where the J.D. Vance comments come in, is like, okay, now you have not just Trump like mouthing off on Truth Social, you have J.D. Vance affirmatively saying like, you know, the Attorney General, who would be the person going after these people, locking them up or whatever, is the second most important person in government. You got Michael Flynn, who was a close associate, you know, talking about these things. And you've got Trump himself, you know, making multiple comments, not just the one that I just, that we played before, talked about before with regard to the National Guard and military. But he said he'd purge the government of non-loyalists. He said that there would be one really violent day when police officers could get extraordinarily rough with impunity. You know, he's talked about mass deportations that would be a quote bloody story, and it's very convenient.
Sagar is laughing
To just dismiss all of the things that are like uncomfortable and embrace the ones that you happen to like, especially at this point, again, maybe before January 6th and all the fake electors crap and, you know, the like actual plans that we know at this point were hatched and rejected to try to seize voting machines and all this stuff. But I just don't think you can hand wave it away at this point the way that previously perhaps it would be
maybe. I mean,
to.
do I take it like very, very seriously? No. Look, maybe I'm naive. I believe mostly in the American system. The Attorney General genuinely did try to bring, under Donald Trump, tried to have...
Wait, do you?
Grand jury in Washington, D.C. indict people for, for voter fraud based on Venezuelan dominion. I just simply believe that wouldn't happen, or it wouldn't go through the justice system, even if Trump wanted it to go through. So sure, the Attorney General can try. In terms of practice, like, wow.
That's wild that he would say that after the Supreme Court has given this guy unlimited pass to commit crimes, right? To say, I feel like the institutions of our country, what he's saying is the checks and balances. Like, that's the most sensible interpretation, right? Because Sagar, remember, is supposed to be an anti-establishment guy. So it's not like he's saying, I believe in the establishment. It's not like he's saying, I believe in the power of the, the Washington consensus. This guy's against the Washington consensus. But he must mean then that checks and balances, that that the Senate is there to impeach Trump if he breaks the law. No, it's not. The Senate is under Trump's thumb, right? You need a insane majority in the Senate in order to hold a president accountable. And as long as the Republican senators are beholden to Trump, you don't have that. So one of the checks and balances is out. Legislative's not going to do shit to Trump. What about judicial? Oh shit, that's right. He was allowed to name 3 Supreme Court justices who then reversed Roe versus Wade and essentially gave him this unitary executive privilege. That anything that he does that's an official act, it doesn't matter if it's a crime. He's allowed to commit crime. And you somehow think that there's what's going to check Trump? What's going to check Trump? Because there's 3 branches of government. They're supposed to be co-equal. They're supposed to have separations of power, and they're supposed to provide checks and balances on each other. So not one of these branches gets out of control. But the judicial branch is already out of control. The executive branch under Trump is definitely out of control. And there's no way the legislative branch is going to do shit to check that power. What is going to save us? There's no guardrails left. There's no guardrails left.
I think he means it. What I just talked about in terms of legal opinion, let's make sure, for example, that we want to change the way that we take census data, that we do it properly so the Supreme Court doesn't strike us down, and make sure that it goes down because of a legal error. Literally, by the way, that's what happened under the first Trump administration. So I think the system works mostly fine. In terms of what the opinion is or whatever, is there a risk?
Omega Star says, I'm tired of people telling me I'm overreacting. That's why I love you all so much. Aw.
Certainly. I guess I just think what those people mostly expressed here, it's like, how seriously are you really supposed to take it completely literally? In the way I just laid out, I don't think you can take it completely literally.
But January 6th doesn't change your assessment of that at all.
Considering that the law has changed, no. I mean, sorry, yeah, because the law has changed so significantly. If you had asked me under the previous regime, I'd be like, yeah, I'm actually a lot more worried. But because the law changed with the bipartisan Electoral Count Act, I'm like, not really. Not the way that it currently is. It's physically impossible for them to try and do what they did last time around.
You're just considering the specifics of what happened last time around. If he's back as president of the United States and all of the powers that entails, he could cause a lot of trouble. There's a lot of things that he could do that wouldn't look exactly like January 6th. And I'm just arguing.
But he wouldn't do that because he'd be a 2-term for president.
I'm just arguing. I'm not even talking specifically about stealing the election again or whatever. My whole point is that I don't think at this point, given what we've seen from him, that you can just hand wave away as he doesn't really mean it. Because in the past, we've seen him mean it, and we've seen him cause a lot of trouble based on following through on the over-the-top rhetoric that he's used in the past. So that's it. That's my whole point is I don't think that it's fair or honest to just hand wave away anything that he says that is
I wouldn't hand wave it away, but some of the things you listed, for example, I'm like, that sounds pretty good. Purging the government of non-loyalists, that sounds great, actually. I think the president should be in charge, for example, of national security.
He said he wouldn't hire anyone who admits the 2020 election wasn't stolen. That's what he means by that. That's what he means by loyalty, is you have to be willing to lie and say the election was stolen and do literally whatever I say, no matter how outrageous or fraudulent it ultimately is. He doesn't mean you're going to stand by my tariff policy.
We have no evidence of that. He's not currently in power.
No, because he literally said, I won't hire anyone who admits the 2020 election wasn't stolen. So that's the evidence. It's his own words.
Then we'll have a very, very small pool to choose from, and they're welcome to do that and pursue that policy if they want to. And they will be able to hire maybe 5 people. That's what I mean. Maybe if he really does that, then he's an idiot, and then people shouldn't vote for him. You can decide for yourself. That's what I'm saying. I'm giving my assessment of how I would look at it. Mass deportation, yeah. The libs are going to fight tooth and nail. Every Catholic charity and all these people are going to sue with some fake.
The libs are going to fight tooth and nail? They've already caved to Trump on immigration.
To make it so, yeah, I support mass deportation. I want an attorney general that will make sure that was legally executed. So it's one of those where what you think is radical, I think is actually necessary. And probably vice versa, too, in terms of legalizing weed.
One really violent day in which police officers could get extraordinarily rough with impunity.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that.
Wait, where's the weed coming from? What is the weed? What?
That's what I'm saying. I'm giving my assessment of how I would look at it. Mass deportation, yeah. The libs are going to fight tooth and nail. Every Catholic charity and all these people are going to sue with some fake Hawaii judge to make it so, yeah, I support mass deportation. I want an attorney general that will make sure that was legally executed.
With some fake Hawaii judge?
So it's one of those where what you think.
No, I'm sorry, Sagar. Hawaii's a state. It's not fake.
Is radical, I think is actually necessary.
Hawaii is very real.
Probably vice versa too. In terms of legalizing weed.
One really violent day in which police officers could get extraordinarily rough with impunity.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's not legal or even probably
calling out the military against your political opponents.
Again, I don't think that that's legal. It's never happened before. Let's think about when's the last time that it happened.
I just think that there's a real double standard.
So Sagar's saying that any president with fucking violent inclinations, with dictatorial inclinations, is totally all right, because he thinks the guardrails are in place where that could never happen. It can't happen here. It can't happen here, right?
In the way that you analyze his words versus the words of, literally any Democratic politician.
I mean, I guess it just comes back to when we have.
You don't believe him.
In my mind, the cops are the law enforcement in this country is already predisposed towards authoritarian action, and the only thing that's really stopping them is that they don't have some kind of a, pass from someone up on high, like the president, right?
Yeah, I actually just don't believe it'll happen. No, I
You
believe
pick out the
people
ones
do it
that you
good.
like, and you say those ones will happen. But the ones I don't like, I'm just gonna
I'll be honest
pretend
and
those
say
didn't happen.
that if he could do it, I think that he would. I believe in the American system enough to say that most of the shit's not going to happen regardless. That's what I think. I think that if he could do it, he would. I also think Democrats would do a lot of the stuff that they would. They literally indicted Trump. I mean, they indicted him under January 6th.
Committed crimes.
Huh? I mean, again, that's a pretty
committed crimes,
subjective
so.
way of looking at it.
That's not subjective. There's the law. Things that violate the law are crimes. He committed the crimes. Merrick Garland waited 3 years, and then started forward some of the federal prosecutions. The Southern District of New York was a little quicker on that. Georgia's, Fonnie Willis proceeded with her case, but kind of got stymied by some of her own actions with coworkers, right? No, this is not the Biden administration prosecuting its fucking political enemies. This is Merrick Garland sitting on his thumbs for 3 years and then finally getting off his ass and like, okay, I guess I better, he did steal the documents. I better investigate that. He did,
I don't think it would be all that easy. I just think, first of all, that probably punctures a
They
little
also
bit of the
indicted
bubble.
Hunter Biden and Bob Menendez and Eric Adams. So
I mean, to Hunter Biden, it took, 5 years? And
NSC says you cannot prosecute a sitting president either. That's what I was just saying, yeah. There's no check on Trump's power this time, right? The judicial branch has shown that it's in the tank for him. The legislative branch would need a massive majority on the part of the Democrats and a massive majority that had the balls to actually go through with holding Trump accountable. That's not going to happen, right? Those are the two other branches of government, the two other co-equal branches of government. That means that there is no effective check or balance on Donald Trump were he to get back in the White House.
Calling, to the bringing it into media story to actually get him charged. If he was any normal citizen, he would have been charged a decade ago. So I don't think that's particularly a great example.
Bob Menendez, Eric Adams.
Bob Menendez was indicted previously, skipped the charge, and the only reason he got indicted is because he's so cartoonishly corrupt. Now, not saying it isn't a good thing. I support that. I think all corrupt people should be prosecuted. I'm trying to answer the
What about Eric Adams?
question very honestly, which is, yeah, I think if he could do it, he would. But I don't think that he can with the American system. That's pretty.
For some reason, a lot of Republicans have been standing Eric Adams lately. Eric Adams is, they're pretending like he's a truth sayer. He's a truth teller that the Biden administration's trying to silence.
In a certain sense, that's what a lot of those people in the New York Times people
instead of a corrupt foreign actor.
New York Times profile were saying too.
So you trust the institutions, bottom line.
Mostly. I mean, they've been stress tested, by and large. Have there been some slippage, I guess you could say? Yes, certainly. But if you look at it and the way that most of this stuff, especially the most egregious, like if you wanted to call out, the military to prosecute your political opponents, you have to really think about how the level of chain of command and number of people who would have to go along with that to actually happen. Now, would he do that if he wanted to? Maybe he would. I don't know. But it's one of those where if you look also,
I don't want to find out.
Type of people who are in charge of the military, you have his old chief of staff, General Mark Milley, being like, I think he's a fascist. So do you think that the person who replaced him, who's basically a clone, would he execute an order like that?
Oh yeah, Omega Star. This is Nixon's dream.
I don't really think so.
So if Kamala Harris came out and said, I'm going to potentially use the military to go after my political opponents, or the military should go after my political opponents, you'd be like, the system will allow it.
Oh, no, I would do it. Yeah, I think that's kind of crazy. I also don't think that it would happen. I mean, don't you think that that's a rational response? Do we think that the military would obey that order?
I don't think that you would be as sanguine about it if it was from a politician like Kamala Harris or Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or whoever. I don't think you would just be like, the system on hold, so whatever, it's fine.
I wouldn't say whatever. I think a lot of this is baked in with Trump. And this is also, look, this is a difficult position, right?
It is baked in with Trump, that is true.
Americans are stuck in a two-party system. It's very difficult. What are we supposed to do? You're in a scenario where if you disagree with somebody on 40%, but you agree on 60, you should probably vote for the 60. I didn't design a system. I think it's bad. It's one of those two where you have to really weigh a lot of checks and balances about things that you maybe very, very viciously object to, or even think about, and then think about what the overall direction of the ship or whatever is going to point. Why may have.
All right, so we pretty much got the gist of this argument. From what I've heard, Sagar kind of got it in the comments. Usually they go after Crystal. Sagar, they indicted Trump. Crystal, he committed crimes. Sagar, well, that's a pretty subjective way to look at it. Yeah. You can always tell where Sagar doesn't believe what he's saying. He laughs uncomfortably and says, it's just politics, or talks in circles. Admitting if Trump could set the military on his political opponents, he would, but I don't think he can. Still supporting Trump is bonkers. I used to think Sagar was a moderate conservative, but his response to this segment shows he's really not. She made him look like a clown. Wow, this is like pretty unambiguous here. Trump supporters take him seriously, but not literally. Trump opponents take him literally, but not seriously. Wait, what? Sagar, I think all corrupt people should be prosecuted. They prosecuted Trump. Crystal, Trump was prosecuted because he committed crimes. Sagar, I think Trump would commit crimes if he could, but our system will hold. It's no big deal. Sagar literally talking in circles. His cognitive dissonance has broken his brain. Yeah, so anyway, there we go. There we go. That's the debate between Sagar and Jetty and Crystal Ball. He is well, I mean, like, you know, it reminds me of like almost every single interview with JD Vance, right? It's very similar to the kind of circles that JD Vance talks his way into. There's one other person that this kind of reminds me of too. I don't want to belabor this too much. I wasn't going to watch this, but if I can find it, I will. I can't find it, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, Glenn Youngkin gets caught in kind of the same trap, actually defending JD Vance in a very Vancian or Injetian sort of way. Let's go to some of the Trump tent for today.
Maybe we can change the subject to technology, seeing you wouldn't answer about the Federal Reserve. The US Justice Department is thinking about breaking up Alphabet, as Google likes to be known now. Should Google be broken up?
I just haven't gotten over something the Justice Department did yesterday, where Virginia cleaned up its voter rolls and got rid of thousands and thousands of bad votes, and the Justice Department sued them that they should be allowed to put those bad votes and illegal votes back in and let the people vote. So I haven't gotten over that. A lot of people have seen that. They can't even believe it.
The question is about Google, President Trump.
Yeah.
He literally didn't ask about that, but do you see what happened here? Let's go back and I'll show you exactly where we went off the rails.
You wouldn't answer about the Federal Reserve. The US Justice Department is thinking about
the US Justice Department
breaking up Alphabet, as Google likes to be known now. Should Google be broken up?
So we're talking about, like, is Google a monopoly, right? Should it be broken up? That's the question. But because he mentioned the Department of Justice, here's what we get.
I just haven't gotten over something the Justice Department did yesterday, where Virginia cleaned up its voter rolls and got rid of thousands and thousands of bad votes, and the Justice Department sued.
So we asked him about the Justice Department and Google and the monopoly charge, right? And instead, Trump wants to talk about his own fucking grievance. Now, this is both a sign of narcissism, a sign of being self-focused, right? If you're going to bring up the Justice Department, Trump doesn't want to talk, or maybe doesn't know what's going on with Google, and instead wants to talk about his own pet peeve of what the Justice Department is doing. In other words, preventing Virginia from throwing people off the voting roll.
Them that they should be allowed to put those bad votes and illegal votes back in and let the people vote.
Those bad votes and illegal votes. So in other words, he's worried that too many people are going to vote. Just like I'm worried that too many people are going to get themselves a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, and then Twitch will not be advertising to anyone, right? You can get out of that ad break for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of that ad break for $6 with $6. Or possibly, if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing, that sort of luck, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
So I haven't gotten over that. A lot of people have seen that. They can't even believe it.
The question is about...
Yeah, you definitely haven't gotten over that. That much is clear.
President Trump.
Yeah,
He's like, I'm totally not asking you about what you just said. I'm asking you about a completely different topic, which you've completely ignored.
Google's got a lot of power. They're very bad to me. Very, very bad to me. I mean,
And it's all about Trump. It's all about Trump again.
speak from that standpoint.
And look, this might be just a sign of Trump having a very narcissistic type of personality. Or, you know, some of this stuff kind of lines up with signs of cognitive decline.
They only have bad stories. In other words,
I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to diagnose him, but you make up your own mind whether you think that this guy is cognitively able to perform as president of the United States, any more so than Joe Biden.
if I have 20 good stories and 20 bad stories, and everyone's entitled to that, you'll only see the 20 bad stories. And I called the head of Google the other day, and I said, I'm getting a lot of good stories lately, but you don't find them in Google. I think it's a whole rigged deal. I think Google's rigged.
Okay, so first pass, he talks about the Justice Department not letting Virginia throw people's voter registration out, right? That's really what he's complaining about, right? Virginia wanted to throw out voter registration for people to make it harder for them to vote, but then the Justice Department stepped in and stopped them from doing that. I think that sucks, right? Ask him again. Oh, Google treats me very badly. And on any day, there's like, 40 stories, 20 of them are about me are good, 20 of them are bad. And when I go to Google News, all I see is the bad ones.
Just like our government is rigged all over the place.
It's rigged. The news is rigged. Everything is rigged. This guy's being gang stalked. This guy's being persecuted. He's the ultimate martyr.
I do something, but you have to have, look.
He's the ultimate victim.
I give them a lot of credit. They become such a power, and you got to give them credit for that.
He's not talking about the question that's being asked.
At the same time, it's a very dangerous thing.
He's doing the weave. He's doing the weave again. All right, so now we've got to talk about Donald Trump's appearance on I believe it was called a women's town hall with Harris. Oh my God, what's up? What is her name? From Fox News, Harris Faulkner. So we're not going to watch all of this because it would get very boring. It is very much like a circle jerk. While the audience, I guess, is made up of women, this is not a discussion primarily of women's issues or anything like that. It's it's just Trump trying to win back a demographic that he's doing really badly with.
I want to talk about IVF. I'm the father. I'm the father of IVF.
He's the father of IVF.
Alabama judge had ruled that the IVF clinics were illegal and they have to be closed down. I said, no. We're totally in favor of IVF.
So anyway, the Alabama judges wouldn't have been able to do shit if it wasn't for his Supreme Court picks. His Federalist Society Supreme Court picks, which enabled what I would call what looks to me to be like a judicial coup on the United States, and has just gotten worse and worse. You've got an incredibly illegitimate Supreme Court, a lot of not just signs, not just the appearance of conflict of interest, but like almost undeniable conflict of interest. You've got, the ability for, in the instance of many of these Supreme Court justices taking very lavish gifts to people who have issues in front of the court. And last but not least, the interpretation of law that it says that the president has essentially immunity as long as he's in, immunity from the law as long as he's doing an official act of his office.
We are the party for IVF. We want fertilization, and it's all the way. And the Democrats tried to attack us on it, and we're out there on IVF even more than them.
Facing the question of abortion, why is the government involved in women's basic rights?
The states are now voting.
Because he picked the Supreme Court justices. And this was a long-term plan of the Federalist Society.
And honestly, some of them are going much more liberal, like in Ohio. I would have thought it might
some of
be
them
a
are
little
not
bit different. And some of them are not, but it's going to be redone. It's going to be redone. It's
going to be redone?
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99. The father of IVF is terrifying.
It really is. It really is. It does scare me. That's not the worst of it, though. That's not the worst of it. I saved the worst for last.
End up with a vote of the people. And some of them I agree, they're too tough.
Thanks for the super chat, Davi.
Realistic changes that do you think you can provide single parents, married parents, any kind of parent to just simply afford children in today's world?
You never heard of Ivanka, right? Ivanka. My daughter drove me crazy on this. She said, Dad, we have to do tax credits for women, you know, for the child tax credits. She was driving me crazy. Then I did it, and I got it just about done. Dad, you've got to double it up. We're going to readjust things so that it's fair to everybody.
God, that's a creepy little.
Good evening, and thank you
Oh
for
my
joining
god.
us.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so let's take a look at this.
The former president took part in 2 televised town halls that both aired Wednesday, one on Fox News and another on Univision. During the Fox News town hall, which included an all-female audience, Trump spoke on the topic of in vitro fertilization, or IVF, which Harris later reacted to.
IVF, you had mentioned before
Right,
IVF.
let's get this question, because I believe that's what this is about.
Oh, I want to talk about IVF. I'm the father.
You don't hear that every day.
I'm the father of IVFs. I got a call from Katie Britt, a young, just a fantastically attractive person from Alabama. She's a.
I forgot about this. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. If you just look at this stuff through one pass, if you just look at it from one source, you'll miss out on stuff like that. This is bizarre. He's mentioning the attractiveness of the person.
I'm the father of IVFs. I got a call from Katie Britt, a young, just a fantastically attractive person from Alabama. She's a senator. And I said, explain IVF very quickly. And within about 2 minutes, I understood it. I said, no, we're totally in favor of IVF.
I found it to be quite bizarre. Actually, he called himself the father of IVF. And if what he meant is taking responsibility, well, then yeah, he should take responsibility for the fact that 1 in 3 women in America lives in a Trump abortion ban state.
Voters in some states have already cast their ballot. One day after Georgia broke a state record for early voting turnout, a judge struck down controversial new rules, including one that would have required the hand counting of ballots on Election Day.
Okay, so now that's one shenanigan the Republicans were trying to pull to slow down the election counting, right? That got blocked by a judge. We've got early voting. Now, I haven't covered this, but apparently the Georgia early voting is setting a record. Which is very good because the early voters are going to be, there's, if you're a Harris supporter, you're more likely to vote early. When early voting started, Trump was against it. He, taught his, faithful to distrust it. He's trying to go back on that now and encourage people to early vote. But in general, like more people voting early is a sign. It's a good sign for Kamala Harris. Now, with Georgia, I want you to understand, right? Pennsylvania, think of it as the linchpin, right? Pennsylvania is the linchpin, right? Kamala's base strategy, in other words, the most conservative, path to victory for her is to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania is kind of the linchpin because it's the biggest of those states, and it is, it usually favors her by 1 or 2. But that's within the margin of error. So, that's her basic plan. Now, if we take something like Georgia is expected to go to Trump, right? Georgia normally is expected to go to the Republicans. What happened in 2020 was a little bit of an aberration. But were Kamala to win Georgia, that would take some pressure off of her as far as having to win every single one of the blue wall states, right? So, if Georgia goes blue, that's a very good sign. That's a very good sign. And this early voting is pointing in that direction.
The judge also blocked a rule that included ambiguous language requiring officials to conduct reasonable inquiries before certifying election results. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now from what looks like a beautiful, crisp fall day in Milwaukee. Ed, how is Trump's
God, I hate news.
Campaign explaining those comments about IVF?
Yeah, these were the comments he made yesterday, Lindsay, in that Fox News town hall that aired today, where he suggested he was the father of IVF. They basically are laughing it off, saying it was a joke and that the press should get a sense of humor. The issue is this remains a pretty sensitive and important topic to many voters, including the voters, many of them he was trying to
laugh it off, they say.
Reach with this town hall, women voters. We've seen polling. We've talked to them across the country, many of whom say they're concerned about this. This was his opportunity to address the issue, and what he suggested was that states over time will probably loosen those more severe restrictions on access to abortion services, believing that some states have gone too far.
But for some people, chat, it's already too late. Let's take a look at something else that Trump said here that the mainstream media seems to have dropped the ball on, but this was in that town hall. Let's check this out, right? Kamala headquarters caught it.
Amber Thurman's family have come out on a press call, and they're doing what's called a pre-buttal 2-hour town hall right now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah? And I want to
get better ratings, I promise.
Amber Thurman's.
Do you know who Amber Thurman is? Kamala Harris mentioned Amber Thurman. Amber Thurman is the woman who had to go to, I believe it was North Carolina, from Georgia in order to terminate her pregnancy, meaning that she had to also take a car ride back. And during that car ride back, she bled out and died. And he is laughing at her family.
Amber Thurman's family have come out on a press call, and they're doing what's called a pre-buttal 2-hour.
Can you imagine if Kamala was like, Lincoln Riley's family? Oh, can you imagine that? Can you imagine if the Harris Waltz campaign like laughed at the victims of violent immigrants or whatever the hell Trump's trying to sell? Can you imagine if you had some, like, you had the converse thing happen, right? That would be the end of the campaign right there. It would be over. It would be over. But this is just normal. This shit gets sane-washed. This shit gets ignored. Her name was Amber Thurman. She lost her life because Donald Trump ended Roe versus Wade.
My daughter Amber made me so proud. She was having complications, and
tonight we are learning more about the death of Amber Thurman.
The death of Amber Thurman was likely preventable if she'd had access to abortion care in her home state of Georgia.
What happened to her was preventable. My daughter is gone because of what Donald Trump did.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated.
And this is where the Trump administration is telling the media they're taking it too seriously.
I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
It's nothing good enough to bring her back.
Donald Trump is laughing at her fucking family. We're going to get better ratings. Ha ha ha. They don't have the star power we do.
I've never been a political.
What a sick fuck.
Never. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she showed me she really cared. I felt her sincerity and I felt her strength.
We will speak her name, Amber Nicole Thurman.
I felt her compassion. We will never get Amber back, but we can make sure this never happens again.
Goddamn.
Amber Thurman's family have come out on a press.
This is the same clip. Amber Thurman's last words to her mother were, "I promise promise me you'll take care of my son. A 6-year-old boy is now motherless because his mother was denied basic medical care." And but he said what Trump is saying here, right? What Trump is saying in this conversation with Harris Faulkner is that it's okay because those states will eventually relax their restrictions on abortion. After how many people die is the question that he does not answer, and he does not get asked because we are being gaslit by these supposedly liberal media who are really more interested in being perceived as objective than they are in actually doing real, objective, meaningful journalism in the interest of the American people. And that's the shitty world we live in. All right, chat, that's kind of depressing. Let's see if we've got anything less depressing for you today in our Trump tent. We looked at the Google thing, Crystal and Sagar debate, the enemy within. Let's see if I can find. Oh yeah, so this is from, well,
Former President Donald Trump is responding to calls from the Harris campaign to release his medical records. He responded in a very late-night Truth Social post saying,
so Kamala Harris just went and got a medical exam. This is Trump's response.
I put out more medical exams than any other president in history and aced 2 cognitive exams.
You don't ace cognitive exams. You pass them or you fail them.
Stated that my cognitive exams were exceptional. So reading a quote here, I am far healthier.
There's no such thing. It's a basic test to see if you're undergoing cognitive decline or not. It's not a test that also shows you if you are a fucking cognitive giant. That's not what a cognitive exam is for. They're for very old people to determine if these people are so old that their cognitive, faculties are slipping, right? That's what it's for. There's not an essay section, right? There's not an AP component to a cognitive exam. You either pass it because you are cognitively not in decline, or you fail it because you are cognitively in decline.
Clinton, Bush, Obama, Biden, but especially Kamala. Just fact-checking here, he has not released more medical exams than any other president in history. He has released relatively little detailed information about his own medical history. But let's continue this conversation with CNN political commentator Shermichael Singleton and Paul Begala. Shermichael, I'll go to you first. Is the former president hiding something here? What's going on?
Look, I don't know if he's hiding anything, but what I do know is that he's falling for the trap. He's falling for the bait. And look, I got to give it to the Harris campaign for baiting the former president. Is exactly what she did in the debate they had several weeks ago, and he fell for it. This election is close. I would advise him, don't waste your time responding to this type of stuff. Focus on the issues. But I will also give credit to the Harris campaign. It's important to know what gets under your opponent's skin, and you're seeing it in real time.
Yeah, Paul, Trump says he's far healthier than Clinton, Bush, Obama, Biden, and Kamala Harris. Your thoughts?
Prove it. Prove it, Donald. Put out your medical records. Look, Thomas Jefferson said, when a person becomes a public official, they become public property. Okay? Our presidents have an obligation, morally.
So they're kind of showing you some evidence that maybe Donald Trump's cognitive aptitude isn't quite what it used to be. I saw we watched a clip from, I don't know, the 2010s recently. And the Donald Trump that you see in that clip is night and day from this one, right? It is.
Prove it, Donald. Put out your medical records. Look, Thomas Jefferson said, when a person becomes a public official, they become public property. Okay? Our presidents have an obligation, morally. They don't have one legally. I wish they did. They have a moral obligation to tell the American people about their health. We've had in history presidents hide health crises. I think JFK, for example, had Addison's disease and lied about it. And we needed to know that. So I think this could be tragically serious. The reason, I've done this a long time, the reason politicians don't put something out is because they can't, right? Because they don't want to, because there's something in there they don't want you to see. He will put out his medical records. And after this episode yesterday, where he stopped answering questions at his own town hall from his own supporters, and then stood there oddly for 39 minutes, swaying to YMCA and other disco. I mean, it was, seriously, think about it.
Yeah,
if your Uncle Donald did that at a school board meeting, you'd have an intervention. You'd call a doctor.
Well, and there were all these questions about Joe Biden's, health and so on, and it led to his departure from the race. And I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I heard. But let's show some of this rally yesterday.
Why's Biden got to be the goose? Why's Trump got to be the gander?
His rally derailed yesterday, Shermichael, after 2 attendees of the rally needed some medical attention, and then this happened. Let's take a look.
Go and vote. Let me hear that music, please.
Everyone, let's thank President
loud,
Trump.
Nice and loud. MCA, go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Here we go, everybody.
So yeah, we watched this yesterday, maybe for a little too long. I wanted to see how this developed.
Look, Jim, I don't know. Look, the president, former president rather, is an unorthodox candidate, to say the least. I think we all know that. I take a lot of Paul's points. I think he has some validity to some of the things that he stated. But again, I think strategically speaking, I'm just looking at this as objectively as I possibly can, the Harris campaign is, I guess, putting forward smart strategy, as I said before, in real time. We're seeing a result. The vice president's argument as of late has been, and even I think a day or two ago, she had a big screen up showcasing some of the former president's previous statements. And she said, listen to what he's saying. Listen to how unhinged he is. You shouldn't vote for this person. And now they're baiting him with the vice president in that interview with Roland Martin by saying, why won't he release his medical records? And then the former president is falling for that. So again, Jim, my point here is it's an effective strategy from the vice president and her campaign, and Trump is falling for it, and he shouldn't. He's playing right into their cards, right into their hands.
But there's something else going on here. And that was supposed to be a town hall where he was going to take questions, and he just stopped taking questions and decided to keep dancing. He wouldn't do 60 Minutes. He's not releasing his medical records. Pretty much the only time you see him do an interview these days, it's on Fox, which is basically like, professional wrestling. It's choreographed in advance. Paul Begala, it does seem as though if you look at what's taking place in the last stage of this campaign, he doesn't want to debate Kamala Harris. The former president is he's not kind. He is hiding. He's hiding from taking serious questions in this final stage of the campaign.
Yeah, look, I'm not a doctor, so I have no idea what's behind it. But I can just tell you as a layman, that boy ain't right. He needs a checkup from the neck up, okay? There's something going on with him. And yeah, it's Donald Trump. He's always eccentric. Go look at tape of him 9 years ago. Jim, you covered him every day at the White House. Yeah. He wasn't like this.
No, that's right.
I think the Harris campaign, they've done something really smart here. For the longest time, anytime Democrats talk about Trump, including myself, I was guilty of this, we would scream and yell that he was a dictator and a strongman. That only strengthened him with his supporters. Kamala Harris is pointing out the ugly truth, the sad truth, it's really sad, that he's now just weak and unstable and unhinged. It's not that he's so powerful and strong. He said, that poor boy, I'm serious, like he needs a glass of water, he needs a nap. I don't know what's going on.
Well, if I could just jump in quickly here, I will say this. It may be, and Paul, you and I have talked about
this.
Today,
I'm very proud of myself, because I've accomplished something that nobody else has been able to accomplish. I was just informed, while on the helicopter, that our president has finally released a birth certificate. I'd want to look at it, but I hope it's true, so that we can get on to much more important matters, so the press can stop.
So just so you have a basis for comparison, this is 13 years ago. All right. This is what Trump was like 13 years ago.
Asking me questions.
And he seems like a different guy.
He should have done it a long time ago. Why he didn't do it when the Clintons asked for it, why he didn't do it when everybody else was asking for it, I don't know. But I am really honored, frankly.
So he's able to bullshit his way into like the fact that he's happy that Obama showed his birth certificate. He's still not sure until he examines it himself. But he's like, yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that we could get on with the business of government. And I don't know. He's pivoting from being a fucking wild-eyed birther to trying to be like, well, yeah, no, of course, that's great that Obama's got a birth certificate. I'm glad that the country finally gets to see that. I'm glad that I was part of it, right? He's a lot more with it at this point than he is now.
Part of a strategy from the campaign. Maybe they think, God, if we put the former president out here more, if we put him out before adversarial journalists, at least from their perspective, he may say something that could potentially turn off voters. So maybe we play it smart, put him on Fox, and put him at his rallies. That could be a part of a tactical strategy from the campaign, and it wouldn't be a bad strategy.
And I just want to say, for the folks at home who are saying, oh, why are you picking on Donald Trump? When there were questions about Joe Biden, whether he was fit to be the Democratic nominee, we had David Axelrod on. We had David Gergen on. I had Douglas Brinkley on, all questioning whether or not Joe Biden should continue as a Democratic nominee. Right. There really isn't anybody asking this question about Donald Trump. Go ahead. Sorry, Paul.
Well, yeah, the Democrats have a political party. Political parties exist to win. Democrats believed that Biden could not win. I was one of them. Biden stepped aside. The Republicans have now become a cult of personality. Trump is not their strongest candidate. He's the only president since Herbert Hoover who lost the House, the Senate, and the White House in 4 years. That's hard to do. So he's not, believe me, they could have put somebody else up. They'd be up by 10 points right now. People want change. Democrats are in the White House. This should be a Republican election. So, but they've formed this cult of personality, and they will defend the indefensible. Not sure, Michael, you've been very candid about this, but the real MAGA acolytes around him are not doing the country any favors by advancing some guy who's clearly just unhinged and too weak to do the job.
But you know what's so interesting about this, Paul? I thought a lot.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Never forget he did the birth certificate thing for Hillary.
Wait, he did the birth certificate thing for Hillary? Did that actually start? Ooh, wait, Davy Cliff, you got my mind turning now, right? The little squirrel in the wheel in my head is running now, right? Because, yeah, Trump was a Hillary Clinton backer back in the day. He has even mentioned it in debates against other Republicans that he, you know, far from like his argument against corruption was like, I have corrupted candidates. I have bought candidates on both sides, and he mentions Hillary Clinton. Yeah, he was an active Clinton supporter, both of Bill Clinton and of Hillary Clinton. And yeah, obviously a Obama birth certificate truther, which, you know, depending on, I guess, when, I don't know the timetable, but Davy Cliff seems to be suggesting that this birth certificate question stuff started while the primary was still active, which would really feed into the idea that, yeah, he was doing it for Hillary. He started the birther thing in 2008. Well, yeah, so that's the Obama-Hillary primary was 2008. But did he start it before the primary ended or after the primary ended? That would be the real question I'd want to ask, but interesting.
A lot about this. The race is tied. And I don't think it's just the Trump voters who have allowed the president to showcase this interesting level of strength that's typically underestimated. And so, you know, looking at this, you're wondering, well, who are the voters out there? Who are those swing voters, those independent voters who are saying, you know what, maybe I don't like the personality, maybe I don't like the traits, but there are other issues that I think he's stronger on. They appear to be supporting him, which is why the vice.
All right, let's look at one more thing. Now, you remember the dance party from yesterday, right? I'm not going to belabor the point because that didn't end up being as interesting of content as I thought it would be. I feel like there's got to be a video out there that like cuts up the Trump dancing to different songs that like, you know, puts like songs that are not copyright claimable on there over it to just kind of give you a demonstration of Trump's dancing skills. But we're going to look now at one of the musicians whose music was played at the Trump dance party, and that would be Rufus Wainwright.
All right, turn that music up. Turn it up. Great song. It goes like this.
So you remember this? We got to mute it right now, but this is the song in it's either in Shrek 1 or Shrek 2. I can't honestly remember. It's in one of the Shreks. It's a moody montage kind of moment. And it's called Hallelujah. Jeff Buckley did the most famous version of this song. It's a song by Leonard Cohen, a singer-poet from like the 60s, and this is Rufus Wainwright, who I think covered it for Shrek. His voice was the one that was on the version that was in Shrek. And Trump apparently has got this on his Spotify playlist. So it's that one, hallelujah, hallelujah. You know the song. You know the song. But what Trump didn't know is that this particular this particular artist,
A bizarre scene at Donald Trump's town hall in Pennsylvania last.
He might be a fan of Rufus Wainwright, but Rufus Wainwright, not a fan of him.
It's like a music listening party, and for nearly 40 minutes, the former president bopped and swayed with the audience to 9 different songs. The campaign called it a total love fest. Well, here to discuss for our keynote conversation is singer-songwriter, absolute superstar Rufus Wainwright. Rufus, I'm so honored that you're here.
I never knew what Rufus Wainwright looked like.
Okay, Brian Williams used to anchor this show, and Bruce Springsteen was his #1. You are mine.
Those are some epic mutton chops.
Bruce Springsteen.
Thank you so much. Well,
so when I heard this song last night, I had to. I'm like, this can't possibly be happening. When you found out that your cover of Hallelujah was featured at a Trump event, how did you find out? How did you feel? Like, what happened to you last night?
Yeah, well, I knew that that they were using the song occasionally, sort of at the end of rallies, and actually the Cohen family were getting in touch with them and telling them to stop. So it had sort of happened, but I knew that something was different when I got messages from all over the world last night, from Germany and England and stuff, pointing to this footage. And originally I thought, oh yeah, I heard they do this sometimes. But then when I watched it and I realized what it was happening, I was completely dumbfounded, horrified, but also like dumbfounded.
Yeah.
By what was happening, because it was just so bizarre and so like nothing I'd ever seen before in my life. So.
But this specific song, Hallelujah, it's obviously not an original, it's a cover.
Yeah.
So you must have chosen this song when you recorded it. for personal reasons. It has to have deep meaning. That song has lots of meaning for so many of us.
Yeah.
So the fact that that particular song was played,
Yeah, I must admit to having learned this song on guitar at one point.
I've sung Hallelujah for many, many years, and it is turning out to be one of the greatest songs ever written about peace and acceptance and about the truth, and it has a very spiritual meaning. And yeah, for him to use it was blasphemous in many ways. But it also, there were moments when I did also see, because the song is so beautiful and it brings out a kind of humanity, I did see a broken man up there who needs help and who is expressing some kind of yearning maybe for redemption or something. Like it did, because they did the whole thing.
Yeah, why would he choose that song?
So they turn it into kind of a prayer, and I hope it's a prayer for good and for a better world, which they might not be aware of.
that is a beautiful sentiment, but you were angry.
Yes, I was.
When you
angry.
put out a statement today, you blasted his campaign.
Yes.
Tell us about that, and have you heard from them?
Not yet. No, I haven't heard. I'm not. I don't really want to hear.
Do you want to hear from him? Yeah.
Myself, because it all kind of scares me a bit. But yes, no, it was very upsetting. But on the other hand, my dad, always the practical guy, Loudon.
His dad is Loudon Wainwright III, a very famous singer-songwriter.
Well, now you really made it.
You crossed over.
Yeah. Now you made it, and it's good for stage banter. So I can also bring it up as a kind of comical thing, because it is also pretty ridiculous.
But more than that, your music is meant to connect people. Your music is meant to bring people together, to inspire people. And maybe it's a positive that people who are nothing like you, who don't normally...
What are you talking about? There's nothing positive about this. No.
What is your message to the country while we're in this completely divided moment?
Yeah, well, I've sung Hallelujah all over the world, and in America I've sung it to both Republicans and Democrats. It always seems to even the playing field a little bit. So if, once again, trying to look on the positive, if this is a moment when we can all just stop and, I don't know, try to come together in a certain way. I know it seems ridiculous at this point with how divided we've become. I'm happy to be part of that solution. That being said, if this also turns out to be one of the craziest moments that people can refer to and look at Trump and really see how insane he is and this whole situation is, and it helps bring him down, I would be really happy to be a part of that.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, Rufus Wainwright, amazing singer-songwriter in his much like his father, much like his famous father. All right, so we've got I think we're good on what I think we're good on the political stuff. We're gonna move on for a second here to the Asmongold content. I'm trying to stay on track here, chat. I'm trying to stay on track. So I want to show you, before we get into Destiny's take on Asmongold, I want to show you Asmongold's take on Asmongold. We're going to do that, and then we're going to take a look at one of the founding members of Asmongold's stream team, OTK. I think it's more than a stream team. I think it's like a company or something like that, right? But yeah, there's various founders of it. Asmongold is one of the founders, maybe even the primary one, but there's other people. And other people that were probably somewhat hurt by Asmongold's words when he spoke out against the Palestinians suffering and dying in Gaza, as if they needed another punch from a. Anyway, let's take a look. This is Asmongold.
Hey guys,
he's done a little reflection. I think we showed his apology, right? He did apologize on Twitter, but a lot of people felt like it did not ring like a real apology. It didn't sound real. It didn't sound like he was serious, and it was very hasty. It was like, oh yeah, I guess I was wrong. Sorry about that, guys. I'll try to do better, right? So, he's released a more thought out statement, a more prepared video from his man cave. He's gonna give his thoughts. I'm gonna take a pee while this starts, but I will be right back.
I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch, and also what my plans are going forward. I'm going to try and structure this video into two parts, where the first part is going to be me talking about the Twitch suspension, second part is going to be talking about myself. And the first thing I want to start off with is something that I know it might sound a little bit insincere because of how ridiculous this is, but I really mean it, and if you listen to the whole video, I hope you can see why. everybody who's come and spoken out and talked to me and said stuff about me, you know, aside from the, oh, you should kill yourself or something like that, I want to say that I really appreciate you. And I think this has been something that's a long time coming. And I actually think that
Be right back.
not only I deserved, but it's also something that I needed. And I want to talk about what the reason for that is, but I want to start off and just make sure that that's actually very clear. So a couple of days ago, I made some comments about Palestine and also about Hamas and, you know, some just general, you know, basically opinions that were trivializing the genocide that's happening there. And I don't really want to like mince words or like try to like, oh, I wasn't justifying or, you know, promoting it. I said something about it that was disgusting. I said that I didn't care about innocent people getting killed by another force, by anything. And I think that that's a horrible, disgusting, mean-spirited thing to say. And I don't necessarily think that it was really racist, really, but when I'm using language like Palestinians or like the people there, rather than what my real language was, I've always been very outspoken and very against religious extremism, and I still am. I think that any religion and any way of thinking that's going to cause you to put other people in like kind of positions below you as like, you know, like gay people, women, people with disabilities, anything like that, I think that that's a really bad position to have, and I really don't like that. And I think that my problem and my fault here was that I was making a criticism of religious extremism, and I made no effort. And I feel like almost, I've rewatched the clip, right, or a number of the clips, and it's like I've almost made an effort not to draw a distinction between the two things. I think that a lot of us here can easily say that we're against religious extremism, and I am. But whenever I categorize everybody in the area as this, like, group, then I'm the asshole. And I was the asshole. I had a lot of you guys tell me that. And it's taken me, this is what's so crazy about it, is that I think this has been going on now for like 2 years. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, I don't really even know what the word is for it. Just like the most mean-spirited, rude, like nasty, like just callous, psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this. And a lot of my friends have told me this. My dad has told me this. He said, you've got to chill out. You've got to calm down. I've been like, oh, that old man doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've finally had some level of accountability for that. And thank God. I look back at some of the things that I've said and done over the past 2 years, and I don't think that I've been wrong about everything, obviously, right? But there have been ways that I've communicated and ways that I've acted that are indefensible. And I think it's, looking back on it, it's just disgusting. And it's something that when you get lost in the sauce and you get fixated around like listening and reading feedback and, you know, just getting hyper fixated, this is like your entire life, you lose a perspective on reality and you lose a perspective on the world. And I think that that perspective was brought into perspective yesterday and the day before when I was making comments like,
all right, back.
I feel so stupid. It's crazy. So I'm getting all these people making negative comments toward me. Everybody is telling me like, oh, go kill yourself. I hate you. Everything like this. Do you know who reached out to me? And they wanted to talk and have a conversation and see if I was okay. It's people that were Islamic and people that were had fucking family in Palestine. And how humiliating is that? How absolutely humiliating is that? And these were the people I was trying to say were bad. And I feel like such a fucking stupid asshole. I really do. I've always been I guess like I've always been kind of like an atheist. And even as a young kid, I was raised Roman Catholic and I was always very defiant towards it. And I've always had a negative opinion of religion, and I've also had a negative opinion of religious cultures. And I think that opinion is definitely shaped by the media that I've created, and the media I've created for myself, and then also just the media that exists, the media that I've chosen to seek out as well. And I think that media has allowed me to have certain predispositions and certain biases that the truth is that don't have any sort of relation to what my own real life has been experienced, or what my own real life experience has been, excuse me. And so I've been spending a lot of time talking to those people, and I've seen people like fans of mine, like I had viewers messaging me on Discord, like, you know, why are you saying this? Like, do you want to talk? Do you want to, like, you know, I'm willing to talk to you, and like, you know, like, let's try to work this out, right? We love you. And I scrolled up on their messages, and these are people that messaged me in like 2016, 2017, 2018, like, I love your content, I love your stream, I love you, right? And now they get to hear this from me, and I just feel like such a stupid, belligerent fucking asshole. I really do, and I'm sorry. I really am.
All right, so yeah, two options, right? One option, he's seen the light. you know, he had his own hallelujah moment a la Jeff Buckley, and he's he's decided to make a change, right? That's what he wants us to believe. A lot of people not buying it, though. A lot of people are thinking that this is him trying to get ahead of the pressure that people are putting on both Twitch to do like a more permanent ban on him, and OTK to maybe cut ties with him as well. Now, I don't know how that would work, as from my understanding, he's a pretty integral member of OTK, so that might not even be a possibility. But for whatever reason, he wants a clean slate. He's going for a clean slate here. I'm kind of curious what his cleaning the room would be the most viewed stream. Dude apologized harder than Dr. Disrespect, and I don't even know what he did. Yeah, a lot of, like, I got a lot of Asmongold people in my comments from the coverage I've done, and they like, even if he disagrees with, so here's the deal. Asmongold is saying that he disagrees with his own take, right? His take, you know, he's saying my take was bullshit. Now, I've got people from his community in my comments being like, what did Asmongold even do bad? He was just saying the truth. How would you be mad at him for saying the truth, right? So even if he's moving past these statements, a lot of people in his community, a lot of his supporters, we're going to see one of those later, that being Destiny, are not giving any ground. They do not see a problem with what he said.
I think that it's extremely fair to criticize religious extremism, and I think that it's extremely unfair to categorize everybody in part of that group as religious extremists. I think it is, and I'm really sorry for that. I've just been a fucking dick. And it's weird because yesterday I woke up and I didn't know if I was going to get suspended or not. And I planned on streaming and everything. And I actually got a text message from one of my mods. They said, oh, I heard about the suspension, I'm sorry. And I was like, I remember I was like driving and like, you know, you'd think that like your heart rate would go up. But if anything, I felt more relaxed. I felt like finally I have a moment to just take a step back and breathe and think for myself and just stop. Just like get out of my own head. And I spent a long time like just writing basically a list of all of these things that like I think that I should be doing with my life. And this is going to be kind of the second part, by the way, of the video. Comments that I made were pretty much about religious extremism. I think it's bad, but I've categorized a lot of people in that way that was unfair. It's wrong for me to have done that. I said something that was bad. I should not have said that. I should have chosen my words more carefully. I didn't do that. I doubled down on it. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. That's pretty much, I was a fucking asshole. I was a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. And so, actually, I do know what else to say. I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content. And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. Mouth is pretty dry. Anyway, so the second part about this is that I want to talk a little bit about like my life, my personal life, etc., and kind of some of the points that I think that I've kind of gone through to get here. So the main thing is that for the past, like, I would say like 10 years or so, if you look at my life like this, I would have said 10 years ago or maybe 8 years ago, streaming was like this, right? YouTube was like this. And now I would say that my life and streaming are basically the exact same size. And what I mean by that is that streaming is my entire life. Doing this is my entire existence. And I think that the process of that has been extremely unhealthy for me. And I think that what it's done is that it's allowed me to become such a one-dimensional person that I'm not even a person anymore. It's like I'm Dark Souls, I'm going hollow or something. And I think about like all of the, you know, like I made a list of all of the things that I'm not doing in my life that I should be doing, and I was writing it down, and I'm like, you know, fucking like, I'm just going and going. I'm like, oh my god, I think it'd be shorter if I transcribed the Bible. Like, this is insane. Like, I'm like, whenever I have everything written down line for line, it's like, oh my god, I'm ruining my life. I've been existing, and I want to, at a certain point, actually try to live my life. And I don't think that I've been doing that. And so what am I going to do? How am I going to do that differently? And what...
I don't know. This feels a lot like when a content creator gets in some sort of a scandal, and as a result, they say, yeah, like, I'm going to check myself into rehab. And look, sometimes maybe, you know, the issues that led you to do something that you know, that caused you to see yourself in a negative way, maybe that can be addressed through some sort of a rehab or, you know, therapy or this or that, right? But a lot of times, and people are really getting more sort of jaundiced by the number of content creators that use that as a way to deflect negative attention. Oh, well, you know, they're going through therapy, they're going through rehab, they're you know, trying to put their life back together. You know, like you want to criticize that, right? Even if you had a serious problem with what they did and thought they caused a lot of harm. So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know how many people are going to buy this.
What does that mean for my stream, etc.? I think that I'm going to cut down a little bit on streaming quite as much. And I think I'm also going to cut down, this is going to sound like, I hope I can say this in the right way. I feel like the main times that I laugh on my stream nowadays are when I'm laughing at other people. And I look back on videos that I did from 2020, 2016, and 17, and yeah, I've always been an asshole, but holy shit, I've been way more of an asshole. It's insane. And it's a night and day difference. And I've had, again, everybody in the world telling me this, including my own dad, and I've just ignored them. And finally, it's like, you know what? Maybe I'm an asshole. Maybe this is too far. Maybe I need a course correction, which is why I think that, like, getting suspended in this, I hope that it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. And I don't know whether that's going to be true, but I'm going to try to do things differently and make sure to live up to that reality. And so what are those things that I'm going to be doing differently? The first thing is that I think I'm going to try. I've been very much trying to, like, maintain a...
He's totally doing stuff in his life before streaming. I think he was doing YouTube. I think that's what he means. So, like, as far as content creation, maybe he wasn't really doing much in his life before that. But I think what he says before streaming, he's talking about whatever his... And I don't know. I mean, this is his channel. I'm assuming that, like, this is what he's talking about, stuff that he was doing on YouTube under this channel. But I don't really know anything about that.
Schedule with my stream.
I mean, he's old school. He's been a streamer on Twitch for way longer than I have.
And I will continue to do that. I want to get up and go to bed at relatively the same time. I want to live a normal life. And also, I want to spend maybe a little bit less time streaming, and I want to spend more time creating my own videos and doing my own things and spending time on things that I really enjoy, and basically just, like, expanding my existence as a person. I think that ever since I started, like, OTK and I got involved with that, and then we had, like, other Starforge and, like, Mad Mushroom and Mythic and everything, like, honestly, it's been too much for me to handle. It's been completely too much for me to handle.
Like, it's almost like because he's seen as such a broken individual, it offers him an opportunity if he ever wants to do, you know, like, something like, you know, like he's known as somebody who never goes outside. You know, if he wants to say, you know, let me try going outside, let me try living a real life, let me try, you know, touching grass, right? He's got the ability to sort of use that as a, you know, oh yeah, that was my problem, now I touched grass and I'm not an asshole anymore. Whether or not it's true or not is, and whether or not anyone believes it.
And I've been losing my mind dealing with it, and I try to hide it the best I can, because, you know, I try to do the best, right? I try to do my best. You know, it doesn't matter how hard it gets, you just keep going, it doesn't matter. And eventually it does matter. And I think that I've negatively affected a lot of them. And I also don't want to talk about that just in the context of just, like, this recent controversy. I want to talk about this in the context of the last 2 years. I think that I haven't really been able to fulfill my responsibilities as a leader in a lot of cases to them. And I think that I've let a lot of people down. And there have been things that I've done that are positive as well. But I think that one thing this thing has taught me, this whole situation has taught me, it's made me realize, is that I need to get myself in check. I need to get my mind under control. I need to, like, just get my life I need to fix my fucking life. Like, it's...
I mean, that's probably true. Whether or not, you know, this is responsible for his terrible take on Palestine, it seems kind of doubtful.
It's insane. Like, I think about it, and it's in shambles. Everything about my life is basically fucked. And I'm going to take a step back from all of that. I'm going to step away from my leadership position in OTK and Starforge and everything. I want to, and they're fine with that. They respect that, and I want to do this. And
okay, so that takes some pressure off of OTK.
Do this not only for them, but mainly for myself, so I can be a better version of myself for everyone. And I want to apologize to all you guys, my viewers, that I don't think I've lived up to that. I think that I can be a lot better than what I am right now. And I don't even...
Like, I don't know, I don't really know how much OTK was suffering as an organization. You know, I mean, they've had a lot of not great press. Some of it's been from Asmongold, a lot of it's been from other people. But to whatever extent they were, you know, suffering from being associated with Asmongold, I mean, like, him stepping away maybe helps with that.
I think that I've been putting in half the effort that I should be in the way that I should be, and I'm sorry. And so my plan is to, when I get unbanned, I'll keep streaming regularly, right? And I want to focus more on trying to do things that are fun, trying to laugh more with people rather than at people. I'll still laugh at people every once in a while, okay? Like, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But it's about a focus, and it's about a
Is it just me, or does it look like there's like a lot of moisture, there's a lot of humidity in his room? I don't know if that's it, or if it's just like maybe the last time that he filmed, the sun wasn't shining in his window, and now it is, so it's like he should redo his camera settings. It does look like a sweaty webcam.
I listen to my tone in the clip, and I just sound like such a piece of shit.
Your tone in the clip. Really? I feel like there was more problems than your tone.
At the end of the day, I sound like a piece of shit. I sound like a terrible person, and it's just so mean-spirited and callous and just mean. And I don't want to be that person anymore. And I've spent a long time growing up. The time I did, I was an r/atheism enjoyer. I have a very negative opinion of a lot of religions. I've had the experience firsthand of the negative effects of Christianity and the way that I view that. And I've always read a lot of very bad things about Islam, and I've made a lot of criticisms of it. I've talked to a lot of people about it. I've heard a lot about it, and I've been like watching things about it, and I've been like hearing people telling me this is the way it is, but I've never seen it. And I actually think that
so I do think that there's a point here, right? For a lot of like r/atheists, as he says, they're down on religion. But there's religion that they're familiar with, religion that they've maybe even dealt with, maybe even grown up in. And then there's religion that they're not familiar with, that seems exotic and alien. And yeah, Islam would probably be one of those religions. And the information that you get in the United States about Islam is generally, portrays it as being like, an extreme reactionary religion. And there are parts of Islam that are that, just like there are parts of Christianity that are that. So it makes it an easy target. You're not, exposed to it. You don't see it. You're not as likely to know a Muslim as you are to know a Christian, as you are to know a Jewish person, as you are to know even like a Buddhist, right? You're not as likely to know that person. So, it does make it so that for a lot of these r/atheists, and I mean, you've heard Sam Harris maybe have takes like that Islam is the motherlode, he called it, the motherlode of bad ideas, right? Which it's a way for them to just like kind of flex on a particular religion with no consequences, without choosing a fight with, Christians. They can just kind of go off and really reactionary viewpoints towards Islam are extremely accepted in the United States.
All this, I think towards the end of next year, I think I'd like to visit the Middle East and see it for myself. I want to see...
ACAB includes Tone Police says, I had the same views as Asman, and then I turned 14.
For a historical perspective, right? I would love to go to Istanbul in Turkey. There's no ulterior motive there at all. But it's...
Wait, what would be the ulterior motive? I'm sorry.
I'd love to visit places like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, any of the other places. I mean, the truth is that, and this is the worst thing about what I said.
Well, I see, like, here's the problem. I feel like most people, their view of Islam, if it is informed by any real world place, it's Saudi Arabia. And that is not, the Islam that's practiced in Saudi Arabia is not really representative of, the majority of Muslims.
Some of the places that I would want to visit, I might not be able to because of the way that they're like just the internal strife, the actual literal wars that are going on, people being literally killed there, and I might not be able to do that. But I want to do it, and I want to see it for myself, because I don't like believing what people tell me, and I think that when I do, I end up being a fool, and I want to see it. I want to see it for myself, and I want to experience it, and I want to live my life, and I'm going to try to, like, I don't know, like clean up part of my house. I'm going to try to do this, and I'm not going to hire a cleaner. As I said, I was raised Roman Catholic. I view this as
Look, my view is that any way that he gets part of his house cleaned or all of his house cleaned, that's really good, right? I mean, if he feels like he needs to do it himself, if he feels like there's some kind of catharsis that he needs there, go ahead. But I wouldn't, like, he's got limitless money. This guy's got a ton of money, right? If he can make that happen anyway, even if he does have to, you know, hire somebody to help him or to do it, right? It's probably a positive step.
And I think I need to do this for myself. I need to take accountability for bad things that I've done and for letting my life get this out of control. And I don't need a get out of jail free card. So I need to do that for myself and for my own closure as well.
I just hate that people look down on it. It's like, dude, you've got money. You know, if you need to use it, right? You know, don't be looking at like, or even just asking for help, right? Or even just like bringing over friends or whatever to, sure he's got friends that would help him. Actually, I'm not sure.
And I think also I want to live for the the idiots out there that, you know, they're, you know, like looking to me to be a role model, right? Oh, not a good idea. But there are people that will see that and they'll think maybe to themselves, maybe I should do the same thing. And if I can do that for one person, well, I've already done it for myself. I've already done a good thing. And so it could only get better. And so that's what my plan is. I'm going to try to like rethink my life. I have had a lot of people reach out to me. People I would have never expected reach out to me in ways that I never expected. And
God, I reached out to him. No, just kidding.
I understand that, you know, like I'm still very critical about, you know, religious fundamentalism, right? But when you paint with such a broad brush that you just include an entire group of people, you're just being you're being a piece of shit. It's like people said it was racist. I didn't mean it as racist, but if you listen to what I said, it's easy that you could assume that. So easy.
Okay, yeah, he is really, I'm sorry if you misunderstood what I was getting at with saying that Palestinians have an inferior culture. If you thought I meant racism by that, I'm so sorry that you, anyway.
And so I'm
kind of a bullshit apology.
I'm just a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking moron. I've been an asshole. I think that I've devolved for the last 2 years. I think that I've negatively affected other people too, in ways that I don't even hate to say this. Like I think I need to say this. I need to say it more. I've negatively affected people in ways that I regret. I think whenever I go back live again, I'll probably talk about that more. And, you know, like there's some just different people I kind of want to apologize to and, you know, take accountability for things that I've said and done that have negatively affected other people in ways that were unfair and wrong. And that's what my plan.
The other thing I wonder about this is if there is to be any real change with him, is he going to interrogate other points of view, potentially biased points of view that he has, like in terms of his anti-SJW content, because that's a big part of what Asmongold does. Or is there a financial incentive in the way of him actually examining that, right? Is it not in his monetary interest to do that?
That's about it. I want to say that I hope that now, after you've heard what I have to say, that a lot of you all can see kind of why I'm saying that I appreciate this. I really think that this is something I needed, and I hope that this is the next part of the rest of my life. And I want you guys to hold me accountable to that. So if I'm being a fucking asshole again, if I'm being mean, if I'm just being callous, acting like a psychopath, just treating people awfully outside of a well raid when they get killed by fire, but really laughing at people's misfortune, try to say, man, just chill the fuck out, stop it. Just stop. And I'm gonna do my best to listen.
Yeah, I don't think his community is gonna do that for him.
I spent 2 years
from what I've seen of them, they are worse than him.
And look where it got me. This is not even the tip of the iceberg of the problems in my life. And I want to thank everybody for making me aware that that's the case. And hopefully I can avoid the iceberg, right? And so I want to say...
Yeah, and hopefully you can avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes every hour at the top of the hour. I forgot to warn you about the last one, but you've already experienced that one, right? It's a 3-minute ad break that is unskippable, except if you use a Twitch Prime to get out of it for free, except if you use $6 to get out of it for $6, or except if you're lucky enough to be gifted a sub, which is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
That's pretty much about all I've got. I'm sorry for a lot of people I let down, not just with comments like this, but also just with the way I've been doing things in general. I think that you guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting, and I hope that I can live up to that in the future. And I don't even want to think about it in the future, right? As soon as I get unbanned, the best apology is better content, change behavior, and that's what I hope to do. So yeah, anyway guys, I'm just gonna focus on myself for a while, try to improve my own life, and there's a lot of things I think, again, I'll probably talk about more whenever I go live again, that are like more kind of you know, just like kind of in the weeds, like personal stuff. But overall, that's the big picture.
That's wild that he wants to take a trip to did he say Israel or Palestine or both?
That's where I'm at. And so anyway, that's about all I've got, and I'll see you guys soon.
Okay, so chat's reminding me that there's some stuff going on with
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. You can't be worse than your community when you're the one who makes it.
Ooh, you can't be worse than your community when you're the one who makes it. I mean, yeah, you're right, Davy. Like, they got that way somehow. They didn't get that way by accident, right? But yeah, somehow they're... I don't feel like there's a lot of people in his community that are really on board with his repentance. You know, even to the extent that this might be real repentance. Now, okay, so we're not done with our Asmongold content yet. We're going to watch Destiny try to defend this guy. Like I said, Asmongold does not agree with his own take, supposedly, right? That's what he's saying. He disagrees with what he said. Destiny, maybe, does not. We'll take a look at that in just a second. After this, I wanted to read off the donos and super chats really quickly, if I may. Brady, welcome to the community. Thanks for signing up for a membership. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for letting me know when I was muted. Oh wow, do these all work? Yeah, look, that works too. Yeah, thank you for, like, I wouldn't have known. Not for Narwhal by Nature. Kimrick, thank you for the $2 super chat for Crisis of Masculinity. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics that is in the poll you want to see next. If you're on Twitch, come over to YouTube, take a look at what we've got. I'll read them off to you really quick. We got AOC versus Fetterman. We got Hasanabi on Pod Save America, or Hasanabi versus Pod Save America. I mean, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be pretty, it's not going to be too contentious, right? But there's a few differences of opinion that Hasan has with Jon Favreau. We got the Crisis of Masculinity, and that's a Andy Pants Gaming video. And we got Ted Cruz might lose the Texas Senate. There was a debate recently with a far from perfect Democratic candidate that is apparently whipping Lion Ted's ass. Debbie Cliff says the father of IVF is terrifying. Also reminds us never to forget that he did the birth certificate thing for Hillary. Did we get a check on that? Whether that was like before or after the primary? And also, you can't be worse than your community when you're the one who makes it. So yeah, thank you for the support, everyone. We are at, let's check and see now. I think we're pretty far along. 68%. Look at that. That is like 1% away from 69%. Tommy Boyo says, all I know is that finding God after a controversy has been a long-standing thing in politics, and they're never being honest about it. It's like it kind of is. It does function. I think you're right, Tommy Boyo. It functions as a get out of jail free kind of deal. You have resin on your thumb. That's relatable. I bet that's relatable to a lot of chat, actually. Speaking of which, I should get sponsored by the Sebe Day and THC people. That would be the perfect sponsor. Oh, Davy is bucks for masculinity. Oh, wow. So look at that. That means that... Yeah, and thank you for letting me know. Wow. Davy Cliff with a... Oh, to get us to 69. Thank you. We're now at 69%. So let me add this up. So 10... 30, 40, 51. Gonna add 1% to get us to 69. And then looks like we are at, wow, 55%. So very high chance, if we do end up hitting the dono goal, of covering the Andy Pants Gaming, which I'm kind of excited. We haven't done that yet. I feel like I have been late on that. Just a little bit late on that, right? Everybody's been covering Andy Pants gaming, so it's about time we get started. And I think you'll like it. I mean, you'll cringe, right? But you'll enjoy cringing. So, looking forward to that. All right, like I said, we've got more in store as far as Asmongold.
How did Asmongold get banned? Geez.
Asmongold might feel like he needs forgiveness, might be apologizing, but Destiny, maybe not so much. Let's take a look at what Destiny has to say. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics: AOC versus Fetterman, Hasan on Pod Save America, crisis of masculinity, Ted Cruz might lose the Texas Senate, or Vox Populi, which of these you want to put your donation towards, and I will add, I will put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, helping it to achieve dominance and become the bonus content for tonight. If we get to 100%, then I'll, add up the totals. And right now it looks like Crisis of Masculinity is going to be pretty hard to beat. Not impossible, mind you, to beat, but pretty dominant. Oh, look at AOC versus Fetterman. A lot of people are feeling that. Crisis of Masculinity is actually in last place, but it's got so much dono money behind it that it literally doesn't matter. But it's close. It's actually close. I said it would take a lot to dislodge Crisis of Masculinity. Not that much. It's possible. So AOC versus Fetterman's doing well. Hasanabi on Pod Save America is doing okay. Crisis of Masculinity doing really freaking well. So it's kind of down to AOC versus Fetterman or Crisis of Masculinity. If you want to know where the smart places to put your dono is, the place that might yield the greatest results. The other thing you can always do if you want to de-emphasize the dono effect and re-emphasize the poll effect is you can say Vox Populi. That means you believe in the voice of the people and you want the poll to count for more and the donos to count for less. You want to take money out of politics. You can say Vox Populi and you will literally de-emphasize the dono money. But for now, let's take a look and see what Destiny has got to say about Asmongold.
That's pretty crazy, huh?
14 days? Yeah, I listen, I'm fine with him getting banned. I want uniform enforcement, okay? That's all I want. Just if somebody's breaking the TOS.
Okay, so that's J-Stalk, right? Or Jesticle? I hate calling him Jesticle. I'm going to call him J-Stalk. Is that okay? This guy's like a Destiny orbiter from as near as I can tell. That doesn't mean he always agrees with Destiny. I think I've seen him disagree or get into fights with Destiny at various times. Did this guy get banned? I feel like this guy used to be on YouTube. I think his YouTube channel got banned or something. I don't know what the story is behind that, but I no longer see him on YouTube, but he is looks like on Kick, maybe.
Give us some indication that there was some enforcement. Did Destiny just hear that? Yeah, he did. He's a professional though. He moved on as if he didn't hear it. What did you think of his statement overall? Did you I
have to listen to more because I don't want to like make unhinged statements, but like the problem is why do you think people were mad about his statement?
Look, the problem is we need to get more likes in the chat. That's the real problem. I don't know if Destiny's going to tell you that, but I'll tell you that. We need to drive those likes higher. So if you haven't hit the like button yet, it's a good time to...
There's two reasons. There's the inferior culture thing. They think he's saying like inferior race, essentially, about Arabs. They think that, which I think you can defend as like culture is a different thing. And then there's also the I don't care if they're getting genocided part, but he also defines what he means by genocide, and it's not what genocide means. And I think a lot of people just totally ignore the actual definition he gave for genocide, which is like systematic killing of a group of people, which applies to many things other than like genetic groups. And then they apply the actual definition of genocide and think he's saying, I'm totally cool with like systematically eliminating a specific ethnic group. And it's like, well, that's not...
I'm admitting I've only watched like clips, like seconds worth of...
So that shows you that J-Stalk thinks that that's where the line should be. That's where the problematicity occurs. If you endorse getting rid of, wiping from the planet an ethnic group, right? J-Stalk doesn't know what genocide is. There's a, complicated UN definition, but it doesn't necessitate an attempt to completely wipe a group off the face of the earth. Right? And there's many instances of genocide which were not that. Like, if you really want to hold it up to that, you could say that the Nazis were literally not capable of enacting a genocide because they did not control, you know, all the areas where Jewish people lived. But that's obviously not true. What happened, you know, in the area controlled by the Nazis was a genocide. And even if they don't kill everyone that's Jewish, it's still a genocide, right? I don't know. Destiny has maybe studied the UN documents specifying so that he can kind of wriggle out of calling what Israel's doing a genocide, so that he can find some legalistic way to kind of weasel his way out of admitting what's happening in Gaza. So maybe we'll get a correction from Destiny, but I take it that J-Stalk has not really... He's going by, I guess, what's the normie definition?
Or I guess a couple minutes worth of clips. So it's possible I'm missing something. I think that the genocide statement is a red herring, though. I think that the real thing that triggers people is that culture thing.
I will just
which is,
be your pig.
Is a big, yeah, it sucks because, like, I think that there's a really negative way that, like, I'm going to sound really cringe, but, like, Western imperial cultures use that culture argument. However, I don't think Asmongold was necessarily there, although he could be. But the issue is that the other side seems to think that it's okay for them to use the same kind of argument because, like...
He's not on YouTube anymore? I don't know. Somebody check. JSTLK. Is he still on YouTube?
Are we going to say, like, here's a question. If you were to ask them, oh, okay, well, let's say that we compare the culture of Norway to the culture of the United States of America in 1790 when women couldn't vote and we had black slaves. Would you say that neither culture is better than the other? There is no shot that they would say, oh, I would never say one culture is better than the other. Right?
Well, I mean, I think that's obviously true. And I think you can look at their literal responses to Israel-Palestine. A bunch of them, I can't name people because I don't remember the clips, but on October 7th, a whole bunch of people were like, well, what, am I supposed to feel bad that some Israelis got hurt because they're oppressing Palestinians, right? That's the same thing, implying that, like, the Israelis are doing something negative that is inviting that attack on them, right? I think, like, so in terms of the not caring about people being hurt by terrorist attacks, hurt by, like, a genocidal intent, I think they've expressed the same sentiment, like, multiple times. But again, to your point with regards to Norway, yeah, obviously they'd say any culture that owns black slaves is an inferior culture.
Yeah, so they would say Norwegian culture is
oh my god, what is this?
superior to American slave owning culture. But if you were to ask them...
Wait, where did they get to this?
Some Israelis got hurt, obviously true.
When women couldn't vote and we had an argument because I use that culture argument. However, I don't think Asmongold was necessary. Yeah, it sucks because, like, I think that there's a really negative way that, like, I'm going to sound really cringe, but, like, Western imperial cultures use that culture argument. However, I don't think Asmongold was necessarily there, although he could be. But the issue is that the other side seems to think that it's okay for them to use the same kind of argument because, like, are we going to say, like, here's a question. If you were to ask them, oh, okay, well, let's say that we compare the culture of Norway to the culture of the United States of America in 1790.
Do you realize that when you have to compare a presently existing culture, as you say, to one from 1790, that you are, by the very definition of stretching. You're stretching things, Destiny. But secondly, I want to point out that slavery is not part of culture. Chattel slavery, particularly, is not, like, I mean, I guess you could make an argument that, like, I don't know, was slavery part of the culture of Rome? That's maybe, I haven't looked into it enough to know for sure. I mean, historians might disagree. But it's, like, you could imagine that argument being made. But what maybe Destiny doesn't realize is that chattel slavery, in the form that it existed in 1790, was somewhat of a new phenomenon. Unless Destiny's talking about, you know, indentured servitude or something. I'm assuming he's talking about chattel slavery. And, like, if we compare a social democracy like Norway, which I don't even know, is Norway even like that way anymore? Like, the Scandinavian's going pretty far right, so I don't even know what to call Norway these days, but maybe he means like Norway from 2008 or something like that, right? But again, like there's a huge mistake in confusing politics, which was the United States complicity in slavery, was a matter of politics in 1790, not a matter of culture. It was politics because in order to incorporate all of the colonies, including the southern colonies, including the slaveholding colonies, there was they tolerated it, right? They allowed it to get the United States together. They did not say, yeah, but you gotta end your peculiar institution. And that's the kind of language that they use to talk about chattel slavery, because again, it wasn't that old of a thing at that time. It was something that had come about, fairly recently, and it was a different form of slavery compared to, Rome or Greece or any other place that might have some form of slavery.
When women couldn't vote and we had black slaves.
Kind of a useless argument, in other words. I feel like I'm bemoaning the point a little too much.
Would you say that neither culture is better than the other? There is no shot that they would say, oh, I would never say one culture is better than the other. Right?
Well, I mean, I think that's...
When you're talking about culture, you're talking about like food and clothes and culture. Your culture, you're not talking about politics.
Obviously true. And I think you can look at their literal responses to Israel-Palestine. A bunch of them, I can't name people because I don't remember the clips, but on October 7th, a whole bunch of people were like, well, what, am I supposed to feel bad that some Israelis got hurt because they're oppressing Palestinians, right? That's the same thing, implying that like the Israelis are doing something negative that is inviting that attack on them, right? I think so in terms of the not caring about people being hurt by terrorist attacks, hurt by like a genocidal intent, I think they've expressed the same sentiment like multiple times. But again, to your point with regards to Norway, yeah, obviously they'd say...
Philip Blair says, in whole or in part are the last 5 words of the definition of genocide, and people often admit these 5 words when defending... Yeah, the people that want to go at it from a legalistic angle, right? And they want to weasel out of what is fucking plainly obvious to anybody with eyes. They'll act like this is a strict definition which has to be met to an absurd totality, when in actuality, the last 5 words are, as Philip Blair says, in whole or in part.
Any culture that owns black slaves is an inferior culture.
Yeah, so they would say Norwegian culture is superior to American slaveholding culture. But if you were to ask them, is Norwegian culture superior to the Ottoman Empire's culture? They won't answer that. Or to modern day...
Different cultures value different things, Destiny. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And the thing is it's true. If you're talking about one culture being better than the other, you should say with respect to what? Because it really doesn't make sense to say it's just better, right?
He did say with respect to something. He said with respect to everything. He said literally in every possible facet, better.
Wait, did he say that?
He did.
Okay, I heard him say the Sharia law thing over and over again. I didn't hear the every facet. So if he did, that's kind of a dumb statement for sure. But not as extreme as people, I think, make it out to be. I don't know. When I was listening to it, I was waiting for like the radical, crazy like genocide, all of them, but I didn't hear that. It sounded like the gist of what he was saying was, which is like unintentionally
posting.
Well, yeah, and I don't even know if he realizes like the type of statement he made, but what he's really saying is that like, well, if there's a culture and if built into their culture, they've got this concept of like domination of the, is it the Umar? Is that non-Muslims? I forget, whatever, the Umar and the whatever. But if it's like the domination of like these non-religious people, and then they get blown up, well, like I don't feel bad for them. If their culture is centered around domination, then I would feel bad if they got blown up, which in and of itself is not really an incorrect or even bad statement. You probably just need to qualify it more. And it takes like, there's a lot of attention to detail when making arguments like this, because you can get swept up in the like, oh, everything white and Western is just better in every single way than all the Arab stuff, which is retarded, but.
Yeah, do you have a minute? Do you want to just listen to it again? Because I can play the clip for you if you haven't heard the minute 15 seconds. I do think, I went back and listened a little bit. We can listen to it again. But I think what he's referring to in terms of built into the culture and built into Sharia, I think he's talking about the death penalty for homosexuality.
Is he? I thought he was. I would have imagined it would have been the conquering aspect, but I don't even know how much he knows about any of this shit. So.
Yeah.
Do they understand that like things that are nominally part of Sharia law aren't necessarily like enforced in every like Muslim nation?
There are a whole bunch of other things that would
like. I wonder, chat. Do you think are they gonna mention the, punishment of cutting off a hand for stealing? Because if they do, then
makes sense here. But like, because the other thing that would make sense is if he's talking about Hamas, then he could be talking about their charter, right, having a genocidal intent towards Jews. But I don't think he is. So anyway, we can listen.
Wait, no, actually, I thought that's what he was saying. I assumed that was what he was saying. I mean, well, I guess they'll listen to it, so maybe.
And just listen explicitly to the genocide definition he gives, which is like really, really kind of insanely broad.
Want to consider a genocide as a system?
Oh wait, no, I am. You're in the presentation, right?
No, I'm not. Hold on, let me click that. 1 sec.
Yeah, hop in.
Call-ins. Watch stream. Is that what I need to do?
Yep.
And then am I listening? Play something?
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people throw around terms like Sharia law without actually understanding what it is and where and how and to what extent it's actually applied.
Terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way.
Yeah.
They'd be doing the same thing.
Which, like, there to me, it's like he is also kind of describing it's like these two groups are basically like at each other's throat down to the last person. And of course, I just don't feel that bad when like one of those groups is losing. It's like they've had plenty of chances to. I feel like that's a general idea of what he's going for.
So yeah, so Asmon's statement is overly broad here and pretty stupid. But one of the big issues is like the thing that's so frustrating is all of the white people on Twitch, like Hasan Piker, okay, constantly conflate all of Islam with Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas. That's like the big issue, right? So if you are...
Wait, where's he getting that? I feel like it's the other way around. I feel like Hasan's one of the very few creators that understands that like the Western image of Islam is not representative of the majority of Muslims on the planet.
And then you look at like all the pro-Palestinian people, and then
like when you say Islam, most Americans think Saudi Arabia. They don't think Indonesia.
Oh well, they all also support like radical Islamist, fundamentalist orgs. I guess maybe that's just all of Islam, and that's all the Arab world. I can understand why people get confused because you never have people out here like Hasan delineating between. Well, I mean, delineating. He's literally showing music video propaganda to his random friends.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, so it's not really even surprising that. Yeah, It reminds me of when like conservatives a long time ago used to say like, oh, we're not doing that, that's socialism. You're like, no, that's social spending, it's not socialism. And then all of a sudden, like nowadays, like progressives are like, yeah, we need like social spending, that's socialism. Like, wait a second, why are we using their definition? Like, I feel like people like Hasan are playing into that environment. Well, actually, all good Arabs and Muslims are going to support Hamas and all these people because they're resistance freedom fighters. Ignoring the fact that if you want to kill Arabs, these are the
Justin, you got to say it the right way. It's Hamas.
People that you should love the most because nobody kills Arabs like other Arabs do. If you look at the Syrian civil war, you look at what happened in Yemen, like you look at all the, like it's Jesus.
Like, if you don't say Hamas, then you don't truly disavow, you don't condemn Hamas. You can't condemn it by calling it Hamas. You got to call it Hamas.
Yeah. He's saying that as well. Also, the thing that like upset me about this, I was talking to Slasher earlier about this a little bit. The thing that upsets me is like, I'm pretty sure, especially after Asmongold, he goes and talks to Hasan for 3 hours after this. I'm very certain that Asmongold doesn't want innocent people killed. Like he made it very clear multiple times. No, I'm not cool with children getting killed. Wait, yeah, that was probably broad. Yeah, oh, maybe I spoke too like harshly, too generally, right? He doesn't want this, but Hasan legitimately, and there is no concern. Hasan really does support the Houthis. He really does support terrorists kidnapping those 25 people off the Galaxy Leader and keeping them hostage for a year. He supports it outright. He's happy about it.
It was hilarious. It was funny as fuck.
So like it's like Asmongold's accidentally speaking here, 2-week ban because he was retarded basically. And when Hasan genuinely supports, which by the way is against the TOS, when he genuinely supports terrorists, no, there's no evidence that he's had even a talking to.
Yeah, which is all the more evidence.
I know that guys like this think that like having an issue with using slurs like that is actually pretty cringe. But is it really more cringe than saying those words as like a vice signal? Than repeating words that you were probably attacked with as a kid on the playground? Now that you're an adult? There's never any sort of explanation for why these fucking grown-ass men think that using a playground insult like that makes them sound tough. That is fucking cringe. That is fucking cringe.
By the fact that it's like when Hasan tries to, he'll bring up me or he'll say things like, oh, like Destiny had Nick Fuentes on, so I should be able to have the Houthi guy on. And it's like, nobody is mad at you for having the guy on. They're mad at you because you agree with every single thing that he says, right? And he does this over and over again where he conflates like why people are upset over a thing. It's like, bro, you actually support this. This isn't about platforming. This is about endorsing, right? Like this guy is telling you that they drugged the people that I'm pretty sure.
So we're talking about Timothy Chalamet. That's not his real name. I can't remember his real name. He's on Twitter. Hasan had him on stream. You know, he's been videoed before going on to ships that Yemen had commandeered. And, you know, like Hasan had a very friendly conversation with him, which almost, you know, like people went after Hasan for this, right? Ethan Klein, from what I've heard, that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. I fucking hate it, chat. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for Ethan Klein tomorrow? You almost got it today, but you're getting it tomorrow, all right? We're going to go over Ethan Klein still trying to start shit with Hasan. And this time going after this Timothy Chalamet character, the One Piece Monkey D. Luffy guy that Hasan had on. He found some, I think he found some posts of the guy on Twitter that he claimed were anti-Semitic. Timothy Chalamet answered Ethan's Instagram post saying that he wasn't talking about Jewish people. You know, he wasn't. It wasn't directed towards Jewish people.
Still being held hostage, and he's like laughing about it. And you're laughing along. That's crazy. That's like airstrike worthy, like crazy statements to be making. Like, what the is wrong with you? It's because he's got no compassion for anybody. He's just a white suburban Hollywood kid. He doesn't give a fuck at the end of the day about any of the people involved.
No, but he didn't like. It's bad enough that he watched it the first time, was like, oh, isn't this cool? But he thought it was so awesome that he had to pull it out and show it to NMP Lowell and go like, bro, look at how awesome this is. And NMP's sitting there not knowing what it is.
So no, we never watched this, right? But yeah, Hasan had a guest on, and I think he had. There's like music videos that Yemeni people have made that oh my god, what's it called? I'm trying to remember the other name for the Houthis. I can't remember. I'm Ansar al-Islam. And oh my god, chat! Somebody help me out here. It's been a little while. Little while. But yeah, regardless, he's showing some music videos, and he's entertained by the fact that this like militant group makes kind of music videos that are like bangers, right? And he shows it to somebody that comes on stream with him. That's what they're referring to.
And he's like, oh man, this is like Rust. And it's like, bro, you're about to watch 25 people get kidnapped and possibly never make it home to their families. That's literally, you're watching them be held at gunpoint. They walk in with AK-47s and have AK-47s, and they see this, like, on these civilians.
Is he talking about the ships?
Oh yeah, because Hasan was showing the takeover of the ships. He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Hasan, by the way, I don't know if you caught this or not, because it's a very common lie that they tell. Hasan was doing that whole like, oh no, they only go after the Israeli ships.
Yeah, which the Houthis do not have the technology. They barely have like walkie-talkies. They don't have the technology to know who anyone is. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not just targeting Israeli trade or things going to Israel. They're targeting everything. Hasan is supporting terrorism, right? He's on stream.
Objectively,
saying, like, I support these. It's funny. They're blocking this. Like, that's supporting terrorism. God, it's so cringe.
It's the world we live in. It's the world Dan Clancy wants, to use the meme, okay?
Unironically, though.
I don't understand. Yeah. I just feel like, and they're lucky, I guess they're lucky, that a lot of mainstream publications haven't picked it up. But I feel like it's only a matter of time. Like, you just keep letting it happen. They're going to continue to do it. You're eventually going to get caught.
That these editors and these editing rooms and everything are all, like, very left. So it would take something really, really, really dramatic for them to give a fuck. That's the issue.
You don't say. Hold on. We need to pull this Alyssa Mercante album back up. Where is it here?
He DM'd me, like, 30 seconds after.
Wait, Alyssa Mercante, that's the person... God, this is a journalist that... interviewed Hasan, was kind of seemed to be crushing on Hasan. Yeah, Kotaku journalist, right? Alyssa Mercant did a little bit of Twitch streaming, not super successfully.
Sure. After I posted it, and then she kept blocking me and unblocking me, so I kept editing my comment to like re-add her because apparently that unasked you, and then she perma-blocked me.
It is what it is. Bro, did you see the video that I posted, by the way? Have you seen this?
I haven't watched anything. My day's been.
Oh, this is so good. So she went to TwitchCon explicitly to meet Hasan. If you go to the bottom of that album, there's a whole bunch of tweets in that album about her going. She had an interview with Hasan. Hasan, I feel like, probably got this okay through somebody else. I'm making this up, by the way. This isn't confirmed. But he must have gotten this interview confirmed through somebody else. I think he knew who she was, and they canceled this interview. And he said, oh, we have a very busy schedule. Except if you watch further in the VOD, they had no schedule. They're like, let's go surprise like Ludwig or something across the TwitchCon. I think he's super creeped out by this person. And watching their only interaction is like he basically had.
Yeah, I don't know anything about her other than it seems like dudes like this love to go after Kotaku journalists. I can't really say though. Maybe she is. Maybe she is being creepy.
And he was standing there, and she walks over to say something to him, and watching their only interaction was amazing. Or I was just playing.
So, I'm sorry for
I was
not.
going to pick your brain about gamers and politics, but...
Yeah, we can do it another time.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Good luck.
Perfect.
You are tall. He's a tall guy.
Oh no, they just added oh no, this is a previous JStalk. So what JStalk does with most of his content, right, is bringing other people on and talking to them. You got Wicked Supreme over here, you got Queemon, you got Cherry, oh my god, you got Our Relevant. This is a fucking row of sussy bakas right here. Right? Like these are all weirdos. These are all fucking weirdos.
Let's do,
he grimaces. No, run that back. Look at this guy's face as he turns.
Yeah, we can do it another time.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Good luck.
Perfect.
You are tall. He's a tall guy.
all jealous of Hasan.
That's rare that you see the woman making those comments and walking away and the man feeling that uncomfortable. Okay, she's doing a lot for female empowerment in this clip. Okay, she's sexually harassing this very popular, attractive celebrity. Very interesting.
You guys are so fucking weird about Hasan.
But yeah, they tell her like, yeah, we ran out of time here. We actually accidentally double booked. But around this whole thing, they're actually talking in the VOD about how they don't have plans. What are we gonna do? Should we go surprise Ludwig? So they just canceled this to like walk away.
Pretty cringe.
Incredibly cringe. Incredibly funny. But yeah, that's the I feel like that's the average person who covers Hasan.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to turn this back on Hasan? No, this is 100% Alyssa Mercant who looks bad here. I don't know why you would. Well, because they hate Hasan. That's why.
Average person who covers Hasan. That's why he gets no criticism.
I mean, that and he's like...
I cover Hasan. I'm not thirsting after him. I criticize him. What are you talking about?
He's very careful about selecting...
I don't know very many people at all. I mean, there's probably like Hasan orbiters maybe that don't criticize him as much, but look at this. Like, this is a fucking Destiny orbit stream. I mean, then...
The platforms that he goes on too, right?
Oh, sure, yeah, he's very careful to avoid
like he's only going on platforms where the editors are like that towards him, you know?
I appreciate that, Destiny.
All right. That's enough DGG for today. All right, so we got one more segment, potentially two more segments, depending on whether we hit the yay old dono goal or not. We're at 69% of the dono goal, so we're 31% from getting there. Definitely well within striking range. We've got, we're going to cover... Oh my god, I'm like, what are we going to cover? We're going to cover the main thing, which is not Hasan. Yes, Hasan. But a different Hasan. Not Hasan Piker, but Medhi Hasan. Medhi Hasan is taking on an IDF spokesperson, former IDF combat troop, in a debate on Piers Morgan. It should be fairly interesting. Should be fairly interesting. You're a Kaya stan, Narwhal? Norman Finkelstein suggests the Houthis win the Nobel Peace Prize together with lawyers from South Africa and medical doctors in Gaza. Wait, Gojo? Who's Gojo? Yeah, they don't bring actual clips. So yeah, chat, we're going to be doing Ethan Klein tomorrow. Ethan apparently has talked about, I've been told, I mean, I'll look into this. I'll have to, I don't want to sell you on content that may or may not be there. I've been told by fairly reliable sources that Ethan goes off on Hasan for like 2 hours. He's been going off on Hasan on Instagram. That stuff's not as interesting to cover as the stuff that happens on stream, but yeah, apparently, Ethan, thank you for making content for us that I now have to follow. It's sort of like a Sunday Tyler situation where somebody's obsessed with somebody else, and so I have to cover them. Imagine being so lame you would attack a dude named Christian over religion. Meanwhile, the dude named Christian you're attacking is basically an atheist. Mystery Science Theater 3000. All right, well, I don't have to talk to chat if chat's wow. But this would be your chance for interaction. Davy Cliff says, I feel like these Sunni countries just treat Shia minorities better. They would not form military organizations that Iran will fund. The Houthis were the only outside group with the resolve to actually act on behalf of Gazans. You stand Felix? Are you talking about Felix Biederman? Kaya is a big baby. Chat, do you think I could pick Kaya up? Like, do you think I could hold Kaya? Is Kaya's probably too big. Do you know what I mean? Like when you pick up a dog and hold them like upside down like that? Do you think I could do that? Or do you think that Kaya would just like... Kaya's way too big for that now. I feel like I want to pick Kaya up, but I don't think I could. I don't think I would be able to. Weird how so many of these male streamers are obsessed with Hasan. Yeah, I don't know how much of it is Elizabeth, right? So part of it might just be about money, it might just be about clicks. And part of it I can't tell you what it's about, right? You're half asleep, Double Dostoevsky? Wait, does that mean that your other half is like half awake? Since you're Double Dostoevsky? Busting open the leftover Pokemon cards packs in chat? Wait, people really like that. People really like opening, like what is it, an unboxing? I just caught all of chat at the wrong moment, apparently. Christian Strand, thank you for the super sticker. Getting us to 70%. We're now at 70%. That's 30% from hitting that dono goal. Remember, if we hit the dono goal before the end of this next segment, it won't be the last segment. We'll get to take a look at what is behind door number... What is this? Door number 2? Door number 3. Door number 3, Crisis of Masculinity, the lowest ranking poll option and somehow the highest ranking dono option. Sometimes it just is like that. Sometimes that's how it ends up. It's partially because Hasan won the Gillette. Almost the Gillette lotto, the gelato the genetic lotto, so to speak, and they didn't. Yeah, there is like a weird Myron, is what they call that in gym culture. If you're Myron, in fact, there was somebody on YouTube who famously said, "Lift heavy or die Myron," which is to imply that the only way you're gonna get the gains is by lifting heavy, which I don't think is actually true, right? Lifting heavy is not always your best, your quickest route to hypertrophy. Lifting heavy, you know, generally you're lifting to increase your strength, which is great. But it's not going to get you the gains the same way that reps will. Anyway, chat, just a little unsolicited training advice for you there. I'll admit I'm not always agreeing with Hasan, but those two seem to have hate boners. Hate boners indeed. The gelato. Yeah, the gelato. Like Myron gains from... Well, I think that's what his name's about. Yeah, that's where he got his name. Right, I can't remember. Who was it that says lift heavy or die Myron? Do I have to look this up? I might have to look this up. I need to know, chat. Lift heavy, or die Myron. Motherfucker. Oh yeah, it's motherfucker. Who's the guy that said, yeah, this guy, Brian Turner, has the... I feel like if I saw his name, I'd recognize it, but I can't find it.
Hey guys, today I want to answer a question that was left on.
I think it's at the end of his videos that he shows this. I can't find it. It's not at the end of... I thought... Lift Heavy or Die Myron, that's a playlist. Now we're watching somebody lift heavy. God damn it, I can't remember who says it. Who actually says lift heavy or Die Myron? It's like a fitness YouTuber. I'm not gonna find it. I'm not gonna find it. That's sad. The internet has moved on. Anyway, chat. Anyway, I should move on too. If the internet has moved on, then so should I. So shall I. Just gonna have to search it up. Piers, Morgan, Medhi, Hasan. There we go. That's the video that we've got tonight. It may be our last video if we don't hit the bonus goal. It may not be our last video if we do hit the bonus goal. It's all dependent on you, chat. We are 30% away from it, so pretty easily within striking distance, I would say, but I don't know. I don't know. Great fun fact. MTG. Wait, do I have any respect for MTG? I'm less anti-CrossFit than some other people. Like, I think CrossFit has the potential to be okay, but often is not okay. PBD should start a gym YouTube channel. Does he work out? Any thoughts on the Georgia judge ruling against the official who wants to be able to not certify the election? My understanding is that, yeah, they wanted to do a hand count, or they wanted to force a hand count before certifying their results, and the Georgia judge ruled against that. So it's another shenanigan that MAGA's trying to pull, that they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to pull that. Oh my god, chat, I'm having so much trouble just pulling up MTG CrossFit video is gold. Wait, what one? CrossFit gone wrong videos. Yeah, but some of them might be TOS. I don't know. I think that like some people really hurt themselves in the gym. Not even just with fight. No, about Myron Gaines. Didn't know he was named after a fitness culture. I guess that's explained. Yeah, that's why he's fit. The MTG killer CrossFit routine. It was Piers who said lift heavy or die, Myron. Yeah, he's definitely in the gym. MTG decided to not die Myron. Yeah, she's gonna die by Jewish space laser, probably. Oh, dislocated shoulders. Are you talking about the kipping pull-ups that she does? I'm guessing. Don't think Zionists understand what those yellow ribbons mean. Maybe they mislearned it from Donald Rumsfeld. Yeah, how? Like, I have seen other like pro-Israeli people with the yellow ribbons. I don't know what that's about. Anybody want to help me out here? Is it Ziz? Yeah, Ziz is the guy that really, like, Ziz died, right? Ziz was on, like, roids or something and ended up dying. I vaguely remember who Ziz is. But thanks for, yeah, I don't think it was Ziz on Ziz's channel where they said that. No, there's this dude, there's this old weightlifter dude that's like, lift heavy or die Myron. He's just like, yeah. Like, I don't remember who the fuck it was, though. It's like Rich Piana era. Ziz was like a model, right? Am I right about that? I feel like Ziz was, like, there's like, glow-up pictures of Ziz from before he started, like, you know, bodybuilding. And then if you look at after he was bodybuilding, it's like quite impressive, right? But then he died, so that's not, you know, something he was doing maybe wasn't great. Oh, combined with some scary looking deadlifts. Yeah. Well, wait, now they're doing their versions of lifts like compound lifts come from powerlifting, right? And the thing about CrossFit is I feel like so powerlifting is like a very kinetic, right? You know, whereas most lifting that you see, it's very methodical. You stand up, you line your body perfectly, and then, you know, you start your lift and you do it slowly and deliberately. In powerlifting, it's more about power, right? Which is explosiveness, right? You're training, when you're a power lifter, you're training for explosiveness. I don't know that much about powerlifting. I was never very good at it myself. But from what I've seen, CrossFit, I think like incorporates a lot of powerlifting. And in general, what crosslifting focuses on, there's like a workout of the day, right? You'll come into your CrossFit gym or your box. There'll be a workout of the day on the dry erase board, and you try to you're competing with each other for time. You're trying to get, you know, the best time, and that incentivizes maybe less care than should be taken when doing, you know, heavy lifts, and especially the combination of heavy lifts with speed. You know what I mean? The combination of like there's parts of CrossFit culture which are really pretty toxic, right? When you overdo things, and especially CrossFit, you can get something called rhabdomyolysis. And it's really worrying. It's an issue with your kidneys. It's very bad, right? But some CrossFit people like look at it as an achievement. Achievement unlocked. I gave myself rhabdo, right? It's not an achievement. You should never be proud of that. You should never be happy about that. And the other thing is that they'll sometimes have a bucket or a trash bin handy in case, you know, somebody makes themselves vomit. And then kind of praise them for vomit. Oh, good job. You made yourself puke. Right? Now, that's not every single CrossFit box. I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. I don't really know that much about it. I think there probably are, you know, it's just a form of exercise. I'm sure there's a healthy way to do it. The other thing about CrossFit is when it started out, there weren't certifications. And so you had a lot of people starting up gyms that maybe didn't have the expertise to run a gym in a safe way. Reminds me that I need to get back into calisthenics. All I can find is Get Shredded or Die Myrian from Ziz. I almost said from Jizz. Jeez. Wait, deadlifts with poo-poo? Is that something that happens in CrossFit? Do you want to look at this really quick?
Everyone does.
No, we don't. Oh my god. I can't make it open up in the right window, unfortunately, on our wall. MTG, let me like try to look it up. MTG workout. Epic workout. Oh, this is her. Okay. Okay, I don't even know what that is. Also, is she mic'd up with like a lavalier mic?
Okay, so these leaps.
Yeah, is she doing? That's almost like plyometric presses that she's doing, right? Plyometrics is when you kind of put a little jump or a little push into an exercise. Those are her kipping pull-ups. See, now, I don't know, like, people laugh at this because this isn't the way that you do pull-ups or chin-ups or anything, but there is something in CrossFit that's called kipping.
Stop! You're back! You're back! Stop! Jesus! Jesus Christ! You're back!
Flapping like a fish out of water, you know?
So I've been doing some research on this. Apparently this is how CrossFit just is.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. According to CrossFit, that's not a bad that's not bad form or anything.
Form actually isn't that bad per CrossFit. And Emma, you'll know. Let me see if I can find that. Where did you share that with us? Tim Pool has gotten on you.
Because I said it was bad form. Now, apparently it's not bad CrossFit form, but I will tell you people, it's still fucking bad form. You can't flop around like you're a fish or you're like me at age 5 on the monkey bars. I often do a quick Google search before claiming to know something in which I have no experience. This is wonderful. Apparently Emma was mocking Marjorie Taylor Greene and many people were pointing out that MTG is actually doing fine by CrossFit standards.
So yeah, by CrossFit standards being the key.
This is like some sort of CrossFit shoulder raised deadlift kind of deal. I don't even know what you call this. But then I don't know why she has to.
What I really don't like about this is that she's using the momentum from the press in order to like lift herself, right? That's not, it's a weird thing to apply plyometrics into overhead presses. Overhead press is also an exercise that a lot of people get hurt on, right?
and then drop it. Like, I hope she doesn't live in the...
It's because the shoulder is a particularly vulnerable joint, right? If you look at your shoulder, it's similar to your hip. The major difference being that you have way, way more range of motion at your shoulder joint. That's because you've got your scapula, and you've got it's a more mobile joint. Now, more mobile also means more vulnerable, right? And because of that, you got to be really careful with your shoulder exercises.
This is what I'm... She humping the air? Why are her legs?
Yeah, I mean, this is what they do. This is what CrossFitters do.
Apparently, that's what's known as a butterfly pull-up.
Do they call it? Is that the official name? I always called it kipping.
And to me, it looks like, somebody who can't do a whole lot of the normal type pull-ups doing a different, less disciplined method so they can get a few more.
I mean, I guess it sort of tries to get them into that hit zone, right? Where they're in their like third cardiovascular zone. They're in,
But apparently this is a method.
They try to get their heart rate around 180 or so.
I don't know why they're called butterfly pull-ups, because I've never seen any butterfly in my life look like that.
I don't know. I sort of get it. Doesn't it look as regal and majestic as a butterfly?
I was like a larva, right? Squirming around.
Yeah, it's like a caterpillar falling out of a tree.
Okay, I'm like, whatever. I don't really, drop it. Okay, it gets so much more intense here. That's just designed to fuck up your shoulder ligaments. There's just no way. There is no way. There is no way. All right.
I don't see how.
All right, there we go. All right, chat. So this is the last segment of the night, potentially. Right, as it stands now, we're at 70% of the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the time I am done reacting to this video, then there will be bonus content. Right now, it looks like it may be the Crisis of Masculinity. That is Andy Pants Gaming. That is a super cringe, like anti-SJW. That like if this dude missed 2016, right? Andy Pants Gaming really would have loved 2016. This is the kind of content that you'd see, from chuds. It's like, fandom menace kind of stuff. It's like, there's too many minorities in my gaming. There's too many minorities in my science fiction. It's that kind of shit, right? And Andy Pants Gaming is proposing that there's a crisis of masculinity, that video games used to be masculine and awesome, and now they are arsler and gay and feminine, and that's bad. So, I mean, that's what's winning right now. Of course, it only matters if we hit 100% on the dono goal, which we might. And but until let's get into this. So yeah, let's go over who this is. You all know Medhi Hasan. You all know Piers Morgan. On the left, though, is I keep on forgetting his name, Jonathan Cornicus, who some of you may know as the IDF spokesman. Was an IDF spokesman fairly recently, has since, I don't know, retired to go on shows like this. I'm not even sure what's going on here, but they brought him on to debate Medhi Hasan. And of course, with Piers Morgan, we always keep it civil. We always keep it civil. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. It helps me out a lot.
Nonsense that you are spewing out.
I'm not sure how Jonathan still comes on these shows and defends that kind of barbarism.
Slanted and biased, and I read parts of your book, and I know exactly what you're doing. What we're in for a long battle. I think that we're in for more fighting. The next step is indeed Iran.
No one trusts anything Jonathan says.
Actually, many people do trust what I and my peers say. What is it that you stand for? What do you represent? What
Human
are
rights,
the values that
dignity,
you stand
equality.
for? It's such
shameful.
It's such a nonsense talking.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
The US has ordered Israel to urgently boost aid to Gaza or face having some military assistance cut off. It comes after reports that Benjamin Netanyahu was considering a surrender or starve plan to choke off aid to the north, leaving hundreds of thousands without food or water to flush out Hamas terrorists. Israeli officials have told their US counterparts they won't enact that plan. But frankly, that's what they tend to say about most of their escalations just before they happen. In the past few days, 4 Israeli soldiers were killed, 58 more badly injured in a Hezbollah drone attack. The UN, meanwhile, has condemned a large number of civilian deaths caused by Israeli strikes, including one that hit a Gazan school.
Yes, Lady Badash, there's that too.
The conflict now at its most dangerous juncture. I'm joined by two of the most accomplished advocates for their relative positions. Jonathan Comricus is a retired lieutenant colonel and international spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces. And Medhi Hasan is editor and CEO of Zateo News. Well, welcome to both of you. Should be a fascinating debate. I hope, unlike some of my debates on this, it doesn't descend into talking over each other and ad hominem too much, because I think you're both better than that. And I say that as a compliment, having interviewed you both multiple times. But Medhi, let me start with you about where you feel we are now. It seems to me that where we are is that Benjamin Netanyahu, having been very unpopular with Israeli people, following the attacks on Hezbollah, the pager attacks, and then following up with the strikes on...
Medhi should stop gracing Piers with his presence, says Narwhal by Nature. Yeah. It is weird how... I mean, they did have that knockout, drag-out fight, but they sort of seem to get along. It's weird.
Hezbollah leadership and so on, he's suddenly seen a massive spurt in his popularity, and that seems to have emboldened him now to potentially go for broke with Hamas, with Hezbollah, with the Houthis, and ultimately potentially with Iran directly. Is that your reading of this, and how dangerous is that as a moment for the world?
Thanks, Piers. We're in a very dangerous moment for the world. Anyone who thinks otherwise is crazy. I've spoken to Middle East experts who say they've covered the region for decades and they've never seen it boiling like it is now. We could be on the verge of a much wider regional war than Israel has already created. And yes, Benjamin Netanyahu, anyone who follows Netanyahu's career, I think is well aware of the fact that he is a self-serving cynic. He, like Donald Trump, cares about himself more than cares about his party or his people or his country. And we all know that he's carried on this war, partly, not only, but partly, because he wants to stay out of prison himself. He wants to keep his far-right fascistic coalition together. And of course, escalating and escalating as we get closer to an American election helps him, because as even Joe Biden apparently has acknowledged in private, he's trying to get Donald Trump elected. So for Netanyahu, there's a wide variety of domestic political reasons that help him extend the war. As you say, people tend to rally around in times of war. When Iranian rockets or Hezbollah rockets are dropping on Israelis, of course, are going to rally around their government. That's only natural. That happens in every country in the world. So of course it helps Netanyahu. He's the ultimate cynic.
Jonathan Comricus, I mean, a lot of people think that. And it's hard not to deduce that that is what's driving him, not least because at the end of all this, Benjamin Netanyahu will face a moment of reckoning with the Israeli people for what happened on October the 7th, which many still blame him for in terms of a massive security failure on his watch. But also he's facing corruption charges, which have all been delayed pending resolution of the military conflicts. There's not really much incentive for him to bring any of this to an end, is there?
Yeah, you know, never was a spokesperson for Netanyahu, and I certainly don't intend to be. And I think it's a bit flat to analyze everything happening in the Middle East only from Netanyahu's perspective and then dress everything up as if it is all related in some, you know, mystical way, like the Elders of Zion type of thinking. I would offer, you know, a different military way of looking at it. And when I see what Israel is doing, there's a lot of sense. For the first time in 11 months, or in a year after 11 months, Israel actually started gaining success against Hezbollah, and success leads to success. And when you succeed on the battlefield, you want to make sure that you exploit your enemy's weakness. That's what's happening now. I don't think that even Medhi and other people can blame Israel for being attacked by Iran, or actually maybe Medhi can, but I don't think that any reasonable person can say, well, Israel is at fault for Iran twice firing missiles on all over Israel. So what Israel is doing is defending itself against Iranian attacks, first and foremost Hamas, and Hamas is down but not out, and now dealing very lately, but and after a long period of time of 70,000 Israelis being evacuated from their homes for 11 months, but dealing with Hezbollah as well. And I think that in the coming days, or maybe a little bit more than that, Israel will expand its defenses to the real destabilizing factor in the Middle East, which is Iran. And to put everything within the Netanyahu context, I think it's a bit, intellectually lazy and flat. There's so much more to it, and it really takes away agency and responsibility from all of the other actors that are attacking Israel. The Gaza and the Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Iranians and Iraqis and Syrians, all of these, they have no agency, they have no responsibility, they all are part of the Netanyahu show. I find that a bit hard to believe, and I think it's kind of a lazy argument to be making.
All right, Medhi, your response to that?
Well, let's just deal with the agency issue first. A few things. One is, a lot of those groups you mentioned have all said that they're fighting with Israelis tied to what's happening in Gaza. Many of them have offered the Houthis, Iran, and I said this to you, Piers, last time I came on the show, and you said, how can we trust them? I said, don't trust them, but call their bluff. They've all said, you end the genocide in Gaza, you end the violence in Gaza, you get a ceasefire, and we will stop fighting with Israel.
Which genocide? The one that Hamas started on the 7th?
Let me
the genocide that Hamas started on the 7th?
The genocide that your country's being investigated. Can I finish a sentence? The genocide that your country is being investigated for the International Court of Justice right now.
Jonathan, let Medhi finish his point. Jonathan, I'll let you respond after Medhi finishes his point.
Yeah.
Medhi.
I barely started, but he doesn't want to.
Like, all these arguments appealing to the idea that some Palestinians are, like, you know, want revenge against what's been done to them could be made to justify apartheid in South Africa just as easily. All these ideas of like these concerns of like, you know, genocide in the other direction of you know, where it's happening, of where the power is, could have been made in a South African context to justify
People to hear what's going on. All of those groups have said they'll stop.
And they're bullshit.
If Israel stops its genocide in Gaza. NBC News reported that Israel killed Nasrallah because he said, I'm only going to do a deal with you if you do a ceasefire in Gaza. I want to link a ceasefire in Lebanon with a ceasefire in Gaza. And the Israelis told NBC News that's why we killed him. So we know that these groups have agency. Israel has agency. Jonathan Conricus wants your viewers to believe that Israel just blindly, you know, Israel was just minding its own business and Iran attacked it. Israel attacked Iran first. In Syria, they bombed an Iranian consulate in violation of the laws of international law and international diplomatic law. Yeah, they killed Iranians in Iran. They then bombed Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. They bombed the Iranian capital. And then they bombed Beirut and killed a senior Iranian general. So actually, it was Israel that's been provoking. And when he talks about source of destabilization in the region, everyone in the region knows it's Israel that's destabilizing the region. It's Israel right now that's escalating wars in multiple countries. Everyone around the world knows it's Israel that's the country that is causing the issues. 40 countries, Piers. 40 countries have just put out a statement on Saturday saying, can Israel please stop attacking UN peacekeepers, blue helmets? So please don't give us lectures on who's stabilizing, destabilizing the region. And final point, as for winning, the Israeli general who ran the Gaza division, Gadi Shamni, says Hamas is winning, Israel is losing in a big way. Those are his words, not my words.
Jonathan, your response?
Yeah, I just out of respect for you, Piers, I didn't interrupt the second time, even though Mehdi's statement was littered with so many lies that are in fact quite ridiculous.
As were yours.
Israel was indeed minding its own business. Israel was indeed minding its own business on the 6th of October when Hamas, with a genocidal intent, invaded into Israel and butchered Israeli civilians. Israel was also minding its own business along the Lebanese border when on the 8th...
I don't see where annexing the Golden Heights is minding your own business. That doesn't make sense.
Hezbollah started firing at Israeli civilians and military and eventually forced about 70,000 Israelis to flee their homes after many of them were killed. Israel was also...
You don't call enacting apartheid minding your own business. You don't call running an open-air prison minding your own business. That's literally not minding your own business.
And as you're well aware, no, Mehdi, Mehdi, let's agree not to interrupt. I refrained from interrupting you. I refrained from interrupting you, even though you said so many horrible and very flat lies, and I'll continue not interrupting you if you do the same. Right. And by the way, speaking about the region, Mehdi, I live in the region. My children are here. You do not. And I don't know how many people you know and see from both sides of these different conflicts. I know people from both sides, and I speak with them, and I live here. So I don't think that you're in a position to be lecturing anybody about what's really happening in the region. Okay. I am the one who is running with my family to bomb shelters when Hezbollah fires missiles, and when the Iranians fire missiles, and when Hamas fires missiles. I'm the one who has family who has been evacuated from the north. I'm the one who has close relatives and friends who were massacred on October the 7th. Don't lecture me about who is the source of instability. I agree with you that a lot of countries and a lot of dark people have a problem with the Jews living in their ancestral...
A lot of dark people, huh? Wow, that's just...
homeland. But that doesn't...
Like, I'm sure this is an issue of, like, English as a second language, but it's kind of revealing, too. A lot of dark people have... Wow.
Make it wrong that we're here. We're going to continue to be here and continue to defend ourselves despite the likes of you and despite our enemies. And I'll tell you that our history is so full of people that wanted to kill Jews and wanted to force us out of our homeland. But we're back, we're here, and we intend to continue to stay here despite the best efforts of Iranians and Syrians and Lebanese and Gazans and others.
Medhi.
We're back. Jewish people never left the area. Jewish people have lived in the area, alongside Christians and Muslims for hundreds and thousands of years. That's not a problem. Jewish people being in the area is not the fucking problem. Like, dispossessing people of their homes is a problem. Denying people the right of return is a problem. Negotiating in the worst of faith in an attempt to kick the can down the road so you can do more annexation, dispossession, and settlements is the problem.
So I do need to respond to that. So first of all, as for lecturing you, as I say, 40 countries put out a statement, including many of your own allies, including Hungary, one of the most pro-Israeli countries in Europe, saying stop attacking UN peacekeepers. These are not...
I literally did not know that about Hungary.
Anti-Semitic forces. You can't keep playing an anti-Semitism card and undermining the very real struggle against anti-Semitism by using it to defend a government that is full of some of the most racist people, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-Christian people on the face of this planet. You are spokesman for a government that contains people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, open racists, prosecuted for inciting terrorism. So we're going to talk about lectures. You should keep your lectures to yourself and be embarrassed for the government you serve. As for you living in the region, the problem is not you living in the region. The problem is the army you serve and the country you're a spokesman for illegally occupies other people's land in the West Bank, in Gaza, in the Golan Heights, now in Lebanon again. You are the country that is illegally occupying other people's lands. It's not about you living in your homes. It's about you taking other people's homes. It's about Israel now aiming to annex Gaza, according to Haaretz this week, that Netanyahu no longer has any interest in saving the hostages, as he never did, and is eyeing annexation of Gaza, to quote the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. And if we're going to talk about people dying on October the 7th, some of us have condemned that. Some of us oppose that. You only oppose attacks on Israel. You support attacks on non-Israelis. On Monday, let's say his name. Let's say his name. Shaban Ahmed, 19 years old. No. You don't get to interrupt me. Sorry, you do not get to interrupt me. You have to get taking the high ground on interruptions. You'll come back in. Piers will bring you back in. I'm going to finish my point uninterrupted. Otherwise, don't be a hypocrite, as well as someone who represents fascists. A 19-year-old young man, Shaban Ahmed, was a software engineering student. Can I finish my sentence, Piers, or is it only one more?
Jonathan, just wait, Jonathan. I will bring you.
Piers, you can't tell me not to interrupt. Otherwise, this conversation will.
No, Medhi, finish your point, and I'll bring Jonathan in.
I will. Don't threaten us, Medhi. Don't worry, Piers. I will.
So desperately.
Okay, Medhi, finish your point.
A 19-year-old. You keep interrupting, Jonathan. People can see what a hypocrite you are. A 19-year-old student, Shaban Ahmed, software engineering student at Al-Azhar University. Jonathan's military destroyed his university, destroyed his house, displaced him, made him homeless 5 times over the past year. On Monday, the world, we all watched him burn to death thanks to Israelis bombing the area outside the hospital. He was on an IV, on a bed, in a tent. He burned to death. His mother died. 2 other, maybe 3 other people died. I'm not sure how Jonathan still comes on these shows and defends that kind of barbarism and open war crimes. I'm not sure how Jonathan sleeps at night watching people burn to death thanks to the military that he served and is now being investigated both at the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court.
Jonathan?
Yeah, speaking about serving, and then I'll address the points that you've mentioned. Speaking about serving and standing up for something, I indeed served for 24 years in the IDF, and I'm a proud Israeli Zionist, and I'm a proud Israeli patriot. And I also am very proud of my service, including as a spokesperson, but also including as a combat officer in the IDF. I know what I stand for. I'm asking, what do you stand for? What kind of values do you stand for?
I don't stand for killing civilians like your military.
No, of course
raping
not.
detainees like your military did.
You'll get to answer.
Well, Jonathan, did you witness rape?
You'll get to answer, Medhi.
Did you witness the rape of detainees?
Medhi, you will get to answer. Medhi, I'm not done.
Don't ask me questions if you don't want
for a country that is, Medhi, you spoke, now I speak. I ask, and I will ultimately would like to hear your answer to it, what values you represent? What civilization do you represent? Which country do you represent? Which religion do you represent? And what do you stand for? What do you defend? I know what I do. I'm part of a democracy in the Middle East, and I stand for a military that defends its population against some of the most vile terrorists in the world, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iranian propped-up terrorists. And I am happy and proud to be part of that organization, as I've been over many years. And if you and I were race car drivers, Medhi, and each of us had a patch sewn onto our little uniforms that indicated who gives us money and who sponsors us, I would have one patch of my country and I would have one patch of my employer. That would be it. How many patches would you have? How big would the Qatari patch be on your clothes? And how big would foreign investment in whatever it is that you're doing and whatever it is that you're representing, how much would that be of what you do? Because you place yourself as if you are above and as if you are entitled to criticize everything that Israel does. And I ask, what are your motives and who pays for what you do?
So it's a very simple answer, as I told Jonathan Levine of the New York Post. And I love this new talking point, Piers.
Yeah, this happened in the debate against, oh my God.
The right-wing media, the pro-Israel people. I run a company called Zeteo. People can check it out, Zeteo.com. It's a great media organization getting very good press from the Washington Post and others.
Was it Elon Levy?
There are no foreign investors. They're all American investors. I'm an American. You asked a question.
Somebody asked him a question at the end of it, thinking that they had an own on him, thinking that there was a bunch of Qatari money backing Zeteo. There's literally not.
Brown people, being part of the West. I'm an American. I'm a Brit. I was born in
when they say patches, they're talking about the idea that, like, if the United States Congress had to, if each Congress member had to put a patch on for a lobbying group that supported them, that had paid for their campaign, then it would say a lot about, like, what who's owned by who, right? So that's the metaphor that Jonathan's trying to make here. However, yeah, it doesn't really make sense in the context of Medhi. They're trying to go after him for having worked for Al Jazeera.
In the UK, I'm now an American taxpayer, and I'm very concerned with American taxes going towards the funding of a genocide in Gaza, going towards the killing of a 19-year-old guy who's in an IV in a hospital bed, going towards the killing of children in a school, going towards the killing of 23 people from one family in Lebanon Monday, in northern Lebanon. 23 people bombed by your military. 2 babies killed, Jonathan. That is what you stand for. You serve the IDF, the Israeli military, which, as I say, is being investigated at the ICJ, and the ICC. You serve a military that has been credibly accused by the United Nations just last week, by Israeli media, which showed videos of mass rape of Palestinian detainees. The New York Times this week reported that your military sent children, Palestinian children, as human shields into booby-trapped tunnels and buildings. Is that what you did, Jonathan? Can you tell us today? Did you ever send a Palestinian child as a human shield into a tunnel? Because the New York Times is saying your military did that. The World Food Programme is saying your military is starving the people of northern Gaza. Did you starve people when you were in the military, Jonathan? What do you stand for? Starvation? Mass rape? Ethnic cleansing? Genocide? Every human rights group in the world says your military is an abuser of human rights. I don't know how many human rights you yourself have personally abused. I don't know if you turned a blind eye to rape on your custody. I don't know if you killed children at at point-blank range like Israeli snipers did to people carrying white flags. You can tell us today how many people you've killed or how many people you've tortured. I'll be all day.
Listen, Medhi, sometimes enough is enough, and your level of vitriol
is absolutely. We saw a woman with a white flag.
Jonathan,
we've seen people.
Right, you've got questions, Medhi. Let him respond.
We've seen people gunned down with white flags.
All right, Medhi, let him respond.
It's all documented.
What you are saying, your list of false allegations and your list of nonsense that you are spewing out,
Everything
of unfounded things, that the fact that someone wrote it doesn't make it true. All of these things that
No,
you
no, we
say
saw
are
people with white flags gunned down in front of our eyes
by someone,
Piers has seen it, and I've seen it, and everyone watching the show has
all
seen
of what you are saying is slanted and biased. And you know, I
Unarmed
read
people
parts of your
gunned
book,
down
and I
on
know
camera.
exactly what you're
We
doing.
watched it, Jonathan.
What you're doing is trying to
Thank you for reading the book. It's called Win Every Argument, and you're losing.
Am I going too fast, chat? Should I maybe pull this down to 1.25?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's read Medhi's book. Medhi's book is called How to Win Arguments.
Yeah, well, let other people's be.
I guess he's kind of implying that Medhi's a debate bro, that there's not a lot of substance. It's all flash and style and no substance is what he's trying to say there.
The judge of
Well,
that.
Piers can tell us. Piers can tell us.
But what I can
Piers,
say,
have you watched people, unarmed people gunned down by the IDF, Piers? Why don't you jump in as a
I'll tell you
moderator
what.
and clarify
I'll
who's
tell you
telling
what,
the truth?
Mehdi. I can say categorically, Mehdi, that under the circumstances that Israel finds itself under, I cannot think of any military that would behave in a more humane way. And I say that in 100% sincerity, without blinking.
The International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor disagrees with you,
and I will
Jonathan.
continue to say it, Mehdi, and I will continue to say it despite for Hamas and Hezbollah and Iranian apologists like yourself. And I will continue to say it and know that I stand on firm ground. Is Israel perfect? Do we never make mistakes? Definitely not. Israel. Well, you just said that Israel was the one that attacked Iran when Iran was minding his own business, which is absolutely
ludicrous. Don't care
ludicrous.
about your feelings, Jonathan. April
Exactly.
2024,
You are the
Israel
one
did
who's
bomb
trying to
an
play
Iranian
on
consulate in
feelings.
Syria.
Mehdi, you are the
I'm
one
just saying
who's
facts.
only trying to
Did
play
Israel
on
attack?
feelings and on sad stories.
If you don't
I could
respond
give
to any
you
facts, that's the Piers and his show
dozens of horrible.
You know,
I
here's the
will.
thing, guys. I
If you
think
stop interrupting, I will.
this was working very powerfully when you give each other.
Who is the clown that Medhi is debating? This is Jonathan. I keep on forgetting his last name. Conricus. I feel like I'm mispronouncing it, but it's this guy. He's a former spokesman for the IDF. Yes, that IDF. And also a combat soldier, was a combat soldier in the IDF. Also, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. A whole bunch of people just got weaseled thanks to Narwhal by Nature. Rowdy, you just got weaseled. Dusty Brush 50, you just got weaseled. John Miller, you just got weaseled. Humans Without Borders, you just got weaseled. Lee Soul, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Thank you so much, Narwhal.
The chance to respond to each other. Okay, you both feel very strongly
Okay, so
about
let's
it.
do that from now.
You both have passionate views. I understand that.
now.
You disagree with each other. I think for the audience at home watching, if you talk over each other, we lose it.
Well, Jonathan can't stop being right.
Well, Jonathan,
Jonathan can't stop being racist.
We're 15 points from hitting that donut goal.
Jonathan finish, and then Medhi respond. Jonathan, finish your point.
But I've acknowledged
So
the
I think that what you've said is a laundry list of some of the low-hanging fruit and the concoctions that have been made up against Israel. Some of it may have a kernel of truth, and there may have been 10 soldiers who did something, and there may have been other soldiers who did something else that was wrong and that they shouldn't do. Is it common practice? No. Is it something that is sanctioned by the IDF? No. You tell us the sad story of the Palestinian who was unfortunately killed in the Israeli strike, or as a by-result of an Israeli strike in Deir el-Balach yesterday. He was killed not because he was a target. He was killed because Hamas ammunitions that were stored by Hamas in close proximity.
Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you're feeling right now. AOC versus Fetterman, Hasan on Pod Save America, Crisis of Masculinity, that's the Andy Pants gaming cringe content, or Ted Cruz getting owned by his Senate opponent in Texas, right? Those are our bonus content choices for tonight. We are 15 points from hitting that goal. And you can change the fate. Right now, it looks like Crisis of Masculinity is winning basically by virtue of the donations. But you can change that by voting. You can change that by donating. Just remember, when you do donate, let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see.
Proximity to that location exploded. The IDF fired 2 small bombs at that location, and they wouldn't have exploded and caused that kind of fire had it not been for Hamas weapons there. If you care about Palestinian civilians, and as a human being, I was sad to see. I saw his video before. He looked like a very nice and decent human being, and it's sad that he and his family were killed. I saw the movie of burning people. It hurt me as a human being as well, and I wouldn't want to see it again, and I wouldn't want that to be reality in Gaza. But the reason that that happened isn't because the IDF is fighting there. It's because Hamas is storing weapons there, and they're abusing humanitarian facilities, and they're using schools and mosques and whatever is left of hospitals in order to fight from, and then the IDF targets where the Hamas is fighting from, and unfortunately, people have gotten wounded. I regret that. I know for certain that that wasn't the intention of the IDF. It's a very sad and regrettable side effect of that happened, and I'm sure that the IDF will be...
But it's Hamas's fault for not surrendering. Oh my God.
...the next time that they attack. But it doesn't make it deliberate. But I think...
They can't say for not signing a ceasefire, because Hamas, unlike Israel, was willing to sign a ceasefire. They can't say for not giving back the hostages, because Hamas has been willing to give back the hostages for like more than... for like almost a year now. But yeah, I guess what he'd say now is they haven't surrendered yet. I think
it's hypocritical of you, and I will finish. I think it's hypocritical of you, Medhi, that you don't speak about the fact that why are they there in the beginning? Why are there ammunition stored in a hospital? Why is Hamas using hospitals to fight? Isn't that something that should be criticized even by a highfalutin person like you?
Okay, Medhi, your response.
So first of all, that's false. Even the Israeli military hasn't claimed it was ammunition. There's a debate about what the secondary explosions caused. It could have been the gas cylinders that people were using. But the issue is you're bombing areas of tents and hospitals. You've bombed refugee camps, as Piers pointed out. You've bombed schools, as I pointed out, and you've dodged. You bombed a Lebanese Christian town and killed 23 people from one family, including 2 babies. You've bombed UN peacekeeping soldiers from Ireland and Italy, who are not Hamas or Hezbollah either. Israel is bombing people deliberately. We don't need your word for that. We've seen hundreds of TikToks, including my company, Zateo, that you happily mentioned earlier, put out an entire documentary interviewing Israeli soldiers and showing the TikToks of them bragging about their violence inside of Gaza and now Lebanon. You talk about low-hanging fruit. Let's just be clear here on the facts, since people are not going to get the facts, because as you've read my book, you know there's a tactic called gish galloping, which is what you just did, which is to talk over all the facts without engaging with them. Here are the facts so people can go look up for themselves.
would have assumed that a British person would say gish galloping, but I don't know, and also I don't know.
Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the UN Human Rights Office, UNICEF, UNHCR, Save the Children, World Food Programme, WHO, Doctors Without Borders, I can keep going, Refugees International, International Rescue, They All Care International, Christian Aid.
Ooh, wait, Schmegley, I think you're right. Schmegley remembers this guy from a faked IDF video showing weapon cache in a hospital. Was that the one where they go behind the MRI machine and they find like 2 guns?
They all say the Israeli military is to blame for the casualties.
Which is a weird place to put guns, right? It's a bad place to... Guns near an MRI machine, really bad idea.
For the killing of innocent people, for not giving warnings, for bombing civilian targets, and for starving the people of northern Gaza. Right now, Save the Children say that northern Gaza looks like the depths of hell. The World Food Programme says no food has been allowed in by your government and your military since the start of October. And by the way, one last point. You mentioned, oh, maybe 10 soldiers did this, 10 soldiers did that. Actually, according to the UN, this stuff is systematic. And I would ask you asked me who my investors are, I'll ask you. You were in the Israeli military. You proudly said you were competent. Someone asked you, were you involved in the things the Israeli military is being accused of by the International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor, by human rights groups, intentional killing of civilians, starving of civilians, the use of rape and sexual violence against detainees?
Yeah, Lady Ash, I alluded to this earlier. The opponent of Ted Cruz is kind of a piece of shit in his own right. And there's actually, we got some more on that. Unfortunately, from the Harris campaign. There's a lot of caving on trans rights when it comes to the Democratic Party, right? And this is the thing. When you see them cave on one group of people, right? You see them cave on immigration, it should be a sign that any support that you feel like your group has from the Democratic Party is conditional on how expedient that position is for the Democratic Party. But we will have to get to that tomorrow.
Using Palestinian children as human shields, as the New York Times reported this week. Did you do any of that when you were in your service, Jonathan Conricus?
None of that is correct. None of that is correct, and I will gladly address.
All correct. The issue is, did you do it?
Of course, you know very well that we don't have time to go into a serious discussion of each and every of those flat allegations that you're rattling off, as if you say them fast, it makes it true, and as if you wave a few names of questionable organizations, it makes it true.
Very slow.
No, you don't. No. Medhi, I didn't interrupt. Let's keep it that way. I really refrain from interrupting. Let's keep it that way. It makes for better discussion. Even though I think you said many things that are horrible, and you rattled off lots of names of organizations that, frankly, most people around the world, many people around the world, have lost their faith in, think are uncredible. You mentioned organizations that have been shown that they are full of BDS supporters and Israel haters that have...
BDS supporters and Israel haters, how dare they?
2 jobs in BDS organizations and in these so-called humanitarian organizations. But you know what? Let's not go the easy way. Let's say I take you up on each and every one of those points.
Let's dig up everybody's dirty laundry from did they support BDS against South Africa too, right? That's...
I will say very clearly, whenever the IDF...
How dare you use a tactic like BDS, which is like the tactic which successfully dismantled apartheid in South Africa. How dare you?
It takes measures against the people who have done wrong. And it's a very challenging thing to do when a country is fighting for its very existence on at least 7 fronts, when its soldiers are being forced to fight for more than a year in order to defend their homes and their families, and then to simultaneously have these soldiers called in for disciplinary procedures and to be investigated while we are fighting. That isn't an easy thing to do, but yet the IDF does it. Not because the likes of you or others matter, but because this is who we are as a people who want to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and continue fighting the day after this end. And we will end this war. This war will eventually end.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question. Yeah,
yes,
I want to try and just move to a different sort of theme with this. How does all this end? I mean, what is Israel's plan for the end game here? Because to many people, it looks like you're just going to war with everyone now in the region. It could escalate massively. And
he's smiling. That's scary as fuck. That's scary as fuck. Did you see that? It was like a half of the mouth smile too. It's like this little corner comes up and smiles. The other half is frowning. I don't know. That's a scary guy.
If you replicate what you've done in Gaza with what you now do in, say, the Lebanon,
that's a scary guy right there.
Where does that leave everybody? I mean, most of Gaza's been leveled. Tens of thousands of innocent people killed in the process of going after Hamas. If this is replicated in anything like this scale in the Lebanon, you've got vast areas just destroyed. What happens afterwards? And why would you assume that this tactic of going so aggressively after Hamas and Hezbollah in civilian areas is not just going to fuel the ideology that led to them rising up in the way that they did in the first place?
Yeah. Well, you know, going after an enemy aggressively, that's what war is. When you're attacked in your home, when your women are slaughtered, when babies are killed, when women are raped, and when your civilians are burnt alive and people are taken hostage, that's called a declaration of war, and you fight that. You don't fight it by being nice, and you don't fight it by being gentle. You do fight it according to the laws of armed conflict, and you try to adhere to those criteria. By and large, I think that Israel is succeeding. Sure, there have been mistakes, and sure, there are things that weren't 100% right, but I think that...
Yeah, incinerating people in tents, right? That's, yeah, things didn't go 100%.
And that's, by the way, many British and American officers have attested to that as well. Those have been able to see the battlefield. But where does this go from here? Sadly, and I live here, and my kids will serve in the military, and I will probably do more reserves. I think that we're in for a long battle. I think that we're in for more fighting. I look around and I listen. I try to listen, and I speak Arabic, and I try to listen to the sounds and people that are willing to say and acknowledge that the Jews have a right to live and exist here. I try to hear those voices amongst Palestinians, Arabs, Syrians, Lebanese, and others in the region. And sadly, I don't hear them enough. And I regret to say this, but I think that what is in...
You know, Lady Badash says conditional on how popular it is with voters. It's not even about that, right? There's not demonstrable evidence that Republicans going after trans people is an effective strategy. In other words, there's not a good reason, even from a bloodless political calculation, for the Democrats to, you know, wave the white flag on trans rights, and yet they're doing it anyway. Because they're Democrats, and they've been doing this shit since, like, 1980. Like, they seem to think that their fucking master strategy is, like, we can just compromise. We can just go further right. You know, we could be, like, the Republicans... But like 2 centimeters to the left, because what are trans people gonna do, right? Vote for a Republican? What are Muslims gonna do? Vote for? Well, actually, there are. I watched somebody today that said that she was voting for Trump specifically to punish the Biden and Harris administration. Like it's.
And I would want for that to be totally different. I would want for us to focus on economy and research and culture.
And you can say what you will about it, but that's real, and that's showing that the Democrats throwing people under the bus is not a successful strategy. So it is both a political loser and fucking immoral.
and to do many beautiful things that we do in Israel, and we do them very well, much to the displeasure of our enemies, but nevertheless we do them. And I would want for us to focus on that. But sadly, we're being forced to defend ourselves, and we weren't doing anything that is similar to what's going on now on the 6th of October. And just to end that, I will say that, just one sentence, Piers, the next step is indeed Iran. And I think that we will have a conversation in a few months from now, maybe 4 or 5 months, where you can ask this question again after Israel will directly...
You weren't doing anything. You weren't doing settlements in the West Bank. You weren't doing anything. You weren't, like, you know, running an open-air prison in Gaza. You weren't doing anything. You hadn't just annexed the Golan Heights. You weren't doing anything, really. You weren't doing anything.
Engage the Islamic Republic of Iran and start to shift the tide in the region. We won't have Iran funding and amassing these terrorist organizations against us. That will be the beginning of a much quieter and more peaceful Middle East.
Okay, Medhi, your response.
A quieter because everyone's dead. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I've got a lot to respond because a lot was said. Let me just deal with the first point, this nonsense about October the 6th. It was all peaceful. Gazans were being killed on October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. West Bankers were being killed on October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. It's a complete lie that there was some kind of peace or quiet in the neighborhood. Maybe in Israel there was, but people were still bearing the brunt of occupation violence on both the West Bank and Gaza. It's a total and utter lie to suggest otherwise. It's also interesting that Jonathan responded to your question, Piers, by talking about how, and I think I'm quoting him correctly, that when you come into our homes and you kill our civilians and you rape our women and you set us on fire, that is a declaration of war. Which is ironic because he's just described everything that Israel has done in Gaza and the West Bank, both in recent weeks and months and over the years of occupation. So how come it's not a declaration of war for Palestinians when Israel does it to the Palestinians? It's only one-way traffic. Only one side has a right to defend itself, right? Not the other side. Number two, I would just say, he talked again about kind of, oh, there were too many names and I speak too fast. Let me just be clear. I can speak very, very slowly. One issue, rape. He lies and tells your viewers that Israeli soldiers are held to account. That's not true. Anyone can go on Google right now and look at the number of Israeli soldiers, the percentage who are actually indicted or charged with any crimes. It's 98, 99% of Israeli soldiers are never charged with any crimes. And that's from B'Tselem, that's from Israeli human rights groups. I'm sure Jonathan will call them anti-Semites as well. And when we look at one single instance of rape in detention, which was well documented by the Israeli media and by human rights groups and actual Palestinian eyewitnesses, what happened? The Israeli military police, Piers, went to the base to try and arrest the soldiers. The soldiers ganged together, attacked the military police, and then the parliament had a debate about whether rape should be legal or not, whether it's legal to rape Palestinian detainees. And now we're learning this week, Piers, that the military...
So you see what see what he's saying? Like, there is a procedure for the police to go after soldiers that have broken the law, right? To investigate, right? But the soldiers that had done the sexual assault, when the military police came for them, they fought them off. They seem to think, oh no, this is not how it works. You don't get in trouble for sexually assaulting Palestinian prisoners. And it turns out they were right. It turns out at the end of the day, Israel was incapable of punishing those soldiers. So what he's trying to say is like, yeah, some bad stuff happens, but when it happens, we investigate it, we punish it. No, you fucking don't. You bring the Knesset members out to protest against the idea of holding your soldiers accountable for raping people with hot metal rods.
Military police officers who were assaulted by the soldiers who were the buddies of the rapists, are too scared to give testimony against their soldiers.
Okay, Medhi, I don't disagree with you. I don't
hold on, Piers.
No, I want to ask you one question, though.
That is very important that we talk about accountability.
I know, I've got one supplementary.
I will answer your question, but I'm going to finish my...
On the issue of rape.
I'll come...
Okay, on that one issue of rape, though, what I haven't heard you mention at all is the hideous sexual abuse.
No, anytime you mention rape, you've got to mention, like, October 7th, right? That we're talking about over a year ago now, right? But you can't just talk about Palestinian prisoners being sexually assaulted. You can't talk about innocent. You know, they're not charged with anything. They're being held. They're prisoners, right? Prisoners, hostages, if you will, being sexually assaulted. You've got to be like, oh, but I condemn Hamas and remember October 7th, and even though these numbers dwarf those numbers, just let's bring that back out.
Rape of so many innocent women.
Because we all
and yeah, as Medhi's about to say, he's already talked about this. He's already condemned this. This is not
on October the 7th. Well, no, but I'm asking you now. You haven't mentioned it, and Jonathan's raised that several times.
You have to talk about it every single day.
You seem fixated.
Because
you're not allowed to bring up legalized fucking rape when it's happening, unless you say, "Oh, I condemn Hamas." Though Hamas is worse. Oh my fucking God.
You're fixated with Israeli soldiers who may have committed rape. What about the rape against Israelis?
Piers, if you want to do a debate like that, invite Jonathan Conricus and invite a Hamas spokesperson. I'm sorry, I'm not a spokesman for Hamas. I've condemned Hamas. Unlike Jonathan, I condemn people who engage in human rights abuses. Hold on. Well, I've done it. Well, maybe you should pay attention, Jonathan. Instead of reading my book, check everything I've said on the conflict. I was condemning Hamas decades ago, and I've been attacked by certain people for condemning Hamas. Can I finish a point? You gave a long speech.
Yeah,
So far, you and Piers have both interrupted me.
You can.
I'm going to answer this point. If you want to have a Hamas spokesman, have a Hamas spokesman. I did an entire show. We keep mentioning Zeteo. I'm loving the plugs, Piers. Appreciate you. On Zeteo, people can go and watch an entire show I did with Bassem Youssef, another one of your guests, where I talked about on that show about how the UN report talked about gender and sexual violence on October the 7th, how that needs to be prosecuted, how it needs to be investigated. You know what the UN said? They said, we haven't been able to confirm instances of rape, but we want to, but the Israelis are blocking us from interviewing witnesses and coming into Israel. So maybe Jonathan should get his government to allow UN investigators to finish the job, because I believe all rapists should be held to account. Jonathan doesn't. He hasn't said a word. I've brought it up several times. He said, oh, it's a few men here and there. No, no, no. They're not being prosecuted. The Israeli parliament defended them. The Israeli media had debates about whether rape should be legalized. That is the military he's part of. He earlier, in a very racist way, suggested, I have no civilization, no country, no loyalty except to Qatar and Iran. I'm a British American of Indian descent. I have nothing to do with Iran or Qatar. I would say this, that Jonathan needs to deal with those human rights abuses. And finally, the last point I'll make, you keep going on about, oh, these groups are not taken seriously. Jonathan Conricus, Piers, wants you and your viewers to disbelieve Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, UNICEF, UNHCR, Refugees International, International Rescue, Christian Aid. Disbelieve all those groups. Disbelieve the World Food Programme run by Cindy McCain, the late widow of John McCain. Disbelieve all of them and believe the Israeli military, which he was a spokesman for, which was caught lying about beheaded babies, about calendars in the bottom of hospitals, about Lebanese documentaries, the number of the Israeli military lies that they've had to own up to. It's a joke. No one trusts anything Jonathan's saying.
All right, Jonathan, final word to you.
Yeah, actually, many people do trust what I and my peers say, and many people, I think, listen to the kind of thing, the kind of.
Yeah, many people in Israel, many Christian Zionist evangelicals who really, hold out hope for Israel because they believe that Israel needs to suffer so their prophecies can come true, so that Jesus can come back. And but don't worry, a third of the Jews will convert to Christianity. And not die. The rest will die. That's the, yeah, there's people still listening to you. They're not good people. It's a fucking murderer's row, but yeah, there's technically, the rest of the world is not listening to you. The vast majority of the world looks at you as an international pariah, but sure.
Goods that you peddle, Medhi.
In your little silo of
goods that you peddle are Israel hatred. Sometimes it's more sophisticated and more well-founded. Sometimes it's very easy to dismantle. And it's very clear where you stand. I asked you before, and you conveniently didn't answer. What is it that you stand for? What do you represent? What
human
are
rights,
the values that
dignity,
you stand
equality,
for? Right.
Not rape and war
if it's
crimes
human
like
rights and dignity and equality, then I suggest that you stand equally and speak about how they're violated by the oppressive Iranian regime against the Iranian people. Speak about what the Syrian dictator does against his people. Speak about how Hamas brutalizes 2 million Gazans and how Hezbollah deals with dissenters in Lebanon.
You won't
the
criticize
problem
Israel.
with what you're saying, the problem with what you're doing, Medhi, the problem with what you're doing, Medhi, is that it's very easy to listen to you less. Even though you speak eloquently and you have good sources, it's easy to listen to you less and believe to you less because it's very clear what you're motivated by. You are not something that is motivated by a true care for human beings. You care about human beings if the ones who cause them injustice or something else are Israelis. If it's Palestinians killed by Palestinians, then that's a non-story.
If I had my way, Israelis wouldn't be dying right now.
You don't
Israelis
care.
are dying right now because of your government.
If it's suffering anywhere else, and if it cannot be pinned on Israel, even by your warped logic, then you don't care about it. You only care about it if it's related to Israel and if it can serve anti-Israeli propaganda. And that undermines your credibility. You speak about my credibility. I'm very easy and open, and it's very clear. I stand for my country, and I'm happy to defend it. But what you stand for is just attacking Israel. Of course I can criticize, and I even do it on my Twitter. I've said things about my prime minister, and I've said things about my military. Of course I have.
You couldn't even criticize.
So, I referred to like a possible strategy for the Kamala Harris campaign to focus their criticism on Netanyahu and still, if they want to fucking, take that centrist point of view, say that they stand with Israel, right? Obviously, you're not going to get them to take a moral stance on this issue. But it's kind of bullshit. I got to be honest with you, right? Netanyahu is massively supported. Not in spite of the things crimes against humanity he's committed, but oftentimes because of the crimes against humanity he's committed, right? the Israeli settler colonial project is unfortunately very accurately represented by the government of Netanyahu, by this current, I mean, this is the final form. This is what it turns into, right? You can point to, you know, historically Israel having more left-wing governments, but this is what you end up with. This is what you've got now, and this is what's you know, popular. So, you know, it is kind of bullshit. It is kind of bullshit to pawn it all off on Netanyahu when you know, the problem is actually with Israel itself, and removing Netanyahu from power, replacing him with other you know, politicians would yield very similar results. Very frustrating.
Listen, there hasn't been mass rape. It's such
Shameful,
it's such a nonsense.
There's not been mass rape? Well, I guess if you say that it's not considered rape if it's against... What did they say? They basically said that these were terrorists, and so it didn't count as rape. Right? With the soldiers who committed not just SA, but grotesque forms, right? Involving hot metal rods inserted into people's orifices. Israel as a society decided that if that is against, you know, really Palestinians, but, you know, the way that they codified it was like terrorists, right? Assuming that these people, you know, caught in the Israeli dragnet were terrorists, right? That it's not really rape after all. It's totally fine.
Talking
you should
point,
be ashamed
Medhi.
of yourself.
It's such a nonsense talking point, so I won't even.
So the UN's lying, the New York Times is lying,
It is
CNN is lying.
The UN isn't saying it.
Everyone's
the UN
lying,
isn't saying it. The
except
fact that you
you
mentioned an organization name doesn't
the
make
UN
it true.
Commission of Inquiry last week.
Chaps,
I'm going
to call a timeout.
Everyone can Google it, Jonathan, and see how much
we've descended into talking over each other. Look, it's been, broadly speaking, it's been a very good debate between two people who care very passionately and have obviously very different views.
I love him trying to split the difference between these two.
I learned a lot listening to both of you.
Like, you can't pretend to care about what Medhi says if you take this guy as like a really important voice that has to be.
Came together to debate it. I know you haven't done that before. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, there we go, chat. That is the end of the stream. All right. Once again, coming up short of the sub goal by 15 points. So Andy Pants Gaming will have to wait. As will the disappointing and actually enraging stories about the Harris administration, about the Democratic candidate for Senate in Texas, and the, you know, betrayal to trans people that they have committed. That is going to have to wait till tomorrow because I'm just too frustrated, too pissed off to talk about it today. And we've run out of time. We're going to be... Join me tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Ethan Klein and Hasan again. Ethan has just continued to pick at Hasan, continue to go after his community, continue to go after his mods, to the point where it looks like, yeah, Hasan has responded. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that's a bad idea. I don't know if that's something that he had to do or what, but yeah, you know, he's got Felix on. He's going to be talking about Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein apparently talked about Hasan's community for like 2 hours. So this may be a stream that is mostly about that. I will cover the betrayal of trans people by the Democratic Party, by, you know, the Harris administration and the candidate in Texas. And, you know, hopefully we'll do better tomorrow. I'll try to be on earlier. So, but yeah, thank you to everybody who's supported me. It means a lot. Thank you to my Patreon gang. You helped me keep the lights on. Thank you to Throne Gang. I massively appreciate what you crowdfunded for me. It makes the stream better for everyone. Thank you to the mods. I wouldn't be able to do it without you. And don't think I don't notice what you have to go through in Shorts chat sometimes. So thank you for that as well. Just in a little bit of a bad mood, but I don't want anybody to get, I don't know, But yeah, we'll try to hit for, we'll try to get like, you know, Andy Pants Gaming tomorrow. That could be the, like, I mean, I don't know. What should I leave up? What should I take down? You know, it's weird though, because like, as far as the votes, Crisis of Masculinity actually got the least. AOC versus Fetterman. That seems like it's what everybody wanted. So maybe I'll try to throw that in. AOC versus Fetterman. The betrayal of trans people by the Democratic Party. The TYT clip that I meant to fucking get to. You just keep on running out of time, chat. And, you know, I have to kind of gauge the amount of time I'm spending on a stream based on the amount of support. So, again, sorry, it's probably my fault for starting so late. So maybe the best thing for me to do is to end stream kind of early tonight to get some sleep and go right back at it tomorrow. And so just look for me to go live a lot earlier than I've been doing it. It's an honor to keep chat safe and as civil as possible. Thank you, Monope. We love you, Irene. I love you too, chat. Corporate Dems actually hate the actual left. They throw crumbs, always make concessions. Yeah, this is super fucking disappointing. I'm honestly too pissed. I'm just afraid that I'll get really negative if I continue on tonight. So yeah, and like I said, gotta scale it to the amount of support. So we will do that. But yeah, thank you to everybody who supports me. You mean the world to me. You allow me to do this. You allow me to keep doing this, and I really hope that is a possibility in the future. I'm a little bit worried about the transition that's going to happen after this election necessarily. And I'm also going to try to see Metaphor Refantasio, right? Somebody gifted me this game, and I believe, you know, paid for me to get this game. So I'm gonna try to play some of that. We will get back to Fallout after that as well. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask you in a poll. Maybe I'll take some polls asking what other kinds of content. Did I react to the Harris clip? We're doing that tomorrow, Natalie Marie. We ran out of time. And I ran out of patience, and I'm actually kind of pissed off about that. If I'm being real. I think I'll give it a better reaction tomorrow. Along with, there's some other stuff too. Yeah. So Natalie's mentioning the Harris clip. There is also a clip coming from a Senate candidate from Texas that everybody's praising right now because he kind of took down Ted Cruz. But he's also, he also just fell for an anti-trans dog whistle. And I don't know if he fell for it or if he's just complicit. It kind of seems like he's complicit. And it kind of seems like a lot of the Democratic Party is complicit. And it kind of seems like giving up on issues is a great way to help those issues lose. The fact that nobody gives a fuck about police violence and its disproportionate impact on POC communities is in large part due to the fact nobody gives a fuck about doing anything about the police, right? Is in large part due to the fact that the Democrats gave up on it. You've been pissed all day since you saw it? Yeah, me too. I am. Yeah, Cullen Allred. Very, very disappointed. Be real. I'm going to try to be real, but I'm also going to try to give it my best, and that's going to happen tomorrow. So much love, everybody. We'll come back at it tomorrow, and we'll try twice as hard, and I'll start twice as early. Like, theoretically, I should be starting at 1 o'clock Pacific. Trying to see if there's anybody I want to throw the Twitch crowd. Not really. Anyway, chat, I better go to bed. Good night, everyone. And I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully at 1 Pacific.